of the Strait of Hormuz for obvious reasons. That's what the United States has been trying to signal, that it is going to enforce its blockade and Iran does not control it. So we've had most attacks in Bandar Abbas and in Qeshm Island and in a bunch of areas, Sirik, around this area. What has happened in the last 24 hours is, first of all, the target packages in these areas have changed. All of a sudden, we have seen attacks in Bandar Abbas that are including bridges, which we know is very important to Trump. He said specifically that attacking these bridges and power plants was going to be the next level. So we had attacks against bridges in Bandar Abbas, some very important bridges connecting to the Shiraz area. Then we had some very, very powerful attacks that happened in Quiche Island over here, still in the area of the Gulf. But what's important about that is that we attacked an airport. The United States attacked an airport and specifically power plants. There's reports that in Quiche Island, there is a power outage. And in terms of the attacks that were reported that happened further north, I think the operative word there is further, because I haven't seen any reports, not from the United States, but also not from forces on the ground in Iran, talking about attacks in northern Iran. But what we have seen is attacks further north in this area. And here also, in the area of Ahvaz, over here, we had an attack against a train station, a train compound that the United States has said is not a civilian target. It is used by the IRGC. And we also had attacks that occurred, I'm not actually finding it on the map, I think it's over here, attacks that occurred against the area that is known as Bustan. It is a city that also the United States has attacked a power plant in that region. There were reports that air defense units have been operated in Tehran, the capital, up here. There's been absolutely no reports of anything being bombed and no reports of the United States that it hit anything in Tehran. So I don't know if we actually bombed in Tehran this past 24 hours or not. But when I've seen further north, what I'm seeing is pushing further north into here and attacking different targets around here and Bushehr over here, and mostly seeing the United States sending a message. We're going to start attacking trains, airports, bridges, power plants, and we're moving slowly away from the Gulf, further in, and I think this is all meant as a pressure building mechanism. The United States is still hoping that we'll come to a deal. One last thing I'll say, it's important to remember that before we got to the ceasefire in April, what we were leading up to was Trump's repeated threats. The United States was going to wipe out all the power plants and all the bridges. And he declared power plant day and bridge day was going to happen. And all of a sudden, a day before that, we had the ceasefire. I think Trump is probably gambling that similarly escalating in that direction may bring Iran back to coming to some sort of deal, maybe something more what the administration would like to see.
You know, I think another question people have, the U.S. military says they're continuing to carry out strikes in an effort to, quote, further degrade Iranian military capabilities. They've been saying this night in and night out. What do we know about what is actually left of Iran's military capabilities?
So the message, I would argue, is being made deliberately vague, because ultimately, if we look, first of all, what the Trump administration cares about when it comes to domestic politics, right? Most people in the United States don't really care if you attack this ship or this city. So at the end of the day, that's a blanket statement. And by the way, the United States is not alone in that. Israel very similarly says it attacks, you and I have said countless times, terror infrastructure of Hezbollah and Hamas. What is that? It's a way to say we attack military targets and don't ask any more questions. So that's just the first thing that's important to note. The United States has such a big range of military targets that that still exist in Iran. This could be anything from bases, missile launching pads, areas that they used to launch drones in the area of the Straits of Hormuz, ports that are used for the smaller IRGC boats. The main Iranian fleet may have been destroyed, but the IRGC maintains a massive fleet of small boats, and all it takes is two people with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, and they can disable an oil tanker, and again, we're back to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So there's so many targets that could fall under the category of carrying out strikes to degrade Iran's military capabilities that really it is impossible to know. When they say that, all I take from that is that the United States is carrying out strikes that are aimed to weaken Iran's ability to threaten the Straits. It could be anything from rocket producing sites, drone launching areas, a port, a power plant. Any of these things are part of what Iran uses as an overwhelming chain in order to carry out still military activities in the Strait of Hormuz.
You know, Trump is having a primetime address tonight. He'll be talking at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. He also gave a primetime address in April, and that really was focused on the Middle East. Tonight, not expected to be focused on the Middle East. He'll be talking about politics and election systems in the U.S., reportedly. But April was focusing all on the Middle East. Back then, during that primetime address, he said that the U.S. would accomplish its Iran war objectives, quote, very shortly. How do we assess that now alone, that we're in July? They said very shortly back in April. As we look to yet another primetime speech, and again, I'll just underline this one is not going to be focused on the Middle East. What's our assessment of how much progress the U.S. has made since the last White House address?
So it's important to distinguish, I would say, between several things. First of all, achieving goals in war, unless your goal is the complete takeover of another country, then the goals are always measured based on your political position, right? If Russia and Ukraine were to freeze at this moment, Putin could come back and say, I wanted to make sure that we get Crimea and the area of Donbass and eastern Ukraine, and we got it. And it took this long, and we got it. Or it could be described as a complete failure because Putin wanted to oust the leadership of Ukraine, etc. Similarly, when war aims are described in vague terms like neutralizing or obliterating or weakening, it's very difficult to assess levels of success. And especially this goes for in the Middle East, right? When it came to the aims of the war in Iran, the United States said, stopping Iran from getting nuclear weapons, that Trump can say at any point is achieved because Iran has declared that they do not want nuclear weapons, or we can say that failed because Iran still has the enriched uranium. It's going to depend on political positions, how people analyze that. Similarly, initially, the United States said that it wants to take out Iran's ballistic missile program. Now, Trump has said, well, other countries, he said Saudi Arabia, but very likely meant Israel when it came to the balance of power in the Middle East, have ballistic missiles. We can't limit Iran from having ballistic missiles. Is that a success? Is that a failure? It's going to end up being a political interpretation of how things are. What is important is two things, I would say. One, when it comes to evaluating the ultimate outcome of the war, it's very difficult to assess the initial statements. Right? The initial statements, when you fire a first shot in the war, you have no idea where things are going to go. What you have to assess at the end is where do things stand compared to where they started. Whether you said you're going to have total victory or complete destruction of Iran's nuclear facilities or not, where do things stand? Is Iran weaker? Is Iran stronger? Is the Middle East a safer place or not? And that is so in flux at this point. When we had the memorandum of understanding, we could start assessing it. Now that seems to have been thrown out the window. So it's incredibly difficult to assess, is Iran in a weaker position or a stronger position? The second thing that we need to assess is how do things look moving forward with regards to the balance of threats in the region? And in that also, we've had an interesting development in the last 24 hours with Iran all of a sudden, again, activating the Houthis, the group that controls parts of Yemen, threatening to cut off the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, to cut off another major major waterway in the world if Iran's power plants are attacked. So once again, Trump could come back and say, but they never did that, and therefore we came out on top. Iran can say, we threatened them, and then we got to a deal. It's very, very difficult to assess, and it's going to come down, unfortunately, we're in an era where what the actual objective reality of is one side stronger or not going to be what most people assess. Most people are going to assess it based on their political perspectives. Most people who support Trump and the administration are going to say, look, we achieved a lot because Iran's leadership has been assassinated by and large, and it is possibly in a weaker position. The United States has brought them to a deal. Others will point to the initial war objectives, looking at the nuclear material and ballistic missile program and saying, you haven't achieved any of that. So it's really up for grabs at this point.
I want to make sure I get Rosa's question in here, and Rosa is in Pennsylvania. Rosa, we appreciate the detailed question here. This is a big one alone, but I think it's worth asking. I think this question is on a lot of people's minds, and it's indicative of pretty much the big picture, I think. Rosa asks, What is the clearly defined end goal of U.S. military action in Iran? What conditions would end the strikes? And how will the administration prevent this from becoming an open-ended regional war that costs more American lives and raises fuel prices? Or in short, what does victory in Iran actually look like? And alone, what is America's exit strategy?
Very, very big question. And unfortunately, there is no short answer. Because again, it relates to how far ahead in the future are we looking? If we're looking into the future in terms of, is Iran going to stop chanting death to America, stop supporting proxies that carry out attacks against American and American allied targets, then victory is going to look like if Iran stops doing that, and that is not likely to happen. So if we're measuring victory by that, it will have been a failure so far, and it won't be a success if and when that does happen. In turn, what the United States would probably, and at this point, with this administration, what the United States would probably categorize as a success would be a de-escalation, which we had with the Memorandum of Understanding, a de-escalation and some sort of channel and mechanism for the United States and Iran to be working together in order to resolve what I'll say is regional problems. You know, when the war started in February, we had the IRGC defined as a terror group by the United States, massive airstrikes and assassinations carried out by Israel, attacks carried out by the United States. When we got to ceasefire between April and June, we have the United States and the IRGC sending representatives together to sit down in Qatar to negotiate and talk and figure out how to resolve their differences. We had the United States and Iran coming to some sort of terms about how the Strait of Hormuz is going to be controlled. Iran feels like it came out on top because it is in a much more stronger regional position when it comes to the Gulf countries on the one hand. And then the United States may feel like it showed that if it wants, it can carry out very, very massive strikes and no one can stop it, militarily at least. Iran has managed to cripple the United States maybe economically, but militarily no one can stop it. So it's very difficult to assess. But the last thing that I'll say is with regards to what is the United States' exit strategy, I think it is constantly evolving. I think the initial exit strategy was, Trump had said he thought this war was going to take 3 days. That would have ended March 2nd, March 3rd. I think the initial plan was to have a quick strike and have it be over. Then it was to come to some sort of accommodation. Now we look like we're in somewhat of a war of attrition. The United States would like to see this ending prior to the midterms, obviously. But at this point, it's about if the United States or Iran are going to agree to the other side's terms and just say, you know what, we've had it. Let's call it quits and leave from here. Or if they'll still keep working towards an accommodation where both sides compromise, that will obviously take much longer.
You can keep in touch with Alon over at the Israel-Palestine Report. How can people keep up with your content and your courses?
So like you said, Israel-Palestine Report on YouTube. You can also check out my website, alonburstein.com. There I have lots of information. We have free webinars, free courses, lots of things going on in the Middle East, and we're always happy to share our knowledge as much as possible.
We appreciate you, Alon. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, about 7:45 in the nation's capital, a live look at the White House. President Trump's address to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. I guess to mark the occasion, we now have two vantage points of the White House. A live look at North Lawn there. The flags still at half staff for Lindsey Graham. Let's step away for a quick commercial break just to sort of put a fine point on this. U.S. Central Command, during their most recent update on social media, saying 2 p.m. Eastern Time, forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran. This is the 6th consecutive night they've been targeting those, well, I should say they've been going after Iranian targets. The ultimate goal, they say, is broad, as Alon and I were just talking about, to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. Let's head away for that break. We're back in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall, a live look at the White House on this Thursday evening, just past 7:45 in the nation's capital. The president will be making his remarks from the East Room at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. With President Trump set to address the nation tonight, both Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill are sharing their thoughts on potential topics for this evening. It's highly suspected that the president's speech could revisit long-debunked conspiracy theories about his 2020 loss to Democrat Joe Biden. This all comes as Trump escalates his desire for Republicans to pass stricter federal voting rules ahead of November's midterm elections. Here's some remarks from a number of lawmakers on Capitol Hill and beyond earlier today.
I've been warning for months that this president wants to interfere in this year's elections. I know there's a number of his advisors who want him to once again talk aloud because they're afraid of what he might say that'll probably be not based in fact at all. And my strong encouragement, and I don't care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, is to take the president's words tonight with a grain of salt, recognizing that he may be pulling non-facts or making presumptions about what happened in 2020 and what's happened going forward that are not fact-based.
Well, listen, I look forward to hearing from the president, as always. And if he calls for election integrity, I bet. I mean, who knows? But I bet he just might call on the Senate to pass voter ID. And I'm all for that. I mean, we have that in Missouri. It's overwhelmingly popular. We voted on it, the voters ourselves, in a statewide referendum. And I've always said I wish that we would make Missouri's laws national. So I'm all for that. If he talks about that tonight, that'd be great. I hope he will urge folks to support voter ID. And I think you'll find that huge majorities of the American people support that. So
I don't know why we're still talking about the 2020 election on either side of the aisle. We got important work to do, and I think the most important is coming up here in the midterms. In the meantime, to continue to do the people's work. And when we're talking about what happened 6 years ago, I don't think we're doing them any favors.
Senator Cornyn, Senator Hawley, and Senator Warner earlier today. Let's take a live look at the White House. As I said, this will not be a speech from the Oval Office. The president will not be at the Resolute desk. As far as we understand, he'll be giving these remarks from the East Room. And some networks like ABC and NBC will not be airing the remarks live on terrestrial television. Caroline Leavitt today encouraged networks to carry it live. She started today's press briefing by saying, quote, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. We are just over an hour away from the speech itself. Let's bring in Joe Flint. He is a media and entertainment reporter for the Wall Street Journal based in Los Angeles. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Does the media have an obligation to carry a presidential address live?
Well, typically the media, or specifically the linear broadcast networks, you mentioned NBC and ABC and CBS and Fox, and they use broadcast spectrum. So typically they do carry these addresses, but they have in the past turned down presidents who requested for airtime if there was a determination that the remarks were more of a political nature versus of a national news, global crisis nature. So in this case, NBC and CBS, NBC and ABC have said they'll be monitoring the remarks. They'll cover it in their newscast, but they're not going to carry it live. We're waiting to hear what CBS is going to do, which way they're leaning. Not unprecedented, though. Rare, but not unprecedented.
Yeah, I was reading, we remember in 2022, it was September of 2022, President Joe Biden gave a primetime address. He largely spoke out against the MAGA movement there. Networks at that time decided that the speech was too partisan and that it was too close to the midterm elections. So this isn't the only time in recent memory where networks have had to make a decision like this. What are we hearing from the major networks? Because I said terrestrial television at the top, but it seems like this will be a streaming affair for many networks.
Yes, NBC, CBS, ABC, they'll all be carrying the speech live on their respective streaming digital news platforms, as will CNN. CNN is also not planning to carry the speech live, but they'll be covering it as a news event, and it will be on their streaming platform as well. So there won't be a shortage of places for viewers to find the remarks, especially this day and age. So many people are consuming content online and through other platforms that I don't think I'd be hard pressed to think there'll be people actually challenged to not be able to find the remarks somewhere in their viewing home.
So then why is this a conversation? Is it just simply because of the tradition of a presidential primetime address being on terrestrial TV?
I think it's a combination of the tradition and also, let's be honest, the relationship between this administration and a lot of the media is often tense. So when the networks decide not to carry a speech from this president, I notice when I look online, everyone seems to develop a short-term memory loss, forgetting that this is not unique to this president. You mentioned the Biden remarks in 2022, but everyone begins to see that decision through a political lens. And I think that would be the case no matter what, but certainly everything gets, the volume gets tuned up a lot more when it is a confrontation between the current administration and the networks of which he is tangled with so many times.
Appreciate the context, Joe. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, let's step away for our final break of the hour. We're back in about 2 minutes. All right, welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We've been tracking these smoky pictures in New York City, and that's not, obviously, that's not smog. That's way too thick to be smog. That is Canadian wildfire smoke coming from some of the major wildfires that have been burning up north, and now some of the stuff lingering down into the northeastern United States, the Great Lakes area, and obviously New York City getting blasted by this smoke. And then last night around this time, we were looking at this exact same picture, and it looked exactly like this, except it had a little more of an orange tint to it yesterday. Authorities do anticipate that people living in the northeastern part of the country can certainly expect to see smoky conditions for days longer. Certainly worth checking your local forecast, especially if you're sensitive to air quality, you can just see it's absolutely, the visibility is terrible. And just looking through my periphery here, it does look like that's the only shot of New York City we got in right now. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the Northeast as we continue moving on forward. As I've been mentioning, President Trump's address taking place in a little bit over an hour from now. We'll carry those remarks live as soon as they begin. We'll take them live and uninterrupted. I've been playing out pieces of Caroline Leavitt's White House press briefing earlier today. This was her first time back at the podium since she was on maternity leave. I didn't play the ending portion of it. I haven't gotten to that yet, so let's listen to the last 10 minutes or so of Caroline Leavitt. This is when she's taking questions from reporters in the newsroom. Let's listen to that back and forth, and then on the other side, we'll get to more of the day's topics.
Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin. You know that. Rachel.
By evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave, or is he going to be fired after October?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration, and especially this president, are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that, working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy, all of the time. You all report on it. You have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen with the increased community strikes a real decrease in traffic through commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So, look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, the president signed the Defense Production Act to restart California California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of his speech? Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions.
Caroline,
go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
Caroline, on the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement, and when did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Sorry, just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes. Caroline, go ahead. Carrie, I'll go to you after. Just
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kurd.
Starting in the back.
Very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the president of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the president has authorized in the recent days.
Thank you, Caroline. You were with the president in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not actually.
Oh, you were not. Okay, yeah. But the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure. I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the president greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey, and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries. Karen.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they've even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the president talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
He was telling the president that he wanted
9 p.m. Eastern Time, about 50 minutes away. We're going to air this as soon as President Trump steps up to the East Room and gives this speech. We expect it'll focus on election integrity. We are hearing from Bernie Moreno, and this is how these things work. As we get closer to speech time, we're going to start hearing from multiple sources, in this case, a lawmaker, a senator from Ohio, saying, "I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over," Senator Moreno says. All right, it's time for us to step away for a quick commercial break. One more there from Caitlin Dornbos. This is from the New York Post, saying President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. So starting to get some details in from, in one case, a senator from Ohio, from Senator Moreno, and the New York Post also has this piece of information as well. 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in federal elections. These are what we're starting to hear will be part of the president's primetime address tonight. Let's step away for a moment. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. Okay, you're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's track the latest in the Middle East. We've got national security analyst, retired Marine intelligence officer, and the host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kempfer, here with me. Hal, a lot of developments in the past 24 hours, and we're under an hour away from a big primetime speech from the president. We don't expect him to focus on the Middle East during that speech. Let's talk about some of the headlines that have been coming out today. You and I have been talking offline about all these small islands that are in the Strait of Hormuz, marine traffic. We look at this every time we talk, this map that shows some of the marine traffic and some of the red and green dots that portray where ships are loosely in real time. But what you don't really see in the water there are there's small islands, and it's tough to forget that there's a lot of important little pieces of land there. Lesser Toom, Greater Toom, and Abu Musa. Let's focus on these three pieces of land for now, Hal. You and I were talking about these offline, and you find these three areas to be fairly important as it relates to today's happenings. Why are you focusing on these three islands?
Well, Austin, first off, we're striking them, which is kind of interesting. Now, there are Revolutionary Guard Corps assets that are on the islands. There's a big facility on Abu Musa. And so it's a logical target set. It's islands that they use to help their control of the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, for that matter. And as you can see where they are located, often called the islands that open up the Strait of Hormuz or lead into the Strait of Hormuz. They're right there. They're strategically positioned. So they've always been very, very important. Now, prior to the United Arab Emirates actually being united, when they were just the Emirates, those islands did not belong to Iran. They actually belonged to the Emirates. And in 1971, the Shah of Iran just went in and took them militarily. And the Emirates wasn't in a position to do anything about it. Every once in a while, you'll hear them say something about, these are disputed islands. They've tried to take it up to the International Criminal Court or some other arbitration body like the United Nations. But nothing's ever happened over the years. Now we're striking them, and we're talking, the president is talking about options to militarily control or militarily open up the strait. And those islands keep coming up, not in his words, but in others' words about these are islands that we're looking at. And that's interesting because those particular islands, if the U.S. was to go in and take them militarily, which we do have the capability to do that, then the question is, do we stay on these islands, or would we turn them over to somebody else, or be kind of what we call battle handoff to another force, as they are claimed to be territory of the UAE, and the UAE would eventually like to regain control of those territories. It makes for a rather unique situation where we could do a joint operation with the UAE, or go in there militarily, take them, and then hand them off to the UAE, and effectively put those islands into the control of an allied Arab country. And that would also be the first time that territory of Iran was lost in this war. So I find those to be three islands we should really be paying attention to. Now, the Greater Toom and Lesser Toom Islands they're really rocky, difficult terrain to operate in. Abu Musa, a little bit easier, but a bigger island, so it takes a little bit more resources to take them. But these are three islands we should pay particular close attention to. I'm not sure that is one of the options, one of the courses of action that's before the president, is if we put boots on the ground, that might be where we put those boots.
So the Iranian mainland and you talk about the landscape of those three islands. Everybody has always had the big question of, well, how likely is it that the Americans put boots on the ground in Iran? Every analyst I've talked to has said that it would be a very difficult task to put boots on the ground on mainland Iran. So is that fair to say? It'd be a much easier task to go into either of the two Toom Islands or Abu Musa?
Much easier. Going onto the mainland is a very difficult thing. I won't get into all the reasons why I've had reasons to look there for a very long time. But yeah, it's a very difficult thing anywhere on the mainland, anywhere on the coast. Although you do have a mountain range there, which cuts off those cities along the coast from the, I mean, obviously, if you have mountains, you have passes and things, places where you could block the main roads going in there. But even so, they have so many forces in there. it would take a very, very large landing force to go in there and create a forced beachhead to actually take areas on the mainland. But these islands are a different situation, and not all islands are the same. For example, if you look towards the top of the strait, you see this long, narrow island called Ketchum Island. It's a big island. That would take a very substantial force. It's very difficult terrain, but it would take a very substantial force to take that island. And it's right off the coast, which means it could be easily ranged by artillery or rockets or anything else the Iranians have. So it'd be a difficult island to hold, but that's another big island that's key to their strategy of controlling the strait. I think that's one that opens up the possibility, and it's been talked about, of doing amphibious raids, some sort of raids on these places, not holding the terrain, but going in, doing a particular mission, like a destruction mission, strike mission, if you will, but not using, but using troops on the ground as opposed to just aircraft, going in there, doing something, accomplishing a mission, then withdrawing the forces, deliberately withdrawing the forces and not holding it. I think places like Ketchum Island and even some places on the mainland are very susceptible or very amenable to those types of attacks. That's boots on the ground, but those boots aren't staying on the ground. Those boots are going to get in there, do the mission, then get out of there.
You know, we've been asking our audience to send questions in for our analysts and experts. Toby sent this in. Toby says, why don't we quit drawing lines in the sand and put an end to the IRGC? Why isn't it that easy, Hal?
Well, it's a very, very big country with over 90 million people. It is just militarily, it would cost an enormous amount of money, enormous amount of resources. We would lose a lot of troops. We don't have a broad-based coalition that would be willing to do that. And in that end, I'm not quite sure what we would accomplish. You know, we could go in there and end up in a real quagmire. Remember, we went into Afghanistan. That did not end well. All right. We went into Vietnam. That did not end well. We went into other places like Somalia. That didn't end well. So we've done this many times where we think, well, we're just frustrated with these guys. Let's go in there and just take them out. The IRGC is you're talking hundreds of thousands of troops, between them and certainly the besieged militia. They're all over the country, very large. And so it'd be very difficult to take them out. And then you have the regular Iranian military too, the Artesh. So it's just not something that could easily be done without a massive force buildup, something on the order of Desert Storm. And even then, it is a far more complex, difficult operation than Desert Storm was.
Final question for you tonight. It's now been about 24 hours since I talked to you, since the Iranians, in Trump's words, had somewhat of a goodwill gesture, an American woman being released from captivity. Have we seen any signs that that's doing any good and that perhaps we could see a return to the negotiating table from the two parties?
I haven't seen really where that's made much difference other than the initial comment by President Trump that's a goodwill gesture. I think it was the Supreme Court of Iran came out today and basically refuted that, saying that she would not be released. And so I don't know right now where she is. I don't know if she's been released or she's still being held in Iran. That to me is, as of right now, and maybe there's news that's come in since, but as of right now, it's just not clear what her exact status is. It sounds to me like politically they want to let her go, but the court then came back because usually if they're holding them, they've already run through some sort of judicial process, even though it's pretty much a perfunctory sort of deal. But the court stepped in, and so I'm just not quite sure if she is released or even can be released, unless she has been released, and I just haven't seen the latest on that.
Yeah, I have not seen any updates either. Hal Kemper with us tonight. Hal is the host of the Strat podcast. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. We'll see you soon.
All right. See you, Austin.
See you. All right. So, in just over a half hour, we will be listening in to President Trump's live remarks. The president going to be speaking from the East Room, and we'll air that speech live in its entirety without interruption. The president, as we know, has the this primetime address, he addressed the nation just some months ago. He talked to the nation in a primetime address in April. The focus of that speech was on the war in Iran, and this one tonight, we understand, will focus on election integrity. And we're seeing some reporting this is from the New York Post. Caitlin is with the New York Post saying, President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. We also had a tweet from Bernie Moreno. I'm curious if our producers are going to be able to cue that up for us, because Senator Moreno also said that he was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. He says, I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over. So that just lends credence to some of the reports out there that say that the president will talk about perhaps the 2020 election happenings with China. We'll, of course, wait for further detail from the president tonight. The primetime address just over a half hour away. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, keeping with the Middle East for a moment here. And again, for anybody who's just joining us, the president is going to give his remarks in about a half hour's time. We will carry those remarks live and uninterrupted. While we're talking about the Middle East, though, let's send things out to Fox's chief congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram. He's talking about some of what the Congress, as of late, has been wrestling with, some legislation, especially having to do with funding Israel. This is something that the Democratic Party has been discussing a lot as of late. Here's Chad's reporting.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at the people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel.
The amendment is not adopted.
This week's House vote splitting Democrats over Israel exposed deepening internal fissures.
So this is an important moment because nothing will be the same on this issue ever again.
The left says the party simply represents where its voters stand.
You're seeing a shift. The American people are growing weary of this war and what's happening.
Democratic leaders concede the party now views Israel through a different lens.
It's not lost on me that
the actions the Prime Minister has taken has not made it easier for us here to be supporters of a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Even Democrats who favor the aid pin the change on Israel.
I think there are a lot of people concerned about Netanyahu and are concerned about some of the activities over the past couple of years.
Missouri Democrat Wesley Bell opposed cutting off money to Israel. He faces Israel skeptic Cori Bush in next month's primary.
It's important that we do stand with our allies because our sworn enemies are not going away.
Pro-Israel Republicans worry about the Democrats' anti-Israel tie.
I think they've been captured by crazies. I mean, you can see it in their elections by people who hate Jews.
Fetterman says Democrats need him, especially if Democrats flip 4 seats to claim the majority. If Fetterman bolts, he could swing Senate control to the GOP. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Something we'll, of course, track. Live look at the White House. Something else that the White House and the Trump cabinet have been working on as of late. The White House saying ICE traffic stops will continue after deadly shootings. Let's check in with Alexis McAdams. She has the latest.
The fallout from 2 deadly ICE traffic stops continues. In Maine, a Colombian national was killed after DHS says he tried to drive away, calling it a public safety threat. And in Texas, a Mexican national was shot and killed by an agent while driving a van that police say had drugs inside. The shootings prompted a brief nationwide pause in ICE traffic stops, which was quickly reversed by President Trump, who says they're an essential law enforcement tool.
Our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes.
But Democrats remain on the attack, demanding independent investigations into both shootings and calling for congressional action to tackle what they say is a pattern of excessive force by federal agents.
Where were Senate Republicans when Trump immediately reinstated the vehicle stops policy that led to these killings? There is blood on the streets, and the blame is on Senate Republicans.
The shootings also prompting protests across the country.
I just am horrified at what is happening in our country right now, and it really needs to change.
As the investigations continue, one former ICE agent says the officers are just trying to do their job.
They're law enforcement officers. They're not political actors. They wake up like our military and law enforcement every day.
DHS tells Fox all ICE field offices will have body cameras within the next 60 days. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, it's time to get one last commercial break in. President Trump's remarks going to be taking place in a little bit under a half hour. We'll take them live and uninterrupted once they begin. Our coverage returning in about 2 minutes. All right, you're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the White House where President Trump is preparing to deliver his primetime address to the nation. In about 25 minutes, we expect that the president will take to the microphone. He's not going to be at the Resolute desk, is our understanding. This will not be an Oval Office speech. This will be an East Room speech. He's going to be speaking from the East Room, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Time. We do know that the remarks will have to do with election integrity in some shape or form. Senator Bernie Moreno sending this out about an hour ago, saying, "I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect. I would encourage every American to tune in to tonight's presidential speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over." The next tweet coming up here from Eric Schmidt. He's also a senator. We know that Eric has worked with the president. He's a Republican from Missouri. Some of the facts that will be revealed in President Trump's speech tonight are truly shocking, he says. If the networks were truly serving the public interest, they would air it, and as a country, we would collectively resolve to take action. It's been noted that some news networks are not going to be airing it on their terrestrial broadcasts. Instead, they'll be airing it on their streaming platforms. We're going to be airing the speech live in full here, uninterrupted. And there is precedent for this. Some of the major networks chose not to air President Biden's 2022 evening address. That was in September of that year, I believe. And the reason many of the networks didn't take that speech was because of its political nature and its proximity to that year's midterms. So we're seeing this as well. The White House live on this Thursday evening. It's approaching 8:45 in the nation's capital. Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, says, "News incoming." There's been a lot of discussion about the FCC's role and how it relates to so many of the shows that have been sort of part of the backbone of American society and American broadcasting for so much time. Brendan Carr, not sure what he's alluding to here, but there is some news coming from the FCC imminently, it appears. So we'll do our best to keep you posted on any and all news that comes out of the president's speech tonight. Unclear if what Carr is referring to here is something that will come in the shape of Trump's speech tonight or perhaps somewhere else. Let's bring in Jim Antle. Jim is the executive editor of the Washington Examiner's magazine. Jim, we appreciate you coming on. You know, I think one thing that a lot of us are curious about with this is, what is our understanding of what the country will actually hear tonight? Will we learn anything new tonight? Is that the expectation?
They're certainly selling it as if we're going to learn something new tonight. So it would be a disappointment if that wasn't the case. Now, I do think with President Trump, it's always best to expect the unexpected. When he did his last primetime address, I think the conventional wisdom was that he might announce some kind of action with regard to Iran. That isn't really what happened. He talked about the economy and some other issues instead. And action against Iran came later without any primetime address. But we've been led to believe that there'll be some kind of comments about Chinese government trying to influence elections, maybe election interference of the type that we've discussed with Russia in 2016, and that obviously affected a lot of Trump's first term. The investigations into supposed Trump-Russia collusion really disrupted much of his first term, and clearly is a very important grievance and sticking point to the president to this day as a result of how it affected his first term. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of these reports are true, that that's going to be the focus of tonight's speech. What could be in store for us ahead of the midterm elections. Certainly Democrats have been preemptively attacking the speech, saying that it's going to be some kind of relitigation of the 2020 election. So we'll have to see if the president maybe set them up to attack something that isn't quite going to be there, or if that's in fact exactly what we're going to hear.
The White House has been promoting this a lot. This is the poster they just put on social media. Trump is going to address the nation shortly here. Why would the White House choose a primetime address for an election integrity message?
Well, one, I think if that is in fact what it is, then it's to highlight how important this is to the president and how important he thinks that the country should take it. The president doesn't do primetime addresses from the White House very often. Not this president. He speaks to reporters quite often, and we hear from him on social media and on television, and we see his cabinet meetings taken live. And so he's not somebody who exactly hides from the press or who we don't hear from much. But this particular format for addressing the American people tends to be very somber, tends to be very serious. It's one of the real ways that you convey the significance of whatever message that you're trying to send. So I would tend to think simply by doing this from the White House at prime time, President Trump really wants us to pay attention.
Can the president be risking anything by putting election integrity at the center of a primetime speech like this?
Well, certainly a lot of Republicans don't want him to be talking about past elections. They would like him to be focused on the midterm elections, which they're trying to win this year. They have a very narrow majority in the House that they'd like to hold on to. They're also defending their majority in the Senate, which is a little bit bigger, but still potentially at risk if the election cycle is bad enough. So if there's an election integrity matter that needs discussing, they would hope that it would have to do with the midterm elections. And of course, there's also these efforts afoot to pass the SAVE Act, which is an election integrity measure. This could add to the urgency of doing that. President Trump is trying to get all Senate Republicans on board with passing that. And versions of it have passed the House multiple times and may pass it again. So I think that the political risk would be if it's a really backward-looking speech, but if there is something of urgency for November's elections, Republicans could potentially rally behind it.
And Jim, what's our understanding of how the Save America Act, if it were passed, it has not been, if it were passed, what's our understanding of how it might impact the 2026 midterms?
Well, Republicans believe that it will eliminate fraud that they think would disproportionately benefit the Democrats. Not necessarily the case that it will swing any election, any given election, one way or the other. But certainly they're facing a lot of really close Senate races. And there are going to be a number of close House races, and anything that you can do to promote election integrity, to eliminate voter fraud. A lot of Republicans believe that that's one, good for just the integrity of our elections and the public's confidence in our elections, and particularly their own base's confidence in the elections. But it might prevent them from losing a close race here or there. Obviously a lot more would have to go into winning the midterm elections, defending those majorities, than just the passage of this legislation. Democrats are going to say that President Trump is casting doubt on the legitimacy of the midterms if Democrats are going to win them. But a lot of Republicans are really interested in passing the SAVE Act. Even if they don't think it necessarily will protect their majorities, they think it will protect the integrity of the whole election system.
How are Republicans on the Hill reacting to the prospect of President Trump relitigating the 2020 election tonight?
Well, they're not very happy about it. They don't want to hear about the 2020 election. I think they were hoping that when President Trump won the 2024 election, he would put 2020 behind him. I don't think that's necessarily how President Trump feels. I think he thinks that a lot of the bad things that happened in terms of the multiple indictments, the investigations into him, a lot of that flowed from what happened in 2020, in his view, certainly flowed from not having a consecutive second term. So President Trump doesn't feel that way, but a lot of Republicans think it's a bad idea to look backward. The immediate objective here is to win the election that's right in front of us. And that's what they're hoping the president is going to help them do, both in terms of protecting election integrity, but also having a winning message for Republicans in November, this November, not 2020.
So just to catch the audience up, I've mentioned this a couple times tonight. I think it's worth reiterating. Major television networks, including ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, all refused to carry President Biden's primetime address in September 2022. Back then, he was largely speaking out against the MAGA movement during that speech. The networks decided that it was too partisan and too close to the midterm elections at that time. So, Jim, this is not the only time in recent memory where TV networks have had to make a decision like this, correct?
No, it's not unprecedented, and it's often a judgment call that you make, an editorial judgment. Obviously the administration will argue that whatever they're going to say, and President Biden would have said the same thing, is in the national interest. It's in the public interest to hear. But the sitting incumbent president always has a political agenda as well. And it's really a judgment call whether the content of a speech is more political in nature or whether it's more public spirit and the public has a right to know. It's probably better for the public themselves to make that decision than for the networks to make it, for them to decide for themselves as to whether they're listening to a campaign rally or whether they're listening to information from the head of their government that they need to know and that they can react accordingly as voters.
Is the Save America Act, if this is the message that President Trump is going to make his thesis of the night, is the Save America Act in general, does it feel like a smart midterm message for Republicans?
It's certainly a base-pleasing message, and if the law were to pass and work the way its supporters believe it will, it could have some marginal impact on some racist Republicans' benefits. It doesn't seem to be the number one concern of voters as a whole. Voters as a whole, and I'd include a lot of Republicans in this, are concerned about the economy. They're concerned about the cost of living, concerned about the resumption of inflation during the Iran war. Those seem to be the top voter priorities. But a lot of the Republican base would really like to not only see the SAVE Act pass, but they're frustrated that Republican congressional majorities don't seem to have done enough to deliver on the Trump agenda, and that President Trump has had to do so many things through executive action. Executive actions can be much more easily overturned by a future Democratic administration than passing a law and some future Democratic Congress having to go through the effort of repealing it. That's much harder to do. So there is some frustration from the Republican base, not only about this specific bill, but along the broader idea that Republicans control both houses of Congress. They have these majorities. They want these majorities returned to power in November, but they haven't done very much with them.
I'm curious. Let's look ahead to November for a moment. Does this speech to you signal anything about the November midterms, perhaps? Does it project confidence? Does it project anxiety, the fact that this speech is happening tonight?
Well, there has to be at least a little bit of anxiety. Now, I don't think President Trump is a particularly anxious guy, but, historically speaking, midterm elections don't go very well for the party in power, the party that holds the White House. There have really only been two exceptions since 1938. One was right after 9/11, and the other was during the unpopular Clinton impeachment. So there would be reasons to be nervous in any midterm election. Right now, there are a lot of low poll numbers for the president's handling of the economy, his overall job approval rating. There are some signs that maybe Republican voters are less enthusiastic about voting in the midterm elections than Democratic voters are, although some of the socialists winning Democratic primaries might sort of narrow that gap over time. So it would be natural for the president and for his allies on Capitol Hill to have some concern about how the midterm elections are going to go and want to do something to get a different outcome.
If you could put yourself in the shoes of Republicans on Capitol Hill, do you believe that they would rather Trump be talking about something like the economy during an address like this?
And that's what he did talk about in his last primetime address before Christmas time. And I think many Republicans would have preferred if he had kept his focus on the economy in the following months and weeks after that speech, and that might have helped them a bit more in the midterm elections. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Now, you could talk about the economy, what people's actual perceptions about their personal finance circumstances are, their personal finances. That's, I think, more important than anything any politician can say about the economy. But certainly if you talk about it enough, it at least shows that it's your priority and that you care about it. And I think Republicans would like to have seen that. I think some Republicans are unhappy that the president prioritized the Save America Act over the bipartisan housing bill, which they wanted to tout as a clear-cut delivery on some kind of affordability agenda. So there's some disappointment there on Capitol Hill, although I do think a lot of conservative activists and a lot of the Republican base is more interested in the SAVE Act than that particular bill. But Trump could have certainly changed some of those priorities by talking about the bill more. He did allow it to become a law, but he did not hold a signing ceremony for it, didn't sign it. I think that has kind of, there is some frustration among Republicans on Capitol Hill with the White House at times.
How does Vice President Vance fit into the election integrity message?
Well, obviously, J.D. Vance, Vice President, has a lot riding on the midterm elections himself. He's potentially going to be a candidate for president in 2028, succeeding President Trump. He is the finance chairman for the Republican National Committee in this election cycle, so he's going to be doing a lot to raise money for Republican candidates who are going to be on the ballot this fall. I think Vance would like the Trump administration to be seen as an administration that is interested in the economy, is interested in affordability, is interested in keeping its campaign promises from 2024. And so he's going to try to keep the administration focused on those things, but he's also going to remain very publicly supportive of whatever it is that President Trump wants to do and thinks it's important to talk about.
Finally, Jim, and I appreciate the generosity with your time tonight. What would a successful speech look like from Trump tonight?
Well, I think a speech that rallies Republicans. It's inevitable that it's going to get some kind of Democratic criticism, so I don't know that there's anything that you could do about that. But one, you may be able to avoid amplifying the Democratic message that the president is being a sore loser from 2020 rather than focusing on the 2026 elections, the elections that are right before us. So I think success would be a unified Republican support for the speech and its contents, and not really reinforcing the preemptive Democratic attacks on it. And maybe even if he can make those attacks look a little bit silly, or at least look a little bit presumptuous, that would be a pretty good night for the president. Still going to be a very long way till November, either way.
Jim, we appreciate the time tonight. Jim Antle is the executive editor of the Washington Examiner magazine. Take care.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, so we're going to stick with you here. We've got about 7 or 8 minutes until we get the president's feed from the Oval Office. We're not going to step away for any breaks. We're just going to stick here for now, and let's go through producing team if we can. Let's go through some of the tweets that are starting to give us a little bit of context about what we might hear tonight. Starting out, the White House has been sending out these promotional posters ever since we knew that they would be holding this primetime address tonight. And for those that are just tuning in, we expect the remarks to begin within the next 6 or 7 minutes. We have the feed transmitting from the White House press pool right now. Just to give you an idea of how these things typically work on our end, usually we get a feed from the White House, and it's usually pretty quick. We'll get the feed right away, and then the president starts talking right as soon as the feed gets plugged in to our station. We expect that that'll happen right at the top of the hour. After all, they wanted to do this right at the top of the 9 p.m. Eastern Time hour so that this would be a primetime address. Senator Bernie Moreno, he represents Ohio. He says, "I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. This may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis," he says. "The time for complacency with China is over." So he sent that out just over an hour ago. I believe we also heard from Eric Schmidt as well from Missouri, yes. Some of the facts that will be revealed in President Trump's speech tonight are truly shocking. If the networks were truly serving the public interest, they would air it, and as a country, we would collectively resolve to take action. So clearly some of these senators have been briefed on the contents of the speech tonight. We here are going to hear it from the president himself in a few moments here. Representative Miller saying, be sure to tune into the president's remarks tonight at 8 Central, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The legacy fake news media doesn't want you to see this. And if you're curious what these lawmakers are alluding to, some terrestrial TV news networks, the networks that broadcast over the air, they're choosing, instead of airing it over the terrestrial airwaves, they're going to air this speech via streaming platforms. And so that's what some of those lawmakers are reacting to. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, saying tonight a weak and flailing Donald Trump will give a speech full of grievances and blatant lies. He is laying the groundwork for the rigging of the 2026 midterm elections. I will lead Senate Democrats in ensuring that he is defeated at every turn, Chuck Schumer said. I believe he posted a video statement there, but that's the text that he attached with his video statement. Been taking live looks at Capitol Hill as we expect the president's remarks now will begin in about 4 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on our incoming feeds here to make sure that we take the president's remarks as soon as they begin. Senator Adam Schiff of California saying this: as you watch the president's address tonight, the Democrat says, keep this in mind. Trump was the guy badgering the Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to find 11,760 votes in the 2020 election that did not exist, but would have been just enough to defeat Biden in that state. He was lying then, and he will be lying now, both to continue to contest the last election he lost and to set the stage to contest the midterm elections to come. A live look at the White House as we've been going through reactions from both Democrats and Republicans. And this is from the New York Post. Caitlin is with the New York Post. She says President Trump is expected to reveal at least 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in U.S. federal elections during his primetime speech tonight on election security. So that's Senator Bernie Moreno saying that China will have something to do with the president's remarks tonight. And then that's the New York Post saying 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in federal elections. And that will also be a piece of what the president talks about tonight. Caitlin with the Post also says the shocking number was compiled by the Department of Homeland Security and is including in a forthcoming report by the agency, per my source, who noted it's just one piece of what Trump is expected to unveil during his primetime speech tonight. I'm Austin Westfall. What we're doing is we're waiting for any moment now. The president's speech will begin. Just as another primer for some of you that are tuning in right now, the way this works is we behind the scenes are going to look for the exact second that the White House plugs their feed into our newsroom. As soon as they do that, that's typically only a few seconds lead time from when the president starts talking. So we're going to be watching like a hawk to make sure that we get this feed up on air as soon as the president starts talking. He'll more than likely begin his remarks right at the top of the hour, right on time. So in the next minute or two, we expect the president to begin speaking from the White House's East Room. My understanding is, at least from the White House schedule that was put out yesterday, they expect this will not be a speech from the Oval Office. This will not be at the Resolute desk. He's going to be talking from the East Room in just about a minute's time. The White House saying he'll be addressing the nation with breaking news. Don't miss it. This is a setup. This speech is really an unusual event, even in the standards of this political era. The White House has been signaling that the president will focus on what he calls election integrity. There's reporting out there pointing specifically to a number of facets of the nation's election systems. We will wait for just seconds from now to hear the president's remarks in full. We also have not been tipped off as to what or how long exactly we expect these remarks to be. That's something we will find out with you And as is procedure here with LiveNOW, we will not be taking any breaks during the speech. Doesn't matter if this thing goes on for a long, long time. If it surpasses an hour, we're going to be with it for the entirety of the remarks. No commercial breaks. We're going to be airing it completely uninterrupted. President Trump has been focusing on the Save America Act as of late, and he has long argued that America's election system needs major changes. He has called for stricter voter ID, proof of citizenship requirements, limits on mail-in voting, and a much more aggressive federal role in how elections are run. You're looking at a live vantage point of the White House now, where we expect the president's remarks to begin at any moment. President Trump and his supporters say that these changes are common sense. They argue that Americans should have confidence that only eligible citizens are voting, and that voters who are who they say they are, and that machines and ballots are secure. For those that are tuning in at the top of the hour, I'm Austin Westfall. We are awaiting the president to give remarks live from the White House. Remarks have not begun quite yet. We have the White House press pool feed, so we have the camera that we know that the remarks will eventually begin on. What we haven't quite got yet is the affirmative that the remarks are going to be beginning and that we can start taking those remarks live and uninterrupted. So it's possible at this point now that we might be looking at a slight delay. Usually these things do run on time. And I just saw the president. So his feed just popped up. Let's listen live.
Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week, it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nations policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. but the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to trumpaccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI, wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, We can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, you're listening in there to President Donald Trump giving his primetime address to the nation. He is releasing, his administration releasing declassified documents related to election security. A couple of main points here. He is alleging that China interfered in the election by collecting American data, alleging members of the deep state are suppressing information on China's alleged election meddling, and saying that the Department of Homeland Security says there are 278,000 non-citizens in American voter rolls. Of course, the president touched on several other topics there, starting out his speech talking about the economy off the very top, touting administration wins, also crime rates being down, wins at the southern border. He also is saying that this speech in regards to election security is not to weaken confidence in the election, but to confront vulnerabilities in the system. You also heard the president there call on Congress to pass the Save America Act at the end of his speech. That speech there by the president in Washington, D.C., coming to about 27 minutes this evening, of course, on prime time. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We thank you so much for staying with us tonight, joining us as we aired the president's primetime address live and uninterrupted. My name's Alexandra Goldberg. We have political analyst Brian Sobel standing by for analysis. We'll talk to him after this 2-minute break. Good evening to you. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. It's good to be with you tonight. We just heard an about 25-minute address to the nation by President Donald Trump, making that speech at prime time, talking about election security. We have political analyst Brian Sobel standing by for us. Brian, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now.
My pleasure.
So we have a lot to discuss tonight. Of course, a couple of main points that the president made about alleged interference by China, by the deep state, and also hundreds of thousands of non-citizens on American voter rolls, according to the president. Brian, I wanted to ask you, what was the biggest takeaway from this speech in your eyes?
Well, frankly, I think it was the penetration, potentially, of the CCP, the Chinese government and military apparatus, into our voter rolls, where they may have secured data of the many citizens of the United States. Now, whether they actually were able to affect the election, I think we're going to have to see these documents that the president refers to as they are being released, and we haven't seen them yet. But I think the biggest takeaway tonight was Donald Trump calling out the Chinese and somewhat on the periphery, the Russians, the North Koreans, and the Iranians in an effort to sway elections. And why should we be surprised? We see other campaigns that these countries have in the United States. And so this one, where you go directly at voters, shouldn't surprise anybody.
You know, Brian, there was one quote that stuck out to me right at the beginning of the speech. The president says that our election system, quote, falls catastrophically short when compared to other nations. What do you make of this sentiment? Do you agree with it?
You're going to see a lot of debate on that. You know, it's one of these things where he was making a case really for the Save America Act, which is what he referred to late in his speech about providing ID before you vote, removing mail-in ballots and some other things that he thinks and other people think would increase the ability to keep countries like China from tampering with our voting. But when you think about the last 15 years, Alexandra, of data collection by rogue actors, would it surprise anybody that they've worked really hard to somehow get on the inside of the voter data rolls and to see whether they can sway an election in the direction that they would like? Now, having said that, we're going to have to see the evidence, and I think there's going to be a lot of debate about what is found and what's going to be released. But if some of this information was suppressed because the people at the time in 2020 felt like the American people either couldn't handle it or they had other reasons for not releasing it, that's not good.
Brian, I want to talk about the midterms, of course, just in a couple of months. Before we get to that, is the Republican Party united under this messaging?
No, I think there are a lot of Republicans who want to pass the SAVE Act, but it's hung up in the Senate right now. I don't think everybody's in agreement with all of the SAVE Act. Certainly Democrats aren't, but Republicans basically want to get in behind the president on this. But it does require some additional efforts by states at the ballot box. And that includes taking a look at somebody's ID before they vote and then guaranteeing that the people who come to vote are American citizens. And so you heard the president tonight talk about how they've uncovered several 100,000, it sounds like, people on the voter rolls who are not American citizens. These kinds of things are issues that have to be cleaned up. Whether they affected any election materially is really the question. And we won't know that until we see the data and can sift through it and decide how much of it is opinion and how much of it is fact. I think the president could have eliminated this idea that the 2020 election, which he's been fighting about since 2020, and whether he was jobbed out of the presidency. I think we'll see. I mean, if you're going to clean up elections, which is a very laudable thing to want to do, I think you've got to leave some of these other issues out of the debate and just go at the information and prove that the Chinese have meddled, as an example. And what are you going to do about fixing things?
You mentioned the Save America Act. I want to talk about that in just a moment. And you also have reiterated that there is a lot to be seen as these declassified documents go public tonight. I wanted to mention that the president said during the speech that this address to the nation is not to weaken confidence in the election, but to confront vulnerabilities. I want to continue to talk about the midterms. We're just months away. Of course, the president spoke about these vulnerabilities facing election systems in the United States. Brian, should voters be worried about their vote come November?
My own view is no. Just being frank about it. I've been in and out of voter registrars' offices many times. The people that work there care very much about our electoral process, and that's important. But what the president points out is something that needs to be dealt with. If after humans trying to do the right thing, if that data can be corrupted or otherwise engineered somehow behind the scenes to put votes in the pocket of one candidate versus the other, we have to settle that once and for all as to whether that is possible. But again, the backdrop is data penetration in the United States and around the world is enormous. There's not anybody we're talking to tonight who probably hasn't had their credit card compromised by a hacker or any of their other information. How many times a year do Americans receive a notification from some credit organization that they have some dealings with saying your credit card's been compromised or your information has been compromised? And again, if that's the case, and we know it to be true, then we need to bolster our election security. But we'll see in this evidence dump whether the Chinese were successful, as an example, in swaying votes in certain states, in certain communities. I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it's not true.
All right, Brian, I'm going to put up this X post on our screen. This is posted by the White House. Save our elections. You can see President Donald Trump pictured there on the left. I want to talk a little bit more about the specifics here, things that he said during that address to the nation. Brian, has Trump's direct accusation against China during this speech changed the current relationship that the U.S. has with China? Of course, we saw Trump speaking warmly about President Xi Jinping when he was in China earlier this year. Do you think that these accusations will sour the relationship?
Well, you're going to hear from the Chinese government that we've never tried to sway an election. This is bogus material by supporters of Donald Trump who are giving the president what he believes has occurred in the past, including in 2020, when he didn't win the election. And he's been relitigating the 2020 election since 2020. And so, but in fairness to the president and in fairness to the process, I think people who are smarter than me and lots of analysts are going to look very closely at the data that is being released by the White House and say, well, this is conjecture, or this is not verified, or whatever, or this is concerning. So we're going to learn something here. But if the Chinese don't respond, I'd be shocked, because they have to come out and say, we have never tampered. But we know, our intelligence community knows, that the Chinese are tampering in all facets of the American life. So are the Russians, so are others. And we have to deal with that. We have to hit that head on. And so I think that was the president's message tonight. Again, I think relitigating 2020 is hard to do. I know he feels bruised by having lost the 2020 election because he thinks it was stolen from him. But that may or may not, and let me underscore that, may or may not be the case at all.
And earlier today, we did hear Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt say People from all political persuasions should watch this address and make decisions for themselves. Take a look here. This is a White House X account. And this is a direct quote from the president saying, "Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair elections system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should not be a partisan issue." Brian, I'll bring you back in here. How are Democrats reacting to this?
Well, I think Democrats believe it's the president relitigating his loss in 2020. However, if they will take a fair look at the evidence, as we all will, and make our own decision, then and then come out and say, hey, you know, there's some smoke there. There's you know, there's a problem. That would be, I think, in the best interest of the nation. And the idea that there may be vulnerabilities in our system, I don't think anybody can deny that. Of course there are. Why would our election system be any different than our credit cards and everything else we're dealing with? Smart players who are data and tech savvy are way out ahead of some of us in terms of figuring out ways to change data in their own favor. And I think if the president had wanted to not get into the 2020 election again and just said, hey, I have found some major issues that we need to solve as a nation collectively, and it has nothing to do with me or 2020, I think that speech would be better accepted by Democrats, but we'll see. I think if Democrats are fair and if they see the evidence, and if the evidence shows that there is a systemic problem, then he has to deal with it. And then one other thing, Alexandra, that's really important. I listened very carefully to what the president said, and he didn't necessarily say 2020 was totally rigged. He said it could have been rigged, in the sense, I'm paraphrasing, that the system was vulnerable. Doesn't mean that anything happened to such a scale that it affected the election. So, you know, words matter. I think whoever helped him write the speech made that distinction pretty clear in his words so that they could defend his feeling that there could have been wide-scale data changing in 2020, but maybe not, but maybe we're just incredibly vulnerable. And maybe the net of this thing is we're incredibly vulnerable. And if we are, we need to fix it.
All right. Well, let's continue to talk about some reaction that we're getting from all sides of the political spectrum. Let's move over to a Democrat from California. This is Governor Gavin Newsom, who says what separates a democracy from a monarchy and dictatorship is the fundamental right to vote. Lose that and you lose everything. Donald Trump is telling us right now that he'll do anything to hold on to power. That reaction coming from Governor Gavin Newsom right after that address in Washington, D.C. I believe we have one more social media post. We'll see if we can get this up here on our screen. Of course, we have seen reaction from all sides of the political spectrum this evening. Senator Chuck Schumer, minority leader, saying Donald Trump is releasing unverified, meaningless documents to appease his own delusions about an election that he lost resoundingly, all while continuing to withhold 3 million pages of the Epstein files. So you're seeing two Democrats from two different coasts of the United States reacting right after the president's speech in Washington. Let's take a live look here at the White House and also at Capitol Hill, because another topic that I want to discuss is the Save America Act. As we've been alluding to, Brian, the president is pushing Congress to pass this very strict voter ID legislation. Is pushing Congress to pass this strict voter ID legislation. Can House Republicans pass this through Reconciliation 3.0? Does this have a good standing in the chamber right now?
Well, I think on the House side, I think Republicans feel very good that they've advanced this to the Senate. But, you know, in our system, either body can scrap anything that comes from the other body. And so we'll see how it fares in the Senate, and I get what the president was trying to do tonight. You heard him make a call for everybody to get on the phones tomorrow and call their representatives to say pass the SAVE Act. We'll see whether that happens, and we shouldn't be surprised, by the way, that Gavin Newsom, who will be running for president in 2028 or before that even, thinks this is a ploy to hold on to power. I didn't hear any of that in the speech. It's like he made a statement before he even heard the speech. And nobody should be surprised about Chuck Schumer either. I don't know whether Chuck Schumer had an advanced look at any of these documents. We'll see. If they're meaningless, they're meaningless. But if they have substance, Chuck Schumer should do the honorable thing and admit that.
We heard Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina react to the Save America Act in the chambers today. Let's play out this soundbite and I'll have you react right after.
CEOs that I've advised before, Mr. President, these people are misleading you if they're telling you that this can be implemented by November. The only thing that will occur is an undermining of the election integrity, the integrity of our elections right now. So folks, from North Carolina, our state motto is esse quam vadere, to be rather than to seem. This seems like a legit proposal, but it isn't. And it hasn't been for the last year because you couldn't have gotten it done with 10,000 election entities if we'd passed it last July. So let's be honest with the American people. Let's focus on getting every state to have voter ID. Let's provide funding that lets the states opt into it and have a consequence if they don't in terms of audits. But let's stop the charade. Let's stop the distraction. Let's get the government funded. Let's use reconciliation if we need to, but let's not clog it up with another piece of policy airdrop by a member of this Senate or the White House that will undermine this bill.
All right, just about a minute of him talking on the floor there. What's your take on this? How difficult would it be to put the bill's provisions into practice by the November midterms?
Almost impossible. You have so many, well, you've got 50 states that are voting. You've got a huge amount of counties that are voting within each of these states. All of them would have to understand the guidelines. It sounds simple in a sense. Oh, well, you got to show an ID, and perhaps if you don't have a driver's license and you have to show a passport or whatever. It's very hard to take something this profound, this big of a deal and implement it before November. I think that was Tillis's point, and I think he makes a point. If voter integrity is important, and I believe it is, I think it doesn't have to be somehow implemented before November, and I mean early November. There is no time left to do it, even if it passed, if the SAVE Act passed tomorrow, which it is not going to. We're already almost into August, and then by October, everybody's getting ready to vote. So I just think the timeline's too short to do something that massive that affects every state of the union. I think it's a tall order.
All right, Brian, we appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for being on standby as the president gave his address to the nation during those prime time hours. We thank you for your insight and your analysis.
My pleasure, Alexandra. Have a great night.
You as well. All right, we're continuing to give you some reaction that we're getting from administration officials. This is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reacting to the speech, saying thank you at POTUS for standing up for free and fair elections. Americans deserve confidence in the integrity of our elections, and that is vital for our country. Of course, just about that 25-minute speech airing not long ago. This is Senator Roger Marshall saying election integrity is the heartbeat of our constitutional republic. Americans must have confidence in our elections. We must pass voter ID, require proof of citizenship, and strengthen guardrails around mail-in ballots. That's why it's critical that we pass the Save America Act. Of course, the Save America Act is one piece of legislation that Brian Sobel and I were just talking about there. Political analyst Brian Sobel talking about how House Republicans attempting to pass that through reconciliation, which would bypass the filibuster and also bypass the need for Democratic support. The White House also posting this. We showed you this image earlier. Save our elections, pictured there on the screen. President Trump giving that about 25-minute speech during those primetime hours that we had aired for you here on Live Now from Fox, live and uninterrupted. You're watching Live Now. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. It's always a pleasure to be with you this evening. We are going to take another 2-minute commercial break this hour. We'll be back with more news. Good evening to you. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. I'm your host here at Live Now from Fox, continuing our post coverage of the president's primetime address to the nation tonight. Let's pop this up here on your screen. You can see there's a lot of text here, but this is the beginning of some of these declassified documents. If you look there at the text, you could see that this is a January 15th, 2020 National Intelligence Council memorandum talking about some of the talking points that the president said during his prime time address. You could see that photo there on the left seems to be what those declassified documents appear to be. And we are continuing to follow this, of course, as we continue. I believe we have the Department of Homeland Security also reacting to this, putting this up here on your screen now. You can see this is a direct quote from the president during that speech. He says, according to DHS review, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the number is actually much higher than that. That's a direct quote there from the president. All right, tonight, let's take a live look at the White House. The president made his address to the nation there in the East Room of the White House, as now we're approaching just about 10 p.m. on the East Coast. We do know that Fox News has done a report on some of the main topics that we heard today from the president. Let's play that out for you here on Live Now.
Good evening.
President Trump making a primetime address to the nation Thursday night with what he alleges is new evidence of interference in the 2020 election.
The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history. China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden.
The White House says the new findings come from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The president has long alleged, without evidence, there was widespread fraud in the 2020 election. Numerous audits and recounts have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. The president also faced his own indictments, alleging he interfered in multiple states.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
But the cases were tossed out after the president won in 2024. President Trump has also dismissed previous accusations of foreign interference in elections.
The Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country.
The president has been pushing Republicans all year to pass the Save America Act. The bill includes a national voter ID law and requires a birth certificate to prove citizenship to register to vote. Democrats say the president is trying to cast doubt on the upcoming midterms.
And it's the same tired, old lies about the 2020 election that no one has bought for 6 years. But he's going back to them because he is just so afraid of what's going to happen in 2026.
And even some Republicans are frustrated by the president's efforts to relitigate 2020.
Anytime you're looking back, you're not looking ahead, and I'm looking ahead to these elections, and the president should as well.
Whether the president's message resonates with voters could shape how both parties campaign heading into the midterm elections. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
All right, Fox News on top of that report. Of course, in addition to the president making his speech tonight, we've also heard from other Trump administration officials throughout the day. Let's get to that. Taking a live look here at the White House this evening, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio convened representatives from over 60 countries for a summit at the State Department to address a global rise of left-wing extremism and political terrorism. This summary here is according to C-SPAN. C-SPAN says Rubio argued that legacy institutions apply a double standard and excuse left-wing violence and urged countries to cooperate to, quote, crush this evil forever. We also saw White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. They also made remarks at this event. Here on Live Now, let's play out this press conference from earlier today at the State Department. Let's listen in.
Director Kash Patel, who's here with us, thank you. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has joined us as well. You'll hear shortly from Stephen Miller, the President's Deputy Chief of Staff and one of his top advisors on Homeland Security issues as well. And of course, our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here. But again, I want to thank all of you that are here today. I want to thank the whole team here at the State Department as well for putting this together. It truly is an unprecedented event on an unprecedented issue, moment, I should say, in our history. So let me start by saying that the most essential duty of the state, the first responsibility, frankly, of any government of any kind, is the protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work. and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today, and we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. We killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treat it. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor standing in a neighborhood consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin, the longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a recent day modern novelty. It is not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror of the Tupamaros, of the Monteseros, of the FARC, of the ELN. You remember the inhuman savagery of Peru's Shining Path, the Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps. All of you here from Europe remember. You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held the 5-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly 3-decade campaign of bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations in Germany, murdering dozens and injuring hundreds more. You remember the 17 November organization in Greece, the Marxist extremists that terrorized Athens for more than a quarter century, including, by the way, shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party. And here in America, we remember. We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas. We remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol. We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot a public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period, between 1971 and 1972, the FBI counted some 2,500 bombings on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day. The overwhelming share of that violence came from left-wing extremists. Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist, and we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, More than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation, a man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong. The old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian. In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity or ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission. Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere, and it remains inextricably linked to the far-left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far-left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militants in a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country. And so we have no choice but to confront this menace together. We will either cooperate across our borders, or the terrorists will continue to exploit the gaps between them. Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum No. 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent, far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. In December, we announced Rewards for Justice, offering up to $10 million for information disrupting the financing behind these groups. In May, we convened the first counterterrorism law enforcement workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany. The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit. And we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours. It is easy to destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them. The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do, and now we must do it. Thank you for coming today.
Listening in there to Secretary Marco Rubio speaking at that conference on political terrorism. Wanted to put this up here on your screen. This is from Secretary Rubio saying, "Today, I convened leaders from around the world for a ministerial meeting on the resurgence of political terrorism, driven by a rising tide of violent left-wing extremism. Together, we must rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat this new wave of this old evil." All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. We have a lot more news to get to tonight. It is time for us to take another 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us for more news on the other side. Good evening. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Alexandra Goldberg. It's good to be with you on this Thursday night. Now to some news out of the Middle East. Take a look here. This is the latest we have from the U.S. Central Command, saying at 2 p.m. Eastern today, U.S. forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran for the 5th consecutive night to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. Taking a live look here at the White House, as U.S. forces are asserting control in the Strait of Hormuz and have now boarded a ship to ensure compliance with the blockade. The U.S. military launched attacks for a 6th consecutive night in Iran, and it comes as the White House insists Iran wants to make a deal because of the continued strikes on their country. But U.S. forces are escalating the attacks, and it comes with new aggression from the Iranian regime. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in Tel Aviv with what to expect in the days ahead.
Beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. jets and warships launched another wave of strikes against Iran following a return of major combat operations last week. Over the past 3 days, Iran has not attacked any commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz, though traffic has slowed. The White House relaunched the air campaign in response to the regime's previous attacks on shipping.
President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Iran's response to the American airstrikes, attacks against Iraq, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, where the Kuwaiti army says it shot down 32 drones today.
And in no way will we allow the United States, as a foreign and extra-regional country, to interfere in the Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's inviolable red line.
While the U.S. military is trying to increase shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a waterway its own warships have not transited since May, Iran is now threatening to use its proxy force in Yemen to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea. If President Trump orders the bombing of power plants in Iran next week, as he threatened to do. The U.S. Air Force has deployed 5th-generation F-35 stealth fighter jets to carry out some of the strikes. As part of 3 waves of strikes yesterday, F-18 Super Hornets launched strike missions carrying standoff land attack GPS-guided missiles with a range of 170 miles. Since President Trump ordered a return of the naval blockade of Iranian ports this week, 3 commercial vessels have been forced to reverse course, 1 has been disabled, and 1 now boarded. In Tel Aviv, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, Lucas Tomlinson with that report talking about those consecutive days of strikes in the Middle East. He was in Tel Aviv. We're going to give you a live look of that here on Live Now from Fox. It is about 4:25 a.m. in Tel Aviv. You could see the city now just waking up as we continue our coverage here on the Middle East. A congressional vote on cutting aid to Israel is exposing the growing divisions over the subject in the Democratic caucus. And more than half of House Democrats voted in favor of eliminating $3.3 billion in U.S. aid. Fox News chief congressional correspondent Chad Pergram reports on what this means for the party's midterm strategy.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at the people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel.
The amendment is not adopted.
This week's House vote splitting Democrats over Israel exposed deepening internal fissures.
So this is an important moment because nothing will be the same on this issue ever again.
The left says the party simply represents where its voters stand.
You're seeing a shift. The American people are growing weary of this war and what's happening.
Democratic leaders concede the party now views Israel through a different lens.
It's not lost on me that the actions the Prime Minister has taken has not made it easier for us here to be supporters of a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Even Democrats who favor the aid pin the change on Israel.
I think there are a lot of people concerned about Netanyahu and are concerned about some of the activities over the past couple of years.
Missouri Democrat Wesley Bell opposed cutting off money to Israel. He faces Israel skeptic Cori Bush in next month's primary.
It's important that we do stand with our allies because our sworn enemies are not going away.
Pro-Israel Republicans worry about the Democrats' anti-Israel tide.
I think they've been captured by crazies. I mean, you can see it in their elections by people who hate Jews.
Fetterman says Democrats need him, especially if Democrats flip 4 seats to claim the majority. If Fetterman bolts, he could swing Senate control to the GOP. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad Pergram with that report. We do have some reaction from lawmakers. This is a Democrat from Pennsylvania, Representative Summerlee, saying Congress had another opportunity to block our taxpayer dollars from enabling Israel's crimes. While our movement grows, we cannot keep funding suffering abroad while telling working families we can't afford quality health care, housing, or education. Here at Live Now from Fox, we do get several live feeds from around the nation and the world. You're taking a look here at Capitol Hill, where a lot of this discussion is taking place. In Tel Aviv, Israel, this is a live look that I showed you moments ago. Of course, as I mentioned before, approaching 4:30 a.m. in Tel Aviv. And a live look here at the White House. This is where the president held his address to the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern, where he talked about election security. We had that coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is time for us to take another 2-minute break this hour. My name's Alexandra Goldberg. You're watching Live Now, and we thank you for being with us tonight. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more news. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg, and it's good to be with you tonight. Tonight on the program, we are going to transition to some of the top weather stories from around the nation. Taking a live look here at New York City, you can see the skyline, and not only this camera angle we have, but also this one. Of course, with the sun down, you can't see the foggy haze hanging over the city, but smoke from the wildfires in Canada is covering a lot of the Northeast, as parts of Michigan, Minnesota, and New York are seeing thick smoke in the air right now. Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red is in Toronto with more details.
Toronto is under a thick cloud of smoke as people wear masks to prevent themselves from breathing it in.
Really orangey, foggy, very apocalyptic. And then obviously my nose kind of starts hurting and my throat is dry, just uncomfortable, like you feel like you're getting a cold.
Scared a bit, truthfully. Weird, surreal, unusual.
Toronto is under an air quality warning as the air is considered very unhealthy to breathe. It can be dangerous, even for a young and healthy person, to exert themselves too much in this air. The city has closed all outdoor pools and has moved many summer camps indoors. Almost everyone I've spoken with here in Toronto tell me they are getting headaches, itchy throats, and watery eyes. A lot of people are walking around in masks to protect themselves from the air.
Already from just spending a whole day outside yesterday, I could realize my mucus and stuff building up.
It felt like I'm smoking basically, and I don't smoke.
On Thursday, more than 850 wildfires were raging across Canada. About 500 of them were in Ontario alone, the largest one scorching more than 350,000 acres. That fire is about 700 miles northwest of Toronto, and forecasters say that's where most of the smoke that we're seeing in the United States and here in Toronto is coming from. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says 150 fire crews and nearly 50 firefighting aircraft are working around the clock to extinguish these fires. And a lot of people here in Toronto are hoping that the wind will continue pushing this smoke away from the city, but it'll still take a while before all of the smoke and, of course, the smell that comes with it is gone completely. In Toronto, Canada, Asher Red, Fox News.
Asher putting this out on social media saying, "This was my view in Toronto this morning as the Canadian wildfires cover much of Ontario and part of the U.S. in a thick layer of smoke. The air quality is considered very unhealthy. Canadians tell me they are starting to have dry throats, nausea, and headaches after breathing this smoke in for days." You can see that image there on the left-hand side of your screen. Stunning with the amount of fog and smoke that has blanketed some of these cities, especially there in Toronto. Here on Live Now from Fox, another top story we've been tracking is the devastating flooding in Texas, in the Lone Star State. Let's take a live look here at Austin, Texas. Today we got an update from Governor Greg Abbott, who says catastrophic flash floods in Texas have killed 2 people and forced hundreds of rescues in areas that are still reeling from the devastating floods that happened just over 1 year ago. Abbott says rescuers aboard boats and helicopters have saved more than 200 people, including stranded divers and people trapped in homes. The governor said the hardest hit areas are expecting more rain and are not out of the danger yet. We do have an update on this story from Fox Weather senior correspondent Robert Ray, who's updating us on the latest here.
The National Weather Service is warning of a, quote, large and deadly flood wave moving down the Guadalupe River as parts of Texas brace for a flash flood emergency. 2.5 million people here in the Lone Star State are in the bullseye for additional rounds of torrential rain through Friday.
We are dealing with and responding to a flood that is likely going to break records in Texas history.
The National Weather Service said a river gauge in Kerr County is expected to reach a crest similar to last year's deadly July 4th floods. That event's still top of mind as some areas are still rebuilding.
This is covering a road that was actually wiped out or had some washout from last year in the 2025 July 4th flooding.
In some regions, meteorologists are saying rain could fall up to 3 inches per hour.
It is not only the amount of rain that will fall, it doesn't matter where you live in Texas. 3 inches of rain an hour will cause flooding.
That kind of rain can quickly overwhelm creeks, low water crossings, and city streets. Officials are trying to keep residents informed.
They're ready to issue mandatory evacuation orders if and when the time comes.
I wanted to show them how strong the water is. I wanted to show them how dangerous it can be and how we need to stay safe in these circumstances.
Officials say that they have conducted well over 24 rescues in the past couple days, and more likely happening here today. In Uvalde, Texas, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And Governor Abbott has issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties in the Lone Star State. Taking a look here at Fox Weather, posting this, see the difference a day can make when intense and life-threatening flash flooding sweeps through Kerrville, Texas. Water levels of the Guadalupe River have drastically risen as flash flood emergencies have been issued across several counties in the state. Well, our affiliate station at Fox 7 in Austin also has a report on the latest with the flooding in their area.
We started the day at the Pedernales River in Johnson City. Several people were waiting to see it crust. We caught up with one man who has property near the river and was moving things to higher ground.
In years past, in the 70s, the water did meet right here at our corner, so right where our gate is. The creek and the river came together there, and that was in the 70s. They say it's going to be as bad as that, so hopefully nothing here will get damaged.
On Highway 290 going westbound near the Gillespie County line, water flooded the road and water on the sides of the road was rising against the trees. People nearby say it was rising rapidly. Then we went to Lower Albert Road near LBJ National Park. This playground is largely covered in water, including the picnic table, sign, slide, and swing set. The water was also getting further into the grass and pavement throughout the afternoon.
All right, Fox 7 Austin, on top of that report, we did want to put this up here on your screen. This is from Governor Abbott, his press office. Governor Abbott providing an update on the current state response to the flooding in Texas. You can see 1,300 plus responders deployed, 80 plus rescues made, 46 plus boats deployed, 19 plus aircrafts deployed, and rivers will continue to rise. Turn around, don't drown, find high ground. Of course, that message there key to residents in the area who are facing these potentially life-threatening floodwaters. We did hear Governor Abbott brief the public and the press on the latest, where he announced there have been 2 fatalities in this weather event. We're going to play out some of his remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to thank everybody for being here, and especially for doing your job of sharing life-protecting information with the public. Protecting life remains our top priority as we work our way through extraordinarily and in many ways record-breaking rain. Once again, life-threatening catastrophic flooding remains our main risk tonight and overnight through the early morning hours. There will be an ongoing risk of some tornadoes. 59 counties are in flood watch. You're going to expect very heavy rain tonight in these large areas, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, the Trans-Pecos area. Also, some record numbers coming. And at the Nueces River near Uvalde, should be a new record set overnight. The old record for the river there was 24.88 feet back in 1996. Currently expected, and at the Nueces River near Uvalde, is 2 times the flow of Niagara Falls. At the Frio River, also near Uvalde, it'll be a top 5 crest, worse than 2007. At the Pedernales River, near Johnson City, a top 5 crest, more than 21.9 feet, worse than the 2019 event. At the Guadalupe River at Comfort, a top 3 crest behind the 1978 flood, higher than last year. There will be increased flooding in other areas like Laredo and the Rio Grande River. Cities that have been listed as most at risk for the next 24 hours would be Uvalde and Johnson City. We continue to deploy more personnel than what we talked about yesterday. Now approximately 2,350 state emergency responders, including Texas Task Force teams with support from game wardens, troopers, and out-of-state resources, are deployed. We've also deployed more than 1,400 different types of vehicles, different pieces of equipment, including swiftwater rescue boats, ambulance strike teams, Black Hawk helicopters, and high-profile vehicles. We've deployed more than 85 boats and 21 aircraft, more than 200 high-profile vehicles, We've already made more than 230 rescues. As I mentioned before, I listed some areas that are under threat. I want to list a little bit more. Much of the recent rainfall was concentrated in Uvalde, Kinney, Bandera, Kerr, and Gillespie counties, where accumulated rainfall totals of 6 to 13 inches were already observed. In addition to the flash flooding that this produces, there is dangerous and catastrophic river flooding that's occurring in the Guadalupe, Nueces, Frio, Medina, Pecos, Rio Grande, and San Antonio River basins. So far, there have been 2 reported deaths because of the flooding. One is a male near Comfort who was swept away in an RV. Another is a female in Uvalde who was swept away while driving on a road. And as far as I know, those are the only deaths that have occurred because of this. Going back, we're facing record-shattering rainfall that leads to very dangerous flooding. We want to do everything we possibly can to protect all lives. We are deploying the assets and resources necessary to assist local communities. Our local officials are doing an incredible job of responding to this. Individuals are taking responsibility for their own lives and avoiding things like driving into rushing waters. For the next 24 hours or so, everybody in Texas can save their own life by refraining from driving into high waters. Knowing this also, sometimes you're driving down a road and you kind of see some water ahead, and you have no idea how deep that water is. As you approach it, you may be thinking, well, this is shallow water. Next thing you know, you're getting swept away. For the next 24 hours, if you see water on a roadway, know that it's a potential life-threatening hazard that should be avoided. Together, all of us Texans can be diligent over the next 24 hours to make sure we avoid rising water or heading into water on roadways. If we can do that, we'll make it through this episode with nobody else losing their life. Now I'd like to pass it to Chief Nimke with the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, very dynamic and dangerous situation. We are not out of this scenario yet. Meteorologists from the National Weather Service tell us an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain is possible over already wet areas and new areas north and west of the Kerrville area. The way that this weather pattern is setting up is difficult for the models that the meteorologists use to tell us exactly where it's going to fall and exactly how much is going to fall. So we're taking a very dynamic approach to moving resources and assets to be ahead of need. Last night or yesterday when we were in here, we talked about where the threat would be last night. We moved assets and resources to be around that. We will be doing the same thing again tonight. We have a plan, and we need your help in getting that plan articulated back out to the public like you did very well yesterday. Thank you for that. I want to continue to do that again. Additionally, as the Governor mentioned, we know we have communities in the Uvalde area that are cut off right now. We have 500,000 cases of MREs and 1 million bottles of water that are here and will start being delivered to them either through a high-profile vehicle or through military aircraft, and the General may talk about that in a minute. But we are hearing the needs that the community has, and we are meeting those needs. I got up this morning and I drove to Kerrville, and I went and I looked at the water there. I drove down through Center Point, out through Comfort, worked my way up, came back here. I want to thank the local officials that are out there and the first responders that are putting their life on the line to save others. I want to thank the state assets and state resources that are there. And most importantly, I want to thank the community. There was not a lot of people out there driving around. Thank you for getting that message out. This is how we'll continue to save lives together. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Next, General.
All right, you're listening in there to Governor Greg Abbott and other officials there in Texas briefing on those severe floods in the Lone Star State causing fatalities in the state of Texas. Here at Live Now from Fox, it is time for us to take another 2-minute commercial break this hour. My name is Alexandra Goldberg. We'll be right with you when we come back from this break. Good evening to you. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Alexandra Goldberg, and before I go and my colleague takes over on the anchor desk, I wanted to give you the latest on the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. He was on Capitol Hill today for day 2 of a confirmation hearing. Here's the latest. Take a look here. This is a social media post from Reuters saying Republican Senator Tom Tillis, a key vote on the Senate Judiciary Committee, said he would not vote to advance President Trump's nominee for Attorney General unless the nominee Todd Blanche meets with victims of the Jeffrey Epstein and their lawyers. Taking a live look here at Capitol Hill as now we're nearing 11 p.m. on the nation's East Coast. President Trump's pick for Attorney General Todd Blanche is getting a second look Thursday from senators who heard from those who have already been impacted by his time at the Justice Department. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more.
Attorney General nominee Todd Blanche did not testify on day 2 of his confirmation hearing. Instead, lawmakers on the Senate Judiciary Committee heard from witnesses to his character.
Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us.
Epstein survivor Danny Bensky represented victims of the late accused sex trafficker who say they've been ghosted by Blanche's Justice Department.
Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with the survivor.
The committee also heard from Jennifer Boss, an Illinois mother whose daughter went missing for weeks before her body was found on the property of an illegal immigrant.
Victims don't care about partisan victories. We care whether the dangerous criminals and drug traffickers and cartels are stopped before another loved one is buried and another family's life is shattered.
It came a day after Blanche faced a grilling over Epstein, the DOJ's since scrapped weaponization fund, and his past as Trump's personal lawyer. Whether he has the votes to move forward is still up in the air, with some Republicans expressing reservations.
I have not made a final decision. But Mr. Blanche said very quickly yesterday,
that he would meet with the victims. I expect that meeting to occur before I'm willing to vote out of this committee.
With the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, Republicans only have a one-seat advantage on the Judiciary Committee, meaning just a single GOP defection could sink Blanche's nomination. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
A story here, us at Live Now from Fox will continue to keep our eye on as it develops. We are going to take our last commercial break of the hour. My name's Alexandra Goldberg. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more news. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Alexandra Goldberg. It's good to be with you tonight. Now to more news from the Trump administration. Take a look here. Secretary Brooke Rollins, the Agriculture Secretary, posting real food should be on every hospital tray. Secretary Kennedy and I sampled nutrient-dense meals at the Tampa General Hospital as Tampa General became the first hospital to sign the Make Hospital Food Healthier pledge. Patients deserve healthy food, and America's farmers are ready to provide it. Here at Live Now from Fox, we are going to play those remarks for you in full. But this is the end of my time at the desk. My colleague Shauna Kalafi has you covered for the next couple of hours. Here is RFK Jr. and others speaking in Tampa.
Thank you, because not only have you provided great leadership for this country, but the support that you have for American farmers for fresh and locally grown food is absolutely outstanding. I'm happy to report to all of you that 25% of the food that we serve our patients at Tampa General Hospital comes from local farmers, from the Gulf of Mexico to the produce and vegetable and fruit that we put on the table for our patients, or on their trays for our patients. And we are very proud of that. And we call this sort of farm to the patient room, right to the patient room. And we're thank you for your support and your leadership related to that. And to Jeffrey Zakarian, who has become a friend and a colleague. He's a celebrity chef. He's an Iron Chef. At one point, I thought I could cook maybe a little better than him, but no.
No way.
No way, not even close. But he has become a friend and a colleague, and I met him actually through Blake Casper. And when the chef and I met, all kidding aside, when the chef and I met, it was wonderful. because we were starting to think about how can we change the food we serve our patients, but we just didn't know how to do it. And then when I met Jeffrey, he knew exactly how to do it. And for 2.5 years, we went to work, redesigning menus, rebuilding kitchens, training our staff, working and collaborating with our physicians from the University of South Florida, and building a menu and building a platform that we can all be proud of. We're serving our patients food that any one of you would eat in any fine restaurant in the city of Tampa. That then parlayed itself into the work that we do in the ambulatory setting. In some of the underserved areas that we support, we have a primary care office that sees thousands of patients. Attached to that office is a garden with a food pharmacy. So when our doctors are working with those patients and we determine that the issues they're having, like type 2 diabetes, is being driven by food intake, we're able to teach them. We're able to provide them a prescription for 6 months of free food and free vegetables. And they can also bring their families and their friends to the garden to grow those fruits and vegetables. And Jeffrey and others teach them resiliency on how to prepare them, how to bring them home, and how to live healthier lives. None of this, however, would be possible if it wasn't for our Secretary Kennedy. He has supercharged this work. Secretary Rollins has helped supercharge the work that we're doing. And the fact that we stand here as the first hospital to sign the Make Hospital Food Healthier pledge is a real honor. Not only to serve our community, but to be a role model for the rest of the country. We stand ready, willing, and able to help this administration push this initiative across this country from coast to coast. And it is a real honor to be in front of you and to be collaborating with our government and our two leaders here. Now what I'd like to do is introduce GZ, because what Jeffrey won't tell you is he made this happen for us. He collaborated with Donna Tope, our Vice President of Operations, and the two of them went to work. And Jeffrey taught us, retrained us, re-skilled our chefs and our team members, and has built something that we can all be proud of because it's making a real difference in the lives of the people that we care for. Jeffrey?
Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here. And this afternoon, I got to cook for Secretary Collins and Secretary Kennedy, and I almost pinched myself. It was so great. And the food I cook here is the exact food I have in my restaurant. So I pick dishes that I formulated for the hospital, and it's hospital food. So they ate hospital food today, and I hope it was good. And we wanted to do, our mission here was to serve single origin food that is bioavailable, that is delicious and yummy. Because when I was telling everyone, when you're sitting in a hospital bed with half of you uncovered, it's a real depressing situation, and you want something homey and yummy and delicious, and you want that experience, because food really is a transformative thing. When you imagine what we do for a living, what I get to do, I'm very lucky, is I get to cook food for people. They actually put it in their mouth, ingest it, and I help them with their day, and they feel good when they eat well. So imagine doing that for a hospital patient. So it's like a complete joy for me to be here. And I want to thank the staff here, because they really let me do what I wanted to do and change the food. But really what was the most important here was changing the culture, because there's a lot of rules embedded into the system we have now that really don't work. And we'll talk about that at one point. We're trying to change that as well. But to see this food pyramid, the right food pyramid, is so shockingly happy, makes me so happy, because for 50 years it's been the other way around. And so I just want to thank both Secretary Collins and Secretary Kennedy for turning this around finally after all these years, because as a chef, the old pyramid absolutely insulting to what I do for a living. So I just want to thank everybody here for letting this happen, especially John Corus and Donna Tope, who our team members are. So right now I'd like to introduce Secretary Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I will say that Bobby and I just had an argument over whether the chicken noodle soup was better or the chili was better, that Chef GZ and the extraordinary team of chefs that you all have, John, back in that back kitchen, and getting to shake their hands and give them hugs and remind them that they're literally part of a revolution. They are truly, with the leadership of those standing with us here today, and Donna, you and others, Blake, out in the audience, they are completely changing the trajectory of our country. And it's just an honor to get to be a very, very small part of that. That was the best chicken noodle soup I've ever had, Chef, and I mean that sincerely. It really was incredible. We had some.
I'll send you the recipe.
Yeah, please do. We had some amazing beef. We had some incredible chili. It was just so inspiring. We also wrapped up a fantastic tour of this remarkable facility, and I just want to note that getting the glimpse of the life-saving work that they are doing every single day here at Tampa General is incredibly inspiring. And I'm usually on a farm or checking out cattle, so for me it's very, very special to get to be here and with my great partner Bobby Kennedy. The dietary guidelines, as the chef mentioned, and I bet Bobby will talk a little bit about this, but this was when we released it about 6 months ago, and it is historically a USDA and HHS partnership, but never before have two secretaries come together with our teams and completely turned on its head what was decades of previous dietary guidelines work, and instead just make it about eating real food. And you probably most Americans would look at that and say, well, that's just common sense. Why wouldn't you always do that? And I would respond and say, well, this is Washington, D.C., where common sense doesn't normally prevail. But when President Trump enabled the two of us to work together and gave us the charge to do whatever it took to make America healthy again, this was a massive, massive first step in doing that. One other final thing I want to say, and then I'll turn it over to my partner in crime, Bobby. I think that the importance of the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the importance of just agriculture in general, and having an understanding that if we really are going to make America healthy again, if we really are going to reverse this just heartbreaking trend that's been happening in our country for so long in terms of chronic disease and just the health of our people, if we're really going to do that, the way to do it is through our farmers and ranchers and eating real food. And that's why this partnership is so incredibly important. Let me close by saying I walk away today from my time in Tampa and my time in this building and my time with these leaders more inspired and convicted and more resolute than ever before that we can make these changes together. That when you mention the culture, Chef, and you say there was a little bit, we had to kind of change the way that our kitchen thought about these things and our leadership did, but the fact that you've done it and done it so beautifully, I believe, is a model and an inspiration, not just for hospitals around the country, but for schools around the country, for our military, feeding our military around the country and the world. And that's how important this is. And you think about America and our 250th birthday right now, and what we have been called to do to meet our moment and to do whatever we can to help those around us and to serve others and to continue to make the American dream possible for every man, woman, child, not just those of us born in certain zip codes or with certain bank accounts. It starts right here with the health of our country, and I just couldn't be more grateful again or honored to be here, to be a part of it. And kudos to you, John, and your incredible team here at Tampa General. God bless you. Now I want to turn it over. Yeah, round of applause for this leadership team. Now I'm excited to turn it over to really the reason we're here, and that is, again, my great partner, Bobby Kennedy, who has literally fundamentally changed the way we are talking about, thinking about, executing on, and policy making around food from the White House and from our government, and it will change our country forever for the better. Please help me welcome Secretary Bobby Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Brooke.
All right, we were just hearing from Brooke Rollins discussing an initiative to make hospital food healthy again, as you saw there on the podium. We wanted to play out a little bit of that press conference for you from Tampa earlier today, but we are going to get back to the main story of the night, President Trump's prime time address. We aired that live here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to have some analysis about what he said coming up right after this break. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, taking over here for the next 3 hours. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at the White House tonight as President Trump delivered what he called really big news related to election security tonight, speaking from the White House. And this comes amid a push to enact stronger voting restrictions before midterm voting kicks off in November. Fox News' Jared Halpern reports from Washington, D.C.
Good evening. President Trump making a primetime address to the nation Thursday night with what he alleges is new evidence of interference in the 2020 election. The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history. China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. The White House says the new findings come from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The president has long alleged without evidence there was widespread fraud in the 2020 election. Numerous audits and recounts have turned up no evidence of wrongdoing. The president also faced his own indictments alleging he interfered in multiple states.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
But the cases were tossed out after the president won in 2024. President Trump has also dismissed previous accusations of foreign interference in elections. The Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. The president has been pushing Republicans all year to pass the Save America Act. The bill includes a national voter ID law and requires a birth certificate to prove citizenship to register to vote. Democrats say the president is trying to cast doubt on the upcoming midterms.
And it's the same tired, old lies about the 2020 election that no one has bought for 6 years. But he's going back to them because he is just so afraid of what's going to happen in 2026.
And even some Republicans are frustrated by the president's efforts to relitigate 2020.
Anytime you're looking back, you're not looking ahead, and I'm looking ahead to these elections, and the president should as well.
Whether the president's message resonates with voters could shape how both parties campaign heading into the midterm elections. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And we have this post from the Wall Street Journal saying in his primetime address, Trump alleged that the U.S. election system had been compromised, ramping up efforts to sow doubts about his 2020 election loss, raise skepticism about the midterms, and pressure Congress into passing sweeping voter ID legislation. For more analysis on this primetime address from President Trump tonight, we want to bring in Associated Press White House reporter Will Weiser. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Will.
Well, thanks for having me.
So there was a lot of buildup to this address, a lot of teasing of this major announcement. Was this the bombshell you expected, or did we kind of know what would be coming from this address?
Well, it's hard to know. There was a lot of allegations made by the president. He spent a lot of time talking through some allegations, some of which involve cases we knew before that had been public. Some classified information that we knew at least it existed and knew bits and pieces about that he says now will be released more in full. And some allegations that were a little bit more new that now they posted on the website for people to look at. I do think that this was especially broad in terms of the allegations made. Whether or not there is evidence to back up what was said remains to be seen. And, typically, as you just we saw there in your package, the president has basically alleged fraud in every election he loses. The challenges that he's filed in court were thrown out. The evidence that he said existed didn't actually exist. And in this case, he may be cobbling together intelligence that was either very sort of preliminary reports that, may have been looked at and found to be not certain or not true ultimately, or perhaps new information that will still need to be sort of scrutinized, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's any wrongdoing that is actually going to be uncovered. So I think that this speech certainly was a call to get Republicans in Congress to support the Save America Act. Which is something the president was talking about for months and months. I'm not sure he accomplished that, but he certainly made a lot of very, very sort of widespread and sweeping allegations.
And this certainly isn't the first time that we've heard this kind of messaging from President Trump about election security, especially related to the 2020 election. Let's get into some of these specific claims that he made in his speech tonight. A lot of talk about China possibly interfering in our elections as well. What exactly did he allege tonight, and did he present any evidence to back up those claims?
He talked about China actually producing ballots that he said were for Biden in 2020, which is something we haven't heard before. Whether there's evidence to back that up remains to be seen. It certainly doesn't sound like it from what they posted so far on the website. It seems like there were some initial reports of this that have already been looked at and sort of debunked, and he's simply regurgitating some of that stuff. More could come out. We have another press conference at DHS tomorrow where I'm sure some of this will be talked about as well. That was the allegation of a sort of ballots actually being printed and already marked for Biden was again something we hadn't heard, but there may not have been evidence to back it up. He also talked about, China working with, paying journalists, right, and working with U.S. firms to, try and influence the vote. And this wouldn't necessarily be direct balloting, but it might be to try and sway public opinion one way or the other and sort of meddle with elections. But the thing that I was so struck by is he talked about this widespread fraud and really our, as a country, our electoral system being under broad attack. But it only occurred in 2018 when the Republicans lost control of Congress, in 2020 when he lost the White House. It didn't happen in 2016. It didn't happen in 2024. Why? Because President Trump won, right? And that's always been the case with this guy. The president will say, well, there's all kinds of fraud, but, I won the election and my election was free and fair. And I'll believe the results of this election, after I win it, right? So it's hard to believe that if there was such a calculated effort by actors all over the world that they would only, do it in elections that the president loses and not anywhere else. That's the case that the administration will try to make. It'll be up to the American people to sort of decide. But the other piece of this, of course, is that we have the midterm elections coming up, and anything that the president can do to sort of sow doubt and energize his base about questions about the election. If the Republicans don't do very well in the midterms, this could be another thing that he can point to and says, well, the Republicans lost because the election was undermined by cheaters, right? And, even if there's no evidence of that, the more he talks about it, the more sort of doubt he sows. The president's a master of sort of repeating things and repeating things and repeating things, and whether or not they're based on fact, eventually people start to say, well, maybe there's something there since he's talked about it so much. So, we don't know what's going to happen in midterms. It could be that Republicans do quite well and a lot of this goes away. But I do think that he's sort of laying the groundwork here for an argument going forward, going into that election to basically say, if we win, great. If we don't win, they cheated.
Like you said, he was specifically talking only about the 2018 and 2020 elections. During that speech, President Trump also announced he would be releasing previously classified documents relating to those two elections. Those documents have now been out for about an hour or so. What do they contain?
Yeah, there's not a lot there so far. Obviously, I have not, and I don't think anyone has had time to review all that's there. There is an extensive trove, and they promised more that's coming out. So we have to give them, time to post some of that and to read it more carefully. But what I've seen so far essentially talks about some of the charges that we've already had, that there might have been foreign influence in certain elections, but not necessarily votes that were flipped one way or the other by any government. I'm specifically very interested in this idea that China was printing ballots that could somehow be sort of smuggled in the United States and counted. I haven't seen any evidence in what's been released yet to sort of back that up. Doesn't mean there might not be some presented, but again, I think we have to be very careful in that even classified documents, right, are oftentimes things that were suggested to the intelligence community. They check it out. They decide that, either that human intelligence was wrong or there was some other problem with it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's fact. And, for the White House to now declassify this information, everybody can sort of take a look at the information. It doesn't necessarily mean it's, 100% fact. And these are elections that have been looked at for years and years and years by bipartisan officials, electoral commissions that aren't Republicans or Democrats, and they are comprised from both parties, that basically found no problem with this. And they may not have seen all the classified documents, but in many cases what they saw was a sort of summary of the work from the intelligence community that looked at some of these documents, ran down some of these tips, and wrote about, this is what we think happened. And the elections have sort of all been cleared on that front. So again, I think this is about the president sort of trying to ratchet up the pressure. He wants to see the SAVE Act passed. He wants to see stricter voter ID law measures and rules. And a way to sort of do that, I think, is to basically sow doubt about the elections. And the more he can sort of do that, even if the facts aren't there, the more sort of pressure he might be able to apply.
And speaking about the SAVE Act, a little bit after that speech concluded, the White House put this on X, saying addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. The only reason you wouldn't want to do it is that you want to cheat. So that's just part of that post there. What is some of the reasoning that we've heard from lawmakers on why they don't want to pass this legislation? Both sides have been really outspoken about this, and this is just the latest push from President Trump and the White House to get this passed ahead of the midterms.
Right. Well, the messaging from the president himself and around the administration is that this is an easy law. It's about showing a voter, an ID when you go to the polls. A lot of people already do that with the driver's license. It seems like a sort of a common sense issue. The thing is, the way that this package legislation is written currently, it would require a lot of people to bring not just a driver's license, but a passport or some other form of like a birth certificate, something more official than just a government issued ID. A lot of people don't have passports, right? Especially in there are parts of the country where if you don't have a passport and you don't have access to your birth certificate, you might not be able to vote, right? Because you can't meet the standard. This is also a problem for people that get married and change their names, right? Women with maiden name who maybe their documents don't line up to what's printed on their birth certificate or their previous passport. They might potentially have problems voting too. So this is an issue that has sort of, I think, frankly, frightened a lot of lawmakers on both sides, because they say a lot of people who've been voting for a long time, simply showing driver's licenses or registering and sort of following all the rules, might turn up and not be able to vote. And that's going to cut across both parties, Republicans and, Democrats. And that's why the legislation, frankly, has stalled. The other interesting piece of this is, even if this were to pass, if this speech changes everybody's mind, I don't think that will happen, but suppose that it did, the law will not take effect before the midterm elections. We're talking about elections for down the road, future, starting in 2028, when the president, wouldn't be on the ballot and would be leaving office. So it's interesting that there's been this sort of full court press and this sort of full-throated denunciation of all the problems in our electoral system in defense of a law that does not have the votes to pass from either party in either chamber, would not take effect in these current elections. And again, I think it goes back to essentially that the president sort of trying to sow doubt about the elections, because he's afraid with everything else going on that his party might not do very well, and he'll need to lean on other sort of means to make political points.
And the last thing I want to ask you here, Will, obviously there were a lot of eyes on this address, but some news networks chose not to air this live, or some cut out early from the speech. What was the reasoning for that decision? And have we heard any reaction to that from the president or others? I think he even addressed it within his speech.
He did, right. And the press office, the White House press shop was quite angry that some of the networks said they weren't going to air it in real time while it was happening. And as you noted, the president actually sort of name checked ABC and a couple other networks for not carrying it live. The reason, I think, is because they were afraid that he was going to make a lot of allegations that couldn't be fact checked in real time, and that they were essentially giving airtime to a lot of unfounded claims. President Trump is sort of famous for sort of saying whatever he wants and often making claims that don't necessarily correspond with the facts. That happens all the time. It happens, when I'm out in the Oval Office following him around. It happens. It's on TV constantly. But this is a national address. It's typically a space that presidents reserve when they have a major piece of legislation or a piece of news or something to tell the American public that's really important and sort of demands a lot of attention. He gave a primetime address at the beginning of the Iran War, where we thought we were going to get a lot of information about what was going to happen. He didn't really have any major announcements. He just sort of talked about how well things were going. He gave another one of these right around Christmas time last year, where he just listed his accomplishments and didn't really have anything sort of important to say. So there was already a precedent of him sort of using these addresses to not really convey anything that was really of dire importance. The networks have programming that they've spent, that advertisers have spent millions and millions of dollars to advertise on, and they didn't want to sort of preempt that for a speech when they weren't sure there was going to be any major announcements. And furthermore, what the president did say, might not be based in fact, because they couldn't fact check it in real time. What we got from the president, like I said, was a broad and extensive list of accusations. If even half of what he says is true, we have an electoral crisis in this country, clearly. The thing is that, he's often said these kinds of things and they're not based in reality whatsoever. So we'll take a look at the documents. We'll see what they release. But for now, the networks basically said, we're not going to give them this airtime to essentially, spread propaganda that may not be right.
And we did play out that speech live as it happened. We're going to play out the full clip once again for our viewers that missed it. Thank you so much, Will Weissert, Associated Press, White House reporter. We appreciate your insight here on Live Now.
Thanks so much.
And we have been getting a lot of reaction from both sides of the aisle to this primetime address from President Trump. We want to show a post posted just in the last 10 minutes or so, this is from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer putting this on X, saying tonight was a pathetic attempt by Trump to deny what we all know is true. He lost the 2020 election. The American people were fed up with Donald Trump then, and they're even more fed up with him now as he sends costs skyrocketing, brings chaos to their streets, and enriches his friends and family through rampant corruption. Trump knows he has lost American families. He knows he has made their lives more expensive, endangered their friends and families with unnecessary war, and embarrassed the country on the global stage. And rather than pivot his policies, he's working to rig the midterms before a single vote has even been cast. We won't let him. When it comes to the SAVE Act, the courts have rejected it, Congress has rejected it, even members of your own party have rejected it. Give it up. The SAVE Act isn't going anywhere, period. He says, let's be clear, in America, voters choose their leaders, not the other way around. Democrats will fight like hell to make sure every American voter can cast their ballot freely without obstruction or interference from Donald Trump. So that's just some of the reaction we're getting to that primetime address from the president. We are going to play that out again in full for you right after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, taking a live look at the White House tonight as President Trump finished his primetime address, a highly anticipated speech there from the White House. We want to play that out in full for you right now on Live Now from Fox.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings we are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
That was President Trump delivering his primetime address this evening, just a few hours ago, discussing alleged voter interference in the 2018 and 2020 election, also pushing the Save America Act once again. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We've been tracking some dangerous flooding across the state of Texas. We have this from the Austin Statesman newspaper saying at least 2 people have died amid flooding across central and south Texas. Governor Greg Abbott warned that life-threatening conditions could continue overnight and urged drivers to avoid flooded roadways. We have our reporters and correspondents across Texas giving us a look at that flooding and the damage, as well as some rescue operations. Let's go to Fox 4 Dallas's Peyton Yeager with this report from Uvalde County.
Texas game wardens dropping from helicopters to rescue families trapped from catastrophic flooding. These videos coming from Uvalde County, also children on the backs of first responders to get to boats. Homes underwater in Uvalde outside of San Antonio, swallowed by torrential rainfall.
We're very concerned about the people of Uvalde. I would say there's a community where the people are most at risk. It would be Uvalde.
2 deaths have been confirmed. A 74-year-old man died after driving into high water in Uvalde County. Also, 65-year-old John Mark Stewart of Kerrville swept away in his RV.
We're facing record-shattering rainfall that leads to very dangerous flooding.
Not much we can do. We've put the stuff in the lower areas off the floor by a few inches.
Over in Kendall County and Kerr County, the Guadalupe River pushing a deadly surge of water downstream. Low water crossings and bridges in the Texas Hill Country impassable. Temporary shelters are now open in Kerrville.
I myself today had someone in my arms crying tears out of fear and sadness.
An area of the state still scarred from last year's July 4th flood, where 119 people were killed.
I am thankful to the state of Texas and the Upper Guadalupe River Authority for working to improve our flood warning systems. Make no mistake, having accurate warnings in time saved lives today.
And that was Fox 4's Peyton Yeager with the latest from Uvalde County. Again, at least 2 people have been killed in this dangerous flooding across central and south Texas. And we also have this post from Fox Weather saying rescue missions. Texas game wardens have saved numerous residents across Texas as those floodwaters continue to rise. Authorities say rescue operations will remain ongoing as crews continue to monitor conditions in affected communities. We also have this from the Attorney General Ken Paxton there in Texas saying during this unimaginably difficult time, please join me for praying for these victims' families, their loved ones, and every Texan whose life has been impacted by the catastrophic flooding. My office continues to be fully committed to supporting the Texas communities and families affected by these devastating storms. We also have this from FEMA saying our thoughts and prayers are with everyone impacted by the severe flooding across Texas. We are working closely with state and local partners to support response and recovery efforts. Now, those catastrophic flooding conditions across the Texas Hill Country have left at least 2 people dead. They forced at least 200 water rescues. So rescue crews have had their hands full. Again, this flooding, this dangerous flooding hitting several parts of Texas across the central and south areas of the state there. We did hear from Governor Greg Abbott again today with the latest warnings and advisories for residents. Of course, as always in these flooding conditions, they are telling people if they're driving to not drive through standing water, turn around, don't drown. That is the saying that we always hear during these dangerous flooding conditions like they're seeing there in Texas. And we do want to take you now to some more reporting from Fox 7 in Austin. They had some reporters out showing us the live conditions there in the Austin area. Let's get to the top of their 9 p.m. newscast with the latest on this flooding. Actually, we see Dallas. Fox 4 in Dallas is seems to be on some coverage. Okay, we're going to go back. There's a lot of moving parts here. So let's go back to Fox 7 in Austin. This is the top of their 9 p.m. newscast. They have some reporters there showing us the latest flooding conditions in that area.
This is Fox 7 Austin News at 9.
Good evening, I'm Katie Pratt. Thank you very much for joining us. Areas in central and south Texas remain under those flood warnings and watches tonight. State leaders are warning everyone the threat of catastrophic flooding is lasting into tomorrow. The focus now is on high river flooding. Records were set today for the Nueces River near Uvalde, the worst since 2007. The Pedernales River near Johnson City and the Guadalupe River near Comfort, which was higher than last summer. Emergency officials have confirmed 2 deaths in the Hill Country. Communities in the Uvalde area are cut off right now, and the state is sending emergency supplies. There have been more than 230 rescues statewide.
It has already been a historic flooding event, unfortunately. But what concerns me most are the communities identified that are going to be most at risk tonight. Once again, Uvalde is getting it from all sides, and we're very concerned about the people of Uvalde. I would say there's a community where the people are most at risk. It would be Uvalde, and property most at risk in that location, as well as Johnson City tonight.
There's worry about more rain coming down in the spots that have already been hit by those floods. As we check in with meteorologist Leslie London, who has been tracking these conditions. Any changes tonight, Leslie?
Yeah, Katie, so now we have another flood advisory kind of for most of Gillespie County. So that updated a bit because earlier it was starting to come to an end. And then we do still have 2 rivers that we're watching. So the Pedernales River and also the Llano River. I'm going to take you into those warnings really fast so you can see exactly what we're dealing with. So I mentioned the flood advisory for Gillespie County. At this point, it's almost the entire county. There's just a tiny portion of the corner that's not under it. Basically what they're saying is that in this area, they've seen a lot of rainfall rainfall. They were saying possibly around 8 to 13 inches of rainfall in some of those spots. Some areas kind of a little higher depending on where you are, but basically they're getting some minor flooding because of that. So that whole county almost is under that flood advisory until 1 a.m. They're saying minor flooding's happening, so if you are there, you need to be cautious. Make sure if you're in an area that if you need to go to higher ground, you want to do that. But if you don't need to, or if you're in a good spot, just make sure you're kind of staying in place. We don't want to be out on those roads, especially when it's dark like this and we've got flooding concerns and you can't really see the roadways very well, or whether if they're covered in water. So remember, turn around, don't drown. So that's the flood advisory. We also have a flash flood warning for the Pedernales River, that's in Blanco County, and then a flood warning in general for that entire river in our viewing area that's going to last until tomorrow night. That's because we're still seeing that river at flood stage levels, and it's expected to go down as we head through our day tomorrow. But as it's still in flood stage levels, it's still going to be a concern for all of us. Same thing for the Llano River, so that's to the north. So that's for Mason and Llano County, where we're seeing that river under the flood warning until tomorrow night, and actually until early Saturday morning. I wanted to show you with the warnings here and the radar that unfortunately we're starting to see more rainfall back in that region. So earlier we were getting a little pause. It was helping us out, but now we're starting to see rain again. The good news is it's still on the lighter side. We're not seeing super heavy rainfall, but anything in addition to what we've already seen is not good news. So this is what we've seen so far just within the past 24 hours. And you can see right here is kind of where we're really getting pounded on. As far as totals go, this is a radar estimate, but they're saying 14, 12, 10 inches in some spots. So definitely seeing some heavy rainfall coming down just from today. And now we're getting more on top of that. And that's why it's still a concern, because a lot of this water has nowhere really to go except for those low-lying levels, the rivers, things like that. Now also, because of all of this rainfall that we've seen, there are actually 2 dams that they've opened now at this point. It's the Wirtz Dam and the Starkey Dam. So they have multiple gates open for both of those. And the Bastrop Dam is also open. So lots of water kind of moving now at this point, because we are seeing some flood stage levels for some of those rivers. Now, flood watch still in place. This is now focused on the western portions of our viewing area. So earlier, more of us were in it, but they have taken that off for many. But it is going to stay now until noon tomorrow, just because we still could see some rainfall through the night tonight and into tomorrow. But it is expected to slow down as we head into our Friday, which we're going to talk about in more detail coming up.
Leslie, thank you. One person is dead in Kerr County as catastrophic floodwaters prompt evacuations and water rescues along the surging Guadalupe River. The Hill Country community was barely getting back on its feet following last year's deadly July 4th floods, and now they're facing another round of devastating high waters. Fox 7 Austin's Meredith Aldis gives us a look at the damage from along the Guadalupe.
For many in Kerrville, this rising water brought back memories they hoped they'd never have to relive. City leaders say as much as 20 inches of rain fell over 2 days, with nearly 8 inches coming down in just a matter of hours. The Guadalupe River quickly overflowed its banks, triggering evacuations overnight and into the early morning hours. Flooding has since receded in many areas, but officials say the river remains elevated and dangerous. The City of Kerrville's Emergency Operations Center was activated shortly after 2 a.m., and officials say the Upper Guadalupe River Authority monitoring system proved invaluable as conditions rapidly worsened. Even so, dozens of rescues and evacuations were needed. They say many were because people drove into high water that they shouldn't have. Officials also estimate about 50 residences in flood-prone areas were affected. A local disaster declaration has been issued. The city leaders have requested additional state and federal resources to help with recovery efforts. Meanwhile, public works crews are clearing debris, barricading low water crossings, and working with TxDOT to inspect several bridges before they can safely reopen. For now, residents are being urged to stay home, shelter in place, and again, never drive through flooded roadways. The storm comes just a year after deadly flooding struck the region, and city leaders acknowledged the emotional toll this latest disaster has taken on residents. The police chief described witnessing the fear firsthand.
Our community grieves, and we grieve hard. We are still reeling from what happened a year ago. Those are not easily forgotten memories. And to have this happen again so suddenly is literally quite devastating for a lot of us as first responders, as employees of the city of Kerrville, and as members of this community. And so we grieve along with the people of our community. We know they're hurting. We've witnessed it ourselves. I myself today had someone in my arms crying tears out of fear and sadness. And so all we can say is that our hearts go out to the individuals that are affected, and we're grateful that within the city of Kerrville, we currently don't have any missing persons, and we don't have any reports of loss of life occurring in the city of Kerrville.
The city of Kerrville says they will hold a joint press conference with Kerr County sometime tomorrow. Reporting in Kerrville, Meredith Aldis, Fox 7 Austin News.
We've also seen those rescues out in Fredericksburg. That's where we find Fox 7 Austin meteorologist Kerry Burgess. He's joining us live there tonight with the latest. Kerry.
Well, we're in downtown Fredericksburg tonight. Too dark down by the river to be on that site, but the river is still flooding a little bit. We had some light rain here the last hour or so. Conditions are improving, but there will be, instead of a river flood emergency, they lowered that and downgraded it, as Leslie mentioned, to a flood advisory for the rest of the night, especially for the Pedernales River. But some of these creeks, rivers, and streams are still running high after the mess we had this morning. Some places, western Gillespie County, saw as much as 10 to 20 inches of rain, and there were at least 30 rescues, water rescues, reported by the Fredericksburg Emergency Management Department during the day today. And we're going to take you earlier to the Pedernales River, where it flooded south of Fredericksburg, and that was this was Highway 16, completely submerged in part of the river at Linedecker Road in what locals around here would call Dead Man's Curve, between Fredericksburg and Kerrville. It's basically 5 miles south of Fredericksburg, where the Pedernales moves across south central Gillespie County. And this is where we had some helicopter rescues early this morning. They sent a boat crew out. I was talking to the fire department here just about an hour ago. They said they were out there monitoring just in case anybody was still stranded on the highway in their vehicles with boats. So that's why they were out there, and that Willow City Fire Department came out to help assist in that process. And according to locals in the area, some say it hasn't been that bad since 1978. We talked to Eric Bopp, who talked about the last time he saw anything like this.
This right here is like the beginning of Dead Man's Curve.
Yep.
And I don't think the river has broken the banks up this way since probably back in like 2002. It went a little higher than this back then, but this is pretty up there.
Now, earlier this evening, the waters were beginning to recede on the Pedernales River, Johnson City, and eventually the rains we had and the flooding on the Pedernales will flow into Lake Travis directly. So I would expect over the next few days, Lake Travis to take a significant rise as this flood water will drain into the Lake Travis water basin west of Austin over the next few days. Right now, just a light rain. Hopefully it won't flood anymore tonight, but weather conditions have improved, at least here in Fredericksburg. And reporting in Fredericksburg, I'm Kerry Burgess for Fox 7 News.
Kerry, thank you so much for your coverage. And state emergency leaders are closely monitoring the Pedernales River tonight as a dangerous wall of water surges downstream. The river is forecast to rise even higher over the next 24 hours, with millions of gallons of water funneling near the LBJ State Park out by Stonewall and then rushing toward Johnson City. Fox 7 Austin's Angela Shin reports.
Throughout Thursday morning, crews were blocking off roads near the Pedernales River and warning people that the water was going to rise. We started the day at the Pedernales River in Johnson City. Several people were waiting to see it crest. We caught up with one man who has property near the river and was moving things to higher ground.
In years past, in the 70s, the water did meet right here at our corner, so right where our gate is. The creek and the river came together there, and that was in the 70s. They say it's going to be as bad as that, so hopefully nothing here will get damaged.
On Highway 290 going westbound near the Gillespie County line, water flooded the road and water on the sides of the road was rising against the trees. People nearby say it was rising rapidly. Then we went to Lower Albert Road near LBJ National Park. This playground is largely covered in water, including the picnic table, sign, slide, and swing set. The water was also getting further into the grass and pavement throughout the afternoon. And because the Pedernales River flows into Lake Travis, LCRA is expected to open multiple floodgates as of Thursday afternoon. In East Gillespie County, Angela Shen, Fox 7 Austin News.
Yeah, as she just said, a large amount of water is flowing down from the Pedernales River and making its way into Lake Travis. Fox 7 Austin's Jenna King is joining us live there. And Jenna, you spoke to the county judge about this. What did he tell you?
Yeah, hey, Katie. As you and Angela just mentioning, the Pedernales River flowing directly into Lake Travis. I spoke with the Travis County judge. He tells me they're taking a proactive approach, as LCRA tells me that this could grow 5 to 7 more inches overnight just of water. Again, Travis County officials urging people to stay out of this water, at least for now. LCRA says that Lake Travis is expected to rise as high as 681 feet above mean sea level through Friday. That means the lake could be full. The water is coming from the Pedernales River and water that's being released from upstream dams. LCRA cautions that these conditions, of course, are dynamic and could change, but the LCRA says the inflows in Lake Travis or below levels that would require gate operations to pass floodwaters at Mansfield Dam, but there are floodgates open upstream at Orts and Starkey dams. Widespread, life-threatening, considerable flash flooding is possible in south central Texas through at least Friday. Heavy rain, of course, caused a flash flood warning earlier today for the Pedernales River. That river is still under a flood warning until tomorrow. Travis County Judge Andy Brown tells me the county is taking the precautionary move of sending out alerts for people to seek higher ground before the water rises. He advises people to stay away from the Pedernales River and where it dumps into Lake Travis near Pace Bend Park in Spicewood.
I talked to LCRA and they let us know that there is a large amount of capacity in Lake Travis right now between where it is and where the max is. So they feel that increased water from the Pedernales and also from any releases that they're doing for now is okay.
Yeah, of course, make sure to stay out of fast-moving water, avoid those flooded areas. It's, of course, important to always follow those instructions from state and local officials, including not driving around those barricades. Again, Judge Brown also urging people to sign up for Warn Central Texas. He says that's a good way to keep up with the latest alerts. I'll send it back to you, Katie.
Jenna, thank you. Floodwaters severely damaged the Center Point Volunteer Fire Station overnight. The force of the water bent massive structural beams and wrecked brand new equipment, which crews actually just installed to replace what they lost in last year's deadly floods. First responders say the structural damage to the station is even worse this time around.
Everything we had in here was new. I don't know how we're going to recover from this. So, the people of this great state and country was great to us once.
Currently on Henderson Branch Road, where the
Kirk County's going to need help again.
The fire chief is surveying the damage and working to determine the full extent. Tonight, Central Texans are stepping up and answering the call for help. The Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country is collecting donations for its newly launched Texas Hill Country Flood Relief Fund. This effort comes just 1 year after the deadly July 4th floods devastated the area. Headquartered in Kerrville, the foundation serves surrounding counties hit hardest by the rising waters, including Gillespie, Kendall, and Blanco. For those who are in the place to lend a hand, Austin Pets Alive needs volunteers. The shelter has taken in more than 100 cats and dogs that were evacuated from the flood zones. APA is asking for hands-on help. They need volunteers on site and fosters to take in some of these pets. In the meantime, Austin Pets Alive is offering Name Your Price adoptions. These animals, they're all looking for families.
By taking those animals, we know that they are safe and they're available for adoption, and we can get them good homes. The other thing we're doing is we are bringing food and supplies down. Some of the shelters we're working with have lost their facilities in the flood. One of them has all the animals crammed upstairs in a 2-story building. The bottom floor is completely decimated, and so we are working with them.
If you can't donate your time, they're also welcoming donations as well.
That was Fox 7 in Austin with that coverage of deadly flooding hitting parts of Texas in the central and southern parts of the state. This is a look at some of the flooding there in Kerrville. And we do want to get to Fox Weather. They have a look at the latest flooding and what we can expect overnight.
A little bit more than a year after we had the horrible tragedy last year with the deadliest flooding event in Texas history in Kerrville and the surrounding area. This was Uvalde, so this time it wasn't just the Guadalupe River. We had some other rivers that were involved here. And through the overnight, I still think we could see some more significant flooding. So please, I know you guys have been through it over the last couple of days. Some of the video I've seen out of here is just unbelievable. There was one video of the what was it, an animal sanctuary or something like that, that I thought was particularly hard-hitting, not just because of the animals, and I believe all the animals were fine, by the way, but the woman that was taking the video, she was so distraught, and you can see she's just totally soaked in rain, you know, just well past the point of caring about getting wet. And
so bad, we've lost all of our enclosures.
Yeah, that's in Ingram, Texas, which was a spot that was affected last year as well.
Our big enclosures.
Chicken coops and turkey pens and everything, and the report is that all the animals are okay. I'm gonna be, I don't know. I'm not qualified to speak on it, but I would imagine if a chicken coop got swept away, I'd be impressed if all the chickens survived. That is it's incredible how much rain has fallen. Way more rain has fallen during this event than what we saw during the last one, right? So this is the amount of rain that's fallen during this event. 18 to 27 inches, depending on where you're at. This was last year's, but this fell in a smaller amount of time. We'll do some comparisons of that coming up in a little bit, but first I want to really focus in on the forecast here. Look at this. This is the overnight tonight. This is where the majority of the rest of the rain is going to fall. And I would say tonight, models are really pointing at farther toward the west. So let's say Del Rio up towards Sonora and places like that, maybe west of Camp Wood. Just be on high alert. Robert Ray has been down in Hill Country following this. Let's go out to him. Here's his story from earlier today.
Communities under siege in Texas Hill Country as water has exploded out of rivers, streams, and creeks, and in some areas over 2 feet. Here in Uvalde, Texas, just an intense, horrible night of rain, 3 inches per hour for a couple hours that came down, winds roaring through, tornado warnings, and then you wake up to the entire town being impassable. All the streets flooded with water and more rain on the way. Though some of the streets and the water have begun a recession, first responders have been out and about trying to assess the situation with big vehicles, armored trucks, men and women, heroes, moving into these streets and communities, trying to make sure that everyone is safe. There have been evacuations here in Uvalde and all the way up into other areas of Hill Country. Kerrville, we know that 135 people lost their lives last July 4th, 2025 to nocturnal flash floods. Well, they have major issues up there with the Guadalupe River being compromised, bridges and structures. Watching that very carefully. Down here, the fire department that I spoke to says they cannot report any significant injuries yet, and thank God, no casualties. Nonetheless, everything is closed here. Businesses, hotels are beginning to shut down, and the area is being assessed by not only helicopters in the air, but again, first responders all over trying to maneuver, though very tough in some of these roads that are inundated. About 2 feet of rain, more rain on the way again, and we we just hope that it does not blow these river systems up. This has been an incredible week in Hill Country. They have really worked very diligently to create safety for everyone, and we witnessed a lot of these first responders saving people, not only from the ground and the air, but also trying to work with folks, getting them into shelters. This situation is fluid, and we'll continue to report. I'm Robert Ray in Uvalde, Texas.
Fox Weather with their coverage, and you can stay up to date with Fox Weather by downloading the free app. Just scan that QR code on your screen for more. As we just heard, this isn't over yet. More rainfall is still expected, as at least 2 people have died, and there have been at least 230 rescues across Texas as they are hit with that catastrophic flooding. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We've been telling you about this dangerous flooding hitting Texas. Kerrville especially seeing some dangerous flooding conditions. Just a little bit of that video that we've gathered here on Live Now from Fox. At least 2 people have died. There have been more than 230 rescues as that flooding continues there in parts of Central and South Texas. We did hear from officials in Kerrville earlier today with a warning for residents there. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shane Slars. I'm the Kendall County Judge. I'm here with our Emergency Management Coordinator, Brady Constantine, and our Road and Bridge Chief, Donnell Evans. We're just going to give you an update on the current situation in Kendall County. This is reminiscent of last year's July 4th flood. We've taken on a significant amount more water than last year's flood. This morning there was about 200,000 cubic feet per second of water coming through the Guadalupe, which was significantly higher than last year. Fortunately, like last year, we suffered no loss of life and no significant injuries. Property damage and damage to roads and bridge is prevalent throughout the county. We're not able to do a full assessment of the damage at this point because there's still significant water. You'll notice that there is some red dye in the water by Comfort. At this point, it is not a safety concern for anyone. We've been told that it is just dye. It is nothing that's a health concern. In addition, we've had 2 official rescues at this point, but we've had multiple assists to bring people to our evacuation center. At its peak, our evacuation center has had about 68 residents. Right now, there's about 63. We're providing food and supplies to these residents. We've had multiple organizations donate their time and effort to, including HEB and some restaurants, so they're being provided for, as well as their pets. In addition, we have state assets on the ground assisting us, as well as our community partners, the City of Boerne, and all of our volunteer fire departments, law enforcement are out and about. Our wildlife agents are out and about as well. And so we have full assets on the ground assisting folks. So right now, we're at a lull. We're expecting a second wave coming down the pipe sometime this afternoon. It's nothing going to be remotely close to what we've seen. So we believe we're through the worst of it, but it's important for our residents to remain vigilant. Please do not go through low water crossings. Please pay attention to the alerts that we're sending out. We're constantly sending out winds alerts and text messages to our residents, trying to advise them of the current conditions. Those are for your safety, and we please do not disregard them. I'm going to hand it over to our emergency management coordinator to give you a little briefing about our preparedness and the steps we took in anticipation of this flood event. Brady?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brady Constantine. I serve as the Emergency Management Coordinator and the Director of the Fire Marshal's Office for Kendall County. Our day did start very early this morning, about 2 a.m. I've been in close contact with Kerr County Emergency Management, as well as the emergency managers for Gillespie and Bandera County through the majority of this weather event from several days ago. On Tuesday, the 14th, we had a coordination meeting in preparation for what could happen, what may happen without uncertainty, along with guidance from the National Weather Service. We didn't know where the water was going to hit or how much, and if it was going to affect us. So we held a coordination meeting with our law enforcement partners within our county, as well as all of our key role players when it comes to emergency services and an event like this. Transportation and resources were already secured and prepared for an event like this. After yesterday event down in the city of Boerne, we were prepared for additional rainfall. Again, uncertainty on how much or where it would land. But we did go ahead and start making notifications in partnership with the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department and with their chiefs and such that have been in this area for many, many years and have experienced this, to pre-plan and be prepared for this exact event that we have had today. Again, this day started about 2 o'clock this morning as the rainfall was imminent and that it was going to affect our county. Me and my team, once we were up here, started monitoring the Kerr County side in coordination with Kerr County Emergency Management on what that looked like. The notifications went out early on, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, to Kendall County elected officials and Kendall County Judge Shane Stolarczyk on the imminent threat. The public safety aspect was addressed in the very beginning with notifications through the federal IPAWS system for anybody on the Guadalupe to seek higher ground, that the river was going to rise rapidly. As he stated, we utilized our notification system, which is subscriber-based, the wireless emergency notification system, to do the same thing continuously all the way through this event. As the waters touched Kendall County, we had already done multiple drive-throughs of the neighborhoods in lower Comfort area, Broadway, Water Street, and those that are closest to the Guadalupe. As he stated, we had several evacuations. That being said, majority of all of those were voluntary. We never had a mandatory evacuation put in place. They were voluntary, and majority of those were assisted. I can tell you that the public did get our notices. and were very great to work with. We were able to get everyone to high ground early on. We established a shelter as well as a staging center for additional resources coming, as well as any that may have been evacuated, which we did. Just north of Comfort at one of our Comfort schools in coordination with Comfort ISD. Our law enforcement partners here in Kendall County have supported us. The state of Texas with our TDM representatives have been very helpful, and we are grateful for that partnership through this entire event, as well as the city of Boerne and many, many other state partners. At this time, I can tell you that the last report that I had, which it may have increased just a little bit at this point, is 37 feet was the last crest that I had at 87 in the Guadalupe here in Comfort, which is almost on point with July 4th. However, the cubic feet per second, the CFS, is at a higher rate. We're seeing a wider footprint of this flood at this time, and as the judge stated, we're not going to be able to get a full grasp of damage assessment to personal property, county property, and state property until these waters have receded. In coordination with the National Weather Service, one-on-one, we do not anticipate additional heavy pockets of rain at this time through this afternoon. So we do expect the receding of the water so we can start working towards those assessments. At this time, the initial parts of the flood, the front of this, is working its way through Kendall County. Last report I had, it's just getting to the Cordillera area, River Mountain on the east side of our county. It has not hit the Comal County line at this time. That second wave, I do not anticipate it to come up and hit the height of what the first wave did. But we definitely are monitoring as that comes through with our gauges in coordination with the USGS and UGRA, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. So at this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
I can do a couple.
We've heard some mixed reports from residents. Were sirens set off once the water started to rise?
Yes, sir. The sirens were activated. I don't have those exact times. They will be able to get those in the days and weeks to come because I do have it documented. They were manually triggered by the Comfort Fire Department. And generally the sirens are when we're watching the Cypress Creek. The Cypress Creek, whenever that water comes up, that is what affects the homes and the actual residents in downtown Comfort. The Guadalupe itself, as it comes up, we don't have houses and businesses that are actually in that minor, moderate, and major floodway of the Guadalupe. So the Cypress is what the key watch was as far as the sirens. We did do, as we were doing evacuations as secondary and third, we reinitiated the sirens, and that'll be documented with timestamps as well.
And what time roughly? I know we need the timestamps, but
I don't have a timestamp for you at this time. I would be off, and I'll get it for you in the coming days.
How should the evacuations that took place, what would have happened if you haven't evacuated those people? Were their lives in danger?
I think the question was, if we hadn't evacuated the people, would their lives have been in danger? I can't say for certain. We took all the necessary steps, just as we do in the emergency services and in the situation, right? We know that this is a low-lying area. The residents know this is a low-lying area. Being the early morning hours, I can tell you my job as emergency management coordinator is to be with our partners, with the surrounding counties, upstream specifically, and the partnerships that I've created with the National Weather Service, as well as my TDM partnerships. So I don't want to guesstimate on what could have happened or what would have happened. I just know what did happen. As the judge said, and I'll reiterate, at this time, to my knowledge and what has been relayed to me, I don't have any known missing people that are Kendall County residents that have been reported. I don't have any known fatalities reported at this time for Kendall County. Surrounding counties, I can't attest to any of that. I don't have any of that information.
But the most important thing on this event is we had notice. And so the notice allowed us to plan and prepare. Although we had a great response to the last flood, we were even better positioned this time to pre-position assets because we had some notice. So,
do you think that people, because of what happened last year, were more alert and maybe more responsible about their own decisions?
Absolutely. The hill country is known as flash flood alley, and so floods are not a surprise to them. What were we expecting a second flood 2 years in a row? No, but they knew how to handle themselves and knew how to take steps to take care of their own safety and property. Dylan, do you have a question?
Well, so the river rose 37 feet. Do you know how much it's receded and how much it's expected to rise again?
I'm going to be going out there when we get done here. The judge and I are going to start making some rounds to where we can. I don't know how much it has come down yet. I don't anticipate really getting into downtown Cumberland until either late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Has the state provided any resources to back up your first responders?
Absolutely. We called because of what happened yesterday in the city of Boerne. We already had some state assets, boat teams, ambulances and stuff that remained in the staging area in the Boerne area. What we did is when not knowing where this storm was going to land and what was going to happen, they stayed overnight in case Boerne needed them or the Kendall County area, right? So when this became an imminent threat to Kerrville and we had rescues happening and such, it was easier for the state in communication with myself and the city of Boerne. We let those assets go ahead and move up there because they're that much closer to save life, right? Behind that, I said, as those are moving up, I asked the state, can you backfill that package that we had so that when this water does get here, if we end up in that situation, we have those assets here. And that's exactly what happened. We have crews from all over the state that are assisting right now, as well as Texas DPS, the game wardens, fire and ambulance and boats from everywhere.
And I want to make sure that everyone's aware that Chief Nim Kidd has been in direct contact with me multiple times, making sure that we had everything we need. So the state has been very vigilant and making sure that counties that are affected were adequately staffed and resourced. So the state has done everything that we've asked, and there's nothing that we're without at this time.
So I do.
We were just hearing from officials in Kendall County, Texas, discussing the flood response there. We know across Texas there have been at least 2 deaths and more than 230 rescues as this flooding hits parts of central and southern Texas, and more rain is expected overnight. We'll continue to keep an eye on those flooding conditions in Texas and bring you the latest updates here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at Capitol Hill tonight as the political fallout continues after 2 deadly incidents involving ICE agents. This week, the department put a pause on vehicle stops for immigration enforcement, but President Trump quickly reinstated them. And now Democrats are calling for congressional action. Fox's Alexis McAdams has the latest from New York.
The fallout from 2 deadly ICE traffic stops continues. In Maine, a Colombian national was killed after DHS says he tried to drive away, calling it a public safety threat. And in Texas, a Mexican national was shot and killed by an agent while driving a van that police say had drugs inside. The shootings prompted a brief nationwide pause in ICE traffic stops, which was quickly reversed by President Trump, who says they're an essential law enforcement tool.
Our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes.
But Democrats remain on the attack, demanding independent investigations into both shootings and calling for congressional action to tackle what they say is a pattern of excessive force by federal agents.
Where were Senate Republicans when Trump immediately reinstated the vehicle stops policy that led to these killings? There is blood on the streets, and the blame is on Senate Republicans.
The shootings also prompting protests across the country.
I just am horrified at what is happening in our country right now, and it really needs to change.
As the investigations continue, one former ICE agent says the officers are just trying to do their job.
They're law enforcement officers. They're not political actors. They wake up like our military and law enforcement every day.
DHS tells Fox all ICE field offices will have body cameras within the next 60 days. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And one of those deadly incidents involving ICE agents happened in Houston last week, and we are now getting some more details on what led up to that. Aaron Wrights, the newly sworn U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Texas, is sharing new details on what led up to last week's fatal Houston shooting involving ICE officers. According to him, the officers tried to pull over the van one other time before the confrontation that led to the shooting death of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. That coming from Fox 26 Houston. Let's play out that video posted by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Texas this afternoon.
My name's Aaron Wrights. I'm the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Texas, and I want to provide a statement on the shooting and death of Lorenzo Salgado here in Houston. I want to assure the public that the appropriate law enforcement agencies are looking into this matter. That includes my office, the FBI, DHS, and other state and local partners. Based upon preliminary information my office has been provided to date, and without drawing any final conclusions while the investigation is ongoing, here's what we have reason to believe happened. On the morning of Tuesday, July 7th, federal officers were investigating 2 Guatemalan men known to be driving a white van. These men had previously evaded arrest and were potentially subject to deportation. While looking for the suspect's white van, officers received a report of a similar van in the area. The officers' 2 vehicles, each with 2 officers inside, turned on their police lights and attempted to pull over the van and the men that fit the suspect's description. The aliens then fled, conducting a rapid U-turn and hopping a median to get away. The agents chose not to pursue. Later that morning, the agents came across the van again. And again, the illegal aliens attempted to flee, but this time, the agents successfully surrounded the vehicle. At some point, 2 of the 4 officers got out of their vehicles and instructed the non-compliant aliens to put the van in park. Preliminary information indicates the driver shifted the van into reverse, then forward again, while an officer was partially inside the van or immediately next to it. During this confrontation between federal agents and a group of illegal aliens attempting to flee, one of the officers fired a single shot. That round struck Lorenzo Salgado. The other federal officers on scene immediately began rendering first aid to preserve Mr. Salgado's life. Yet sadly, as we know, Mr. Salgado later died at the hospital. Meanwhile, officers saw in plain view several small bags of a white crystal-like substance inside the van. As a result, just yesterday, the FBI executed a search warrant on the van in connection with possible narcotics trafficking and drug offenses. I want to reiterate, This assessment is based on preliminary information given to my office. We draw no decisive conclusions and believe federal law enforcement will conduct a thorough investigation. We are doing everything we can to seek the truth and do the right thing. In the meantime, I encourage the public to give the FBI and DHS the opportunity to investigate. Let the justice system work, and pray for safer communities in which law, order, and justice prevail.
That was Aaron Wrights, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Texas, sharing some new details about what led up to the fatal shooting of a man in Houston last week involving ICE officers. And we will continue to keep an eye on that story and bring you those updates as we get them. We're going to step away now for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, taking a live look at Capitol Hill this evening. A congressional vote on cutting aid to Israel is exposing the growing divisions over that subject in the Democratic caucus. More than half of House Democrats voted in favor of eliminating $3.3 billion in U.S. aid to Israel. Fox Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Pergram reports on what this means for the party's midterm strategy.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman threatening to desert his party if the party deserts Israel.
That's my red line in the Democratic Party. Look at the people that are winning these primaries right now. They're not just, I'm just pro-Palestinian. I'm deeply anti-Israel.
The amendment is not adopted.
This week's House vote splitting Democrats over Israel exposed deepening internal fissures.
So this is an important moment because nothing will be the same on this issue ever again.
The left says the party simply represents where its voters stand.
You're seeing a shift. The American people are growing weary of this war and what's happening.
Democratic leaders concede the party now views Israel through a different lens.
It's not lost on me that the actions the Prime Minister has taken has not made it easier for us here to be supporters of a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Even Democrats who favor the aid pin the change on Israel.
I think there are a lot of people concerned about Netanyahu and are concerned about some of the activities over the past couple of years.
Missouri Democrat Wesley Bell opposed cutting off money to Israel. He faces Israel skeptic Cori Bush in next month's primary.
It's important that we do stand with our allies because our sworn enemies are not going away.
Pro-Israel Republicans worry about the Democrats' anti-Israel tie.
I think they've been captured by crazies. I mean, you can see it in their elections by people who hate Jews.
Fetterman says Democrats need him, especially if Democrats flip 4 seats to claim the majority. If Fetterman bolts, he could swing Senate control to the GOP. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And another live look at the Capitol as we step away for our last 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi, taking another live look at Capitol Hill. Today was day 2 of testimony as President Trump's pick for Attorney General Todd Blanche got a second look today from senators who heard from those who've already been impacted by his time at the Justice Department. Fox Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel reports.
Attorney General nominee Todd Blanche did not testify on day 2 of his confirmation hearing. Instead, lawmakers on the Senate Judiciary Committee heard from witnesses to his character.
Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us.
Epstein survivor Danny Bensky represented victims of the late accused sex trafficker who say they've been ghosted by Blanche's Justice Department.
Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with the survivor.
The committee also heard from Jennifer Boss, an Illinois mother whose daughter went missing for weeks before her body was found on the property of an illegal immigrant.
Victims don't care about partisan victories. We care whether the dangerous criminals and drug traffickers and cartels are stopped before another loved one is buried and another family's life is shattered.
It came a day after Blanche faced a grilling over Epstein, the DOJ's since scrapped weaponization fund, and his past as Trump's personal lawyer. Whether he has the votes to move forward is still up in the air, with some Republicans expressing reservations.
I have not made a final decision, but Mr. Blanche said very quickly yesterday that he would meet with the victims. I expect that meeting to occur before I'm willing to vote out of this committee.
With the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham, Republicans only have a 1-seat advantage on the Judiciary Committee, meaning just a single GOP defection could sink Blanche's nomination. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And as you heard today, Blanche himself did not testify. Instead, we heard victim testimony, including from the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. We want to play out some of those remarks for you right now. This is from earlier today.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all, and thank you to the committee for hearing survivor voices. I'd like to remind you of who you're hearing from today. At this time, can my survivor sisters and family please rise? We may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children, young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen. Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, sisters. Now look at our faces and remember the women and families of who the DOJ re-victimized. You guys can sit. Thank you so much. I'm a teacher. In my school, if a student released a nude photo depicting a peer's sexual assault and abuse, they would almost certainly face expulsion. And yet, this is what our Department of Justice did to crime victims. Today, Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Does, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. And holding who it you decision on place highest in this country. 650 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional. Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm. While coping with our emotional distress and psychological trauma, we also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims. For us, this has never been about politics. It has been about getting justice for the crimes committed against us. And the redactions are not the only problem with Todd Blanche's nomination. Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us, the crime victims. Survivors in this room repeatedly asked to meet with Todd Blanche through multiple channels. He never responded. Yesterday, he said he would meet with us, with our attorneys, if they were present. But let's be clear, that was the first time that was ever communicated to us before yesterday. He simply ignored us for the last 8 months. He's been radio silent, and the silence was deafening. Crime victims deserve better from the nation's highest level of law enforcement officials. We deserve to be heard directly, not dismissed and ignored. There are numerous investigative leads that must be followed, despite Mr. Blanche's claim that there are none. Epstein and Maxwell did not abuse women and children alone. They did not build their operation alone. Others enabled these crimes, exploited victims, and avoided accountability for decades. You do not have to take my word for it. Several weeks ago, after examining the evidence, Chairman James Comer directed Todd Blanche to open investigations into 2 men connected to Epstein. The Epstein files are not merely a collection of embarrassing names and politically damaging associations. They are records connected to the sexual exploitation and trafficking of girls and young women. They contain information about how Epstein's network worked, who assisted him, and whether additional crimes can still be investigated. The Department of Justice should pursue every credible lead, not just work tirelessly, not just to shut down the investigations. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with the survivor. Afterward, Maxwell was transferred to what many have described as a summer camp prison. We learned all of this through the news. Imagine what that feels like as a survivor to sit there if you were exploited by Ghislaine Maxwell and you're hearing this for the first time with no explanation, no outreach, and no transparency from your. And to add insult to injury, the information that Todd Blanche gathered in the White House Situation Room last summer to curb the political fallout from the Epstein files was absolutely abhorrent. Instead of following investigative leads, our government treated and continued to treat this as a political crisis that needs to be managed. In our nation, everyone deserves equal protection under the law. Todd Blanche has been unwilling to protect Epstein survivors' personal information. And he has been resistant to investigate the people who helped Epstein and Maxwell commit those crimes. We need an attorney general committed to ensuring that everyone who facilitated Epstein's crimes is held accountable. Please, I implore you, please, think carefully and think about the girls in these photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bensky. Now, Ms. Boss.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Is it on? Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin and members of the committee.
Thank you. Can you pull it real close to you?
Pull it to there.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There you go. My name is Jennifer Boss. I live in Antioch, Illinois. I'm the mother of an angel named Megan Boss, and I'm here because my daughter's tragic and gruesome death has exposed catastrophic failures in immigration enforcement and drug trafficking policies. The investigation into her death continues, but one truth is painfully clear. Dangerous gaps in our system allowed an illegal alien to exploit our laws, and my daughter paid the ultimate price. Losing Megan and then being forced to navigate multiple broken systems while drowning in grief taught me that policies carrying life or death consequences cannot remain political talking points. That's why I've tried, despite the most intense heartache anyone can ever experience, to speak locally and nationally about the 4 crises that compounded our tragedy: illegal immigration, sanctuary policies, the fentanyl crisis, and cashless bail. I'm so grateful that the whole of this administration, with Todd Blanche leading the DOJ, has prioritized all 4 of these issues.
We wanted to play out some of the day 2 of testimony in the confirmation hearing for Trump's pick for Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we will continue to follow this. We also are hearing that Blanche met privately with those Epstein survivors following that hearing. We have this from Senator Tom Tillis saying, "I commend Todd Blanche for doing what all his predecessors over the last 2 decades never did, meet with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. I appreciate his willingness to directly engage and listen to them." We are going to step away now for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the White House tonight as U.S. strikes in the Middle East continue. We got this from U.S. Central Command saying today at 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. Central Command completed its latest major wave of strikes against Iran. U.S. forces, including fighter jets, aerial drones, and warships, launching precision munitions that hit dozens of Iranian military targets, such as coastal surveillance and air defense sites, military logistics infrastructure, and maritime capabilities. This was the 6th consecutive night of U.S. strikes against Iran. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson has the latest.
Beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. jets and warships launched another wave of strikes against Iran following a return of major combat operations last week. Over the past 3 days, Iran has not attacked any commercial vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz, though traffic has slowed. The White House relaunched the air campaign in response to the regime's previous attacks on shipping.
President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Iran's response to the American airstrikes, attacks against Iraq, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, where the Kuwaiti army says it shot down 32 drones today.
And in no way will we allow the United States, as a foreign and extra-regional country, to interfere in the Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's inviolable red line.
While the U.S. military is trying to increase shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a waterway its own warships have not transited since May, Iran is now threatening to use its proxy force in Yemen to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea. If President Trump orders the bombing of power plants in Iran next week, as he threatened to do. The U.S. Air Force has deployed fifth-generation F-35 stealth fighter jets to carry out some of the strikes. As part of 3 waves of strikes yesterday, F-18 Super Hornets launched strike missions carrying standoff land attack GPS-guided missiles with a range of 170 miles. Since President Trump ordered a return of the naval blockade of Iranian ports this week, 3 commercial vessels have been forced to reverse course, 1 has been disabled, and 1 now boarded. In Tel Aviv, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And again, Central Command saying they have completed a 6th consecutive night of strikes in Iran. We'll continue to keep you updated with the latest updates from the Middle East. Let's take another 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. Let's give you a live look at the White House tonight. President Trump delivering a primetime address this evening, discussing mainly voter security. And we have this from the Wall Street Journal saying in his primetime address, Trump alleged that the U.S. election system had been compromised, ramping up efforts to sow doubts about his 2020 election loss, raise skepticism about the midterms, and pressure Congress into passing sweeping voter ID legislation. We do want to play out that full address for you one more time in case you missed it. This is President Trump addressing the nation tonight from the White House.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses, They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
That was President Trump delivering his primetime address this evening. We wanted to play that out for you in full in case you missed it. President Trump alleging election interference and pledging to fix that system. He's also pushing the Save America Act, as we just heard there in those remarks. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We've been following a story out of Southern California. We have this from Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf in Los Angeles, saying surveillance video obtained by Fox LA captures of the moment a massive water main ruptures in West Hollywood, California, unleashing a wall of water that barrels downhill. The torrent continued for nearly 4 hours before it was shut off. So a massive water main break in Hollywood today, flooding streets and businesses. Let's tune in to Fox Los Angeles with their coverage at the top of this hour.
Well, welcome to Good Night LA. I'm Christine Devine. It was a 110-year-old water line that ruptured, flooding parts of the Sunset Strip in West Hollywood. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf reports. The break highlights concerns over LA's aging water system, with many pipes more than 80 years old.
A raging river from a water main break tearing through the center of West Hollywood for hours, damaging almost everything in its path. New surveillance video obtained exclusively by Fox 11 captures the moment a wall of water surged down Holloway Drive, pooling into Dialogue Coffee.
This just isn't one of those things that you're thinking about that can happen.
The co-owner showing us inside some of the destruction.
Basically took the entire area here all the way in the back.
A massive, muddy mess that could cost tens of thousands of dollars. But have you started the process of looking at insurance or an attorney?
Right now we're trying to get, biggest thing is making sure our staff is taken care of.
The water in this garage reaching 4 or 5 feet in lower spots, forcing trunks to pop open, even airbags to deploy.
The mud, the debris, everything came in these structures and destroyed what was in here.
Crews working all day to pump water out of flooded garages, while firefighters check buildings and cars, making sure no one is trapped. Fortunately, no serious injuries reported.
Aging infrastructure is a challenge. I know I served on the city council and as mayor here, and when I was on the council, we were talking about the aging infrastructure.
At the center of the mess, a 36-inch steel water transmission main that ruptured, causing extensive damage to the community and a giant sinkhole. Officials digging it up to determine what caused the break, although the pipe was 110 years old.
Any idea on how many of the DWP mains or pipes are about 100 years old like this?
I don't have a number, accurate number to say.
Blocks of businesses shut down, left cleaning up. The flood might be over, but the recovery is just beginning.
You know, we're talking about possibly doing a GoFundMe right now and probably going to be doing that next.
Joe is giving you a look tonight as crews are still pumping out water so they can access that damaged pipe. According to LADWP, some homes in the area could have low water pressure, but everyone has running water. We're in West Hollywood. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Matthew Seedorf with that report from the Hollywood area after this massive water main break this afternoon. We saw some of the damage there on the streets and in that business. We also have this from Fox News saying a massive water main break turned West Hollywood streets into raging rivers overnight, swallowing roads, flooding apartment garages, and opening a huge sinkhole. The powerful surge pushed parked cars through the streets as floodwaters rushed through the area. A city official said the massive leak occurred in a 36-inch trunk line dating back to 1916. This is raising fresh concerns about the city's aging infrastructure. And we are also watching some weather stories across the country. The Northeast seeing hazy skies and smoke in their atmosphere. That's coming from multiple wildfires that are burning in Canada. This is a look at some of that dramatic video we've seen in Canada as firefighters are working to get these blazes under control. Fox Weather's Blaine Froney has the latest, as this is also causing health concerns for places affected by the smoke.
Oh yeah, look over there.
Raging wildfires in Canada trapping a train crew. These flames are an example of some of the out-of-control fires burning in Canada. Winds now carrying the equally dangerous smoke southeast, invading parts of the U.S.
It feels like we're
in an apocalyptic war zone or something.
To make matters worse, hot, dry, windy conditions are fanning the flames of active wildfires burning in Minnesota.
The access is a huge challenge. The fire weather has been a big challenge for our firefighters.
Thick plumes of orange-tinged smoke are spreading across New York.
We are reaching into a level of air quality that is dangerous for every single New Yorker.
Air quality alerts are extending as far as New England. More than 124 million people could be breathing in small particles from the smoke that can get lodged into lungs.
You get burning in your throat, you get eyes tearing, and then you have a little bit of trouble breathing.
Sometimes the air is bad enough to see or smell the smoke. But even if you don't see the pollution, it can still be unhealthy to breathe. If you have underlying heart conditions or asthma or are pregnant, it's best to stay inside. If you have to go outside, make it quick and wear an N95 mask. New Yorkers dealt with a similar situation in 2023, and officials say asthma-related emergency room visits increased by 82%.
So we're expecting a spike. We're talking to the hospital emergency rooms about preparedness for this.
Also here in New York, the high pollution levels are raising concerns for Sunday's FIFA World Cup final game. In Brooklyn, Bain Froney, Fox Weather.
And another look at those blazes burning in Canada. Smoke from those wildfires in Canada is covering much of the Northeast as parts of Michigan, Minnesota, and New York are seeing this thick smoke in their air tonight. Fox's Asher Red is in Toronto with more.
Toronto is under a thick cloud of smoke as people wear masks to prevent themselves from breathing it in.
Really orangey, foggy, very apocalyptic. And then obviously my nose kind of starts hurting and my throat is dry, just uncomfortable, like you feel like you're getting a cold.
Scared a bit, truthfully. Weird, surreal, unusual.
Toronto is under an air quality warning as the air is considered very unhealthy to breathe. It can be dangerous, even for a young and healthy person, to exert themselves too much in this air. The city has closed all outdoor pools and has moved many summer camps indoors. Almost everyone I've spoken with here in Toronto tell me they are getting headaches, itchy throats, and watery eyes. A lot of people are walking around in masks to protect themselves from the air.
Already from just spending a whole day outside yesterday, I could realize my mucus and stuff building up.
It felt like I'm smoking basically, and I don't smoke.
On Thursday, more than 850 wildfires were raging across Canada. About 500 of them were in Ontario alone, the largest one scorching more than 350,000 acres. That fire is about 700 miles northwest of Toronto, and forecasters say that's where most of the smoke that we're seeing in the United States and here in Toronto is coming from. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says 150 fire crews and nearly 50 firefighting aircraft are working around the clock to extinguish these fires. And a lot of people here in Toronto are hoping that the wind will continue pushing this smoke away from the city, but it'll still take a while before all of the smoke and, of course, the smell that comes with it is gone completely. In Toronto, Canada, Asher Red, Fox News.
That was Asher Red with the latest on those Canada wildfires and how it's affecting air quality in the Northeast. We will bring you those updates as we get them as well here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back on the other side. My colleague Adam Lorenz will pick up our 24/7 live coverage. I'm Shauna Kalafi. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Good evening. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Hope you all are having a fantastic Thursday evening wherever you're at across the United States and around the world. You're looking at a beautiful live shot right there of the Midtown Manhattan skyline. Look at how gorgeous the Empire State Building is looking there in the left-hand portion of your screen. Not too far away there, the H&M building from the Times Square district. A little bit of air quality alerts going on in New York City on Thursday. We'll see if that air quality is able to improve by Friday. Not a great weather forecast this weekend upcoming for New York. A big sports weekend in town. Let's not forget we got the World Cup final happening Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern time, just across the Hudson River. Let's show you a live shot there of MetLife Stadium, where that will be held. They're calling it New York and New Jersey Stadium. We're so excited. Spain versus Argentina. Lionel Messi and the Argentinians trying to make it a second straight World Cup win, only trying to become the third nation in history to go back-to-back, joining Italy and Brazil. Brazil last did it in 1958, 1962. Of course, Spain looking for their second ever World Cup win. They won it back in 2010, back in South Africa. We're so excited for that. Let's bring it back here to the city that never sleeps. The city's so nice, they named it twice. It's not just the World Cup happening in New York this weekend. Let's not forget, we got a lot of Los Angeles Dodger baseball fans watching us at Live Now from Fox here on this Thursday evening, 10:57 p.m. Pacific time. The Dodgers, they're right there, folks. They're probably not too far away from that shot that we're seeing right now. They returned back to Yankee Stadium up in the Bronx today for the first, or I should say Friday, for the first time since 2024, where they won the World Series in 5 games. Of course, that pivotal 5th inning in Game 5 of the 2024 World Series, the Yankees collapse up 5-0 on the Dodgers. Dodgers coming back, tying the game, trailing once again in that game 6-5 before winning that game 7-6. What a great sports moment that was for the city of Los Angeles, and the Dodgers back in New York, back playing the Yankees this weekend. That game, the Yankees-Dodger game on Saturday night, will be broadcast right here on Fox, 5 Pacific, 8 Central. The voice of the Dodgers, Joe Davis, of course, also MLB on Fox's voice alongside John Schmaltz. We're so excited. John Smoltz, we're so excited for that game and this entire series this weekend. I know I'm a big Dodger fan. Maybe you're a Dodger fan at home there too. Good evening to you all. My name is Adam Lorenz. It's such a pleasure to be with you all, like I said, on this Thursday night as we transition it into Friday morning. Special thanks to my colleague Shauna Kalafi over there in our Live Now West Coast studio for the handoff there. It was a seamless handoff, Shauna. I really do appreciate you and all of our colleagues over there at Live Now West Coast. We're here in the East Coast here, almost 2 a.m. Central Time. I'll be with you all until 5 a.m. Central Time as we continue to track some of the biggest news and stories happening across the United States and around the world. Let's bring you out to our nation's capital right now. Look at how gorgeous. Look at that shot there, folks. The United States Capitol building, very dramatic with all the lights kind of shining on it. It's probably due to some of that air quality that they're getting up in the Northeast there too. A beautiful shot here on this Friday morning, late into Thursday night. Of course, it was a big day in D.C. yesterday. We saw Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. He had his second day of Senate hearings, confirmation hearings. We understand he met with some victims of Jeffrey Epstein. We're about to get into that here shortly. All of that happening right there at the Capitol building. And not too far away from the Capitol building, right there at the White House, President Trump delivered an address yesterday or earlier this evening, if you're watching us from Pacific time, at 6 Pacific time, that got into a lot of election-related conversations that have really spoiled over into the media now as we kind of break down and dissect what President Trump had to say. One person that knows all about everything that President Trump had to say is meeting us from right there. Folks, that is the University of Southern California, USC, the LA city skyline there in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. A bit of a quiet Friday evening on campus as we are officially at the 11 p.m. Pacific time hour. You see a beautiful Tommy Trojan there right in the middle of your screen. Such a great school, great campus, great vibes, great culture, and great academics, and one of the best professors at USC. You know him, you'll love him. His name is Professor Douglas Becker, and he joins me now with more on President Trump's speech that went down yesterday, or earlier this evening, I should say there, Doug. Thanks so much for staying up late. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to talk with you about that. And our summer classes all ended today, so you won't see as many people walking around Tommy Trojan because they're all headed home.
Yeah. These summer classes were these USC students that are just getting summer school credits, or these like prospective students that are kind of coming in and checking out USC for the first time, and maybe they'll be future Trojans.
Yeah, my the program I teach in our pre-college program, they call it Summer at USC. These are high school kids, and actually from all over the world. I had in my class, I had students from Turkey, from Russia, from China, from Spain. In fact, on the way out, the Spanish student said, "You watch on Sunday, we're going to be celebrating." So I suspect a couple times during class he may not have been paying attention. I think he may have had the game on his computer.
Yes. And you and I, we did talk about this, and maybe we can get into it a little bit later as we have you on here. But what a sight that would be, in the political ramifications of if Spain were to win the World Cup on Sunday. Of course, we just saw President Trump last week over in Turkey at that NATO summit, saying that he was canceling all trade to Spain, said he wanted nothing to do with Spain. We know that President Trump is going to be at the World Cup championship match on Sunday. That would be quite the awkward position for him and the Spanish team too, I would say, for him to say that there's no trade to Spain, but him literally would be handing off a trophy to the Spanish national team. That would be something.
I think the symbolism would rather, would be rather striking. The other thing that's at stake, at some point we should talk about just how important it is to a country to win the World Cup. That country automatically becomes a lot more popular around the world when they win the World Cup. So, there's they do polling when they ask people all over the world, like, what's your favorite country? And when a country wins the World Cup, those numbers spike. And so, winning the World Cup brings a whole lot more fans to your country. So there's a lot at stake on Sunday.
Yeah, it's all part of that phrase "soft power" that I've learned from you. It all kind of ties into that, and that's something that I've definitely learned from you. Hopefully, our viewers have learned all about soft power from you as well. Okay, let's talk about President Trump's speech that went down earlier this evening. Maybe some of your initial takeaways. I know voting was really a centerpiece of the speech.
Yeah, we talked about this last night and asking how much of it was going to be relitigating the 2020 election versus trying to focus on more of the future. Because whenever he addresses the 2020 election, it's old news. There tends not to be anything new developing. He makes these arguments. There have been numerous court cases. Not a single one of these accusations is held up in court. And so the burden of proof really is on him. The burden of proof is on him to try to prove that there was anything wrong with the 2020 election. But even more importantly, I think the perception of for a lot of voters is just, why are we talking about election from 6 years ago when there's one coming up? I think he was trying to set the stage to talk about the need to to secure elections in 2026. I'm not sure how effectively he made the case, but that's what the expectations were, why he was doing it.
Yeah. You bringing up elections from back in 2018 and 2020. He said that he was going to be releasing previously classified documents related to those elections. Here's my question: what is the motivations for him for rehashing out those events of now 6 and 8 years ago? I feels like we're kind of like beyond that. Like, he's back in the White House. Like, what's the need to keep bringing that up? Does that help his base in terms of voting and getting people out to go cast votes in the midterms?
I'm actually not sure it's as strategic as people are trying to figure out. Thomas Massey, has been giving interviews where he says, I don't know why they're talking about Democrats stealing all these elections. Republicans won them all in 2024. So where's the evidence? And there's an irony here that in 2016 he wins when the president was a Democrat. Then he says the election was rigged while he was president. And then he wins in 2024 while Biden is president. So some logical inconsistencies, I think, with all of that. I tend to think this has a lot more to do with Donald Trump, the person, his own personality, his inability to process the fact that he lost the election. So he keeps wanting to, wanting to bring that, back up. There may have been a motivation for 2024 to try to rally Republican support around, the fear is always when you lose an election, then, your supporters are going to say, you lost an election. You are yesterday's news. Democrats wrestling with whether or not to run Kamala Harris in 2028. The strongest argument against Harris is she's already lost in 24. So there may have been a motivation in 24 to try to convince Republicans that you didn't really lose the election, so you don't have to move on. Move on from me. In 2026, though. The real fear for the motivation is that he's setting the party up to try to delegitimize a midterm loss that sure looks like, if the polling is is accurate, is probably coming.
Yeah. And he brought up, and especially as it pertains to those midterms, he brought up the state of California. I know we got a lot of viewers tuning in from the Golden State right now. You're a professor at the University of Southern California. Why take shots at California during this speech? What's in it for him? I know that he has talked about Spencer Pratt a number of times in the past, and saying that the mail-in voting in LA kind of held him back and didn't get him into that, to that threshold that Nithya Raman and Karen Bass are in now. Why bring up California during this speech?
Well, on one level, I think he brings up California because it's kind of a bogeyman for the Republicans as far as they're concerned. The base looks at California and just sees it as this deep blue state, and as that example. I don't know that. I don't know how much everybody is still paying attention to that, to that race. Maybe he's trying to raise that, trying to raise that issue of what, what we always call the red mirage, because Republicans are more likely to vote on election night, whereas Democrats at this point are more likely to vote, vote by mail, or vote before the election. And ironically, if you vote before the election, your votes are counted after those, when if you voted on election night. So it always looks like Republicans are doing better, and then as the vote goes on, they will do worse. And that just has to do with when the votes get counted, and when the votes are cast. And so at one level, I think it wants to raise California, because when that happens, without people wanting to dig into why that happens, they just sort of assume that, that the election's being rigged or the election's being thrown because it's swinging in that, direction. It'll go from red to blue. But mostly, I think Donald Trump never wants to waste an opportunity to take a shot at California. And kind of similar to when you see Democrats doing the same for Florida or for Texas.
Right. Another big centerpiece of this speech there was the Save America Act. Maybe we got some viewers out there, Professor Becker, that are a little unfamiliar with the Save America Act. What is it? How did we get to this point? And why did he bring that up to imploring Congress to pass the Save America Act, which, from my understanding, is not getting the Republican support that he really needs for it to have?
Well, first of all, what's going to block it is that it's subject to a filibuster. And so there are no Democrats who support the Save America Act. And even though it might pass the Senate if there was not a filibuster, again, Republicans don't want to get rid of the filibuster, especially with the realization that there's a good possibility they're going to lose the Senate. And so the filibuster would be a pretty powerful tool. It's always a powerful tool for the minority. What is the Save America Act? It's really about making it much more difficult to register to vote. And so the requirement to have a passport, to have a birth certificate, as a way presumptively to try to ensure that you are a citizen and you got all the, you have all the proper paperwork. But the opponents of the Save America Act, there's two concerns they have. Number one is the requirements are quite stringent. How many people have access to their birth certificate? And there's stipulations, particularly if you do not have the same last name or the same name as your name at birth, and that means women who've been married and change their name are particularly vulnerable to lose the right to vote because they have to be able to demonstrate with much higher standards that they are, that they're actually the person, who's on that birth certificate. And then the other big one is a process question, which is the states make the decisions as to who is eligible to vote. And Donald Trump's trying to federalize this, and trying to federalize it by saying things, wanting to do away with, mail-in voting. States make the decision, for mail-in voting. States make the decision about when those have to be postmarked. And the courts have said you can count votes that you've received after election day, so long as they're postmarked by election day. And that's a state-by-state decision. In California, they allow that. It's one of the reasons why it takes, California so long to count the votes. And there's a number of other states that will do that as well. And so in essence, the question is, we don't have one election in this country. We have 50 state elections in this country. That's always been the way we've done that. When you teach American government, it's like one of the first things you teach. And there's been a real respect for the states get to choose. Key questions about, mail-in voting or early voting, or are they using paper ballots versus, versus voting machines? All of those are statewide decisions. And President Trump is trying to take that over and trying to get Congress to set those, to set those standards. And he's getting a pushback for a lot of folks who think elections should be much more local.
Yeah. Well, why do you think that it's not getting the Republican support that he needs? You would think that Republicans would just kind of get in line and vote alongside the White House. Why are some pushing back against the president here?
Well, obviously he controls the party pretty tightly, and if he wants a vote, he tends to get that vote. But some Republicans are really reluctant. Most notably is this question about mail-in voting. That until Donald Trump, was the candidate, Republicans absolutely embraced mail-in voting. One of the most significant, impacts that has is on older voters. It's hard sometimes for older voters to be able to get to the polls, and Republicans tend to do better with older voters, and they've become pretty reliant on mail-in voting. And so others, and he tried to carve out exceptions for this. The one group that has used mail-in voting for pretty much ever is the military. Particularly when they're deployed abroad. Now, he said, he wants to make the exception that the military can vote, by mail if you can demonstrate that you have a medical reason why you have to vote by mail. He has those exceptions to try to address those issues, but the devil's in the details for a lot of the folks, and it's just easier for a number of states just to accept mail-in voting. And again, this isn't something new. Sometimes the president seems to suggest it was a 2020 issue. There was an expansion of mail-in voting because of COVID, but most states have had mail-in voting for about 100 years now. So it's not like it's something that's all that new.
Right. So much more to unpack here with this speech. I will tell everybody at home, if you're curious about watching the speech in full, we will be playing that back out in its totality later this hour. So just stay right here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll be able to get that to you. But Professor Becker, if you wouldn't mind, if we'll have you stick around after the commercial break here. We're going to talk about Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general. Day 2 of his Senate confirmation hearings were yesterday. We understand that he met with some victims of Jeffrey Epstein. We'll get into Epstein and Blanche and how all of this is related after the commercial break. You willing to stick around?
Absolutely. I'll stick around.
Awesome. All right. Before we go to break, let's send it back out here to the University of Southern California, where Professor Becker is, where he just said that summer school classes have just wrapped up. Quiet night out there at SCI. You got one person right there on a bike going past Tommy Trojan. There you are, right there. Maybe that's a future Trojan right there. Will be a student at USC one day. Maybe your child at home will be a student at USC one day. What a great place that would be to send your kid. I went to the rival school, Notre Dame, but I got a lot of respect for USC. My father and my sister are both alumni, and it's a great school with great people and great professors like Douglas Becker. All right, more from Professor Becker right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Let's just have a little fun before we get into Todd Blanche's Senate testimony, Senate hearing. We were just talking about the great University of Southern California. There's another great university, my alma mater, the University of Notre Dame. You're looking at a live shot right now. A little difficult to see here on campus, all these different buildings, but that right there, you see on the left-hand side of your screen? Yep, that's Notre Dame Stadium. That is the home of the Fighting Irish. You can see it kind of ever so softly kind of lit up there on the left-hand side of your screen. Looking absolutely gorgeous here on this Thursday night going into Friday morning. Of course, Notre Dame's arch rival, although they don't play the game anymore. The University of Southern California right there. The battle for the jeweled shillelagh, they call that rivalry, goes all the way back to a legendary Notre Dame football coach, Knute Rockne, the man who invented the forward pass, wanting to go out to the West Coast, wanted to bring his wife out there to get some California sunshine away from the South Bend winters, and in November would bring him out there and play great games at the Coliseum. one of the great intersectional rivalries in all of college football. No longer. Hopefully it'll be revived one day. Hey, you know what? If you want to get involved in the conversation, scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what college football team you support. We'd love to hear from you. We'll be getting to some of those responses later in the program while I am sitting here. But let's stick over at USC and go back here to Professor Douglas Becker. Professor Becker, you grew up a Notre Dame football fan, didn't you?
Yeah, I did actually. I grew up a Midwestern Catholic, and I always jokingly say I can pinpoint the exact moment I became a USC fan when they put the contract in front of me and I signed it. And so at that point, I turned my back on Notre Dame and it, embraced USC. And you mentioned Newt Rockne. Let's make sure Howard Jones, the great USC coach, who signed that deal. And actually, the great story was that that Newt Rockne had rejected the offer, and Howard Jones' wife met Newt Rockne's wife on the train and said, "Let me tell you why it'd be really great to come out to Southern California every 2 years," and that's how the deal got done. So yeah, it's a mad respect for the for the wives of the coaches to make sure this gets done. Maybe that's how we get it. Maybe that's how we bring it back.
Yes. Yeah. We need so many great legendary coaches between the two schools. I think about John McKay, of course, the great USC coach. Also grew up a Midwestern Catholic guy, but student body left, student body right. So many great running backs that he developed over the years at USC that won Heisman trophies left and right. So many great memories between Notre Dame and SC. Again, get involved in the conversation. Scan that QR code. We'll get to some of your college football responses later today.
But before you jump in with a question, I have to give you my favorite John McKay quote. It was actually when he left USC and was coaching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he was asked at a press conference, a game he had lost, what did you think of your team's execution? And his response was, "I'm in favor of it."
Wow.
And so a very, very funny guy.
Yes. Old school there. Old school guy. All right, Professor Becker, let's bring it back to Congress. Yesterday, we saw Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Before we get into him meeting with these Epstein survivors and the Senate confirmation hearing, tell us, how did we get here in the first place?
Well, on the Epstein case, Todd Blanche was Deputy Attorney General when when Congress passed legislation that demanded the full release of all the Epstein files that has been with the Department of Justice. When his boss, Pam Bondi, became Attorney General, she said they were all sitting on her desk, and then she said, she hadn't released it. There'd been a lot of foot dragging on the release of these files. And so eventually Congress, builds so much support that it actually passes unanimously that the Epstein files get released. Well, they haven't been fully released. There have been accusations that there was excessive redactions, presumably to protect the president, and also that some instances where they didn't redact, and so the full names of many of the victims were released, even nude photos of these girls, these underage girls, those got released. I mean, it's been quite a disaster, I think. And then when asked about it, the former Attorney General actually kind of passed the ball on to Blanche and said Blanche was responsible for that release. And so obviously, this has been a lingering issue. Now he's the acting Attorney General and would like to be confirmed as the Attorney General. Is how badly did he mismanage this? And is there any commitment to fully release the Epstein files, as dictated by Congress? This is something that has been, legislation was passed calling for it, and they haven't released it yet.
Yeah. What's been the holdup of the release? If people are calling for it, and you have people on both sides of the aisle that are calling for it, why don't all these files just get released out there to the public?
Well, there's official stories, and then I think there's the one we all know, which is the president doesn't want them all released. And so, he has said that, it could destroy some innocent people. I'm not there's a whole lot of, presumptions. And we think a lot of it has to do, with his own, the files that would involve the president. The president doesn't want them released, and so they haven't, been released. And so, I think it's actually as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah. These meetings with the survivors was really kind of preempted there by a Republican senator, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, saying that it needed to happen before Blanche could secure his vote. Do you think that there's any significance that this was coming from a Republican senator? I mean, again, you would think that the Republicans would more or less kind of get in line with Blanche and get the confirmation underway, but it seems to be that there is some holdback among some Republican senators here.
Yeah, Tillis had declared that he would not vote for Blanche if he didn't meet with the Epstein survivors. And Tillis is one of those handful of Republicans who's not running for reelection. In his case, he made the decision not to run for reelection. Several other Republicans, most notably, John Cornyn from Texas, that the president had endorsed his opponent, and Bill Cassidy from Louisiana are a couple that are not running for reelection because the president intervened and endorsed their opponent. So why would they have any sort of loyalty to to the president? And because, especially now with two Republican senators, obviously Lindsey Graham has passed away. I guess his sister hasn't indicated that she's going to vote any differently than Lindsey Graham would, but Mitch McConnell is not around to vote. Can't lose many Republicans, or they won't or he won't get confirmed. And so Tillis said he had to meet with the Epstein survivors, or he would not vote in favor of it. So I mean, that's why this happened. I don't think Todd Blanche wanted to meet with the Epstein survivors. There's really a sense that he had to tick that box in order to get Tillis's vote.
Yeah. You bring up the checking of the box quote. That was what one accuser, Danny Bensky, she expressed frustration after the meeting with Blanche, saying that he treated it as, and I quote Danny here, a mere check in the box exercise intended to secure votes for his confirmation. What are some of the next steps here after meeting with the Epstein survivors? I mean, is this going to change how Blanche approaches this case, or what was the purpose behind it outside of just, again, like you say, checking the box?
Yeah, it's hard to think it's anything other than checking the box, because he came out and said, in essence, he understands why the survivors are upset, because they want prosecutions and they want justice. And he said, I don't know that I can give them prosecutions. And so any expectation that there's going to be anybody prosecuted, as a result of these, he's absolutely indicating that there is not likely to be prosecutions.
Yeah.
And so,
and when you say not likely to be prosecution, like, who could potentially be prosecuted here?
Well, I mean, the people in the files, the people who had worked, been alongside Epstein, that abused all these girls. And so the number of people who've, gone to, to Epstein Island. I was actually, listening to a conversation, by your rivals in the BBC, talking about the relationship between Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, and one of the most famous of the alleged criminals with ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Mountbatten, the former Prince Andrew. And so aside from obviously the president that could potentially face, that could potentially face prosecution, members of his administration, Lutnick has been somebody who they've who they focused on, because he had stated publicly that he met Epstein, learned that Epstein was, quote, a creep, and demanded he would never meet with him ever again. But then a year later had a business deal with Epstein. So there seems to be a whole lot of inconsistencies with his story. And that's being reported, internationally, certainly being reported out of the UK, because some of those connections, as I said, were with the former Prince Andrew. And so, yeah, I mean, that's just one example. There's a number of others that could potentially be prosecuted, because, I mean, there's still thousands and thousands of files indicating lots of folks, lots of famous folks that had connections with Epstein, and very likely, committed crimes.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I think that the final question here that's kind of hovering over everybody's head as they're trying to make sense of this Blanche confirmation hearing process, if he's not confirmed, if he doesn't get the Republican votes that he needs, what happens next? Is there just going to be another person that's out there? I know you said yesterday that there's a chance that he could just finish out his term as basically the interim, or in their words, the acting attorney general. Only 2 years left. I mean, is that a distinct possibility?
My understanding is it's legally possible, but politically, he would be so wounded going through the process. I can't imagine him being able to do that job, because he would have been rejected by some Republicans. So, as I said, theoretically he could do it, but I don't know that the president would want that weak of an attorney general to continue with the job. I would imagine, I can't imagine the scenario where he wouldn't be replaced, and they would and the president would name somebody else. And there'd be a huge, I think, rebuke and repudiation of the president if he doesn't get confirmed, which is why I think there's going to be intense pressure on the handful of Republicans to go ahead and confirm him, despite the fact that there's quite a bit of opposition, at least among those handful that have come out. Tillis seems to suggest that his opposition probably went away because at least Blanche was willing to meet with the Epstein survivors. He seems to have dropped his concern. Cornyn, however, has not, and John Cornyn could kill the entire nomination if he votes against him in committee, because as a result of Lindsey Graham's death, there's they need every Republican. They can't. The Republicans can't have anybody vote against it. And right now, the big issue for Cornyn, being reported, is that Cornyn's big issue is this anti-weaponization, slush fund for the, for the president's allies, and he wants a firm confirmation that issue is dead. It's come out that the only way that issue, and by the way, not just the fund, but also the fact the president is insisting that he get a full legal protection from any auditing on his taxes. And so, and that one is as controversial as the fund itself. And that was part of a deal that he had struck with the court. The judge has thrown that out, but the only way that deal is completely dead is the president has to basically sign off on it and say he's no longer pursuing it. So I'm not even sure Blanche can do it himself. I think President Trump has to do it, and he's shown absolutely no indication for doing that. So Cornyn keeps saying, well, it means this whole deal is still very much alive. And that seems to be the issue that would convince Cornyn to vote against Blanche. So, and again, the main argument against Republicans, in favor of Republicans voting for Blanche, is that they don't want to politically harm the president. Right. I don't know that John Cornyn cares about that right now, because of what the president did at defeating him in the primary in Texas.
Yeah, endorsing his opponent there, which led to him ultimately losing his seat there. So yeah, it's a very dramatic sort of intertwinings within Congress here, as I've come to learn. And when you don't get the president's endorsement for an election and then you end up losing it, even if you do share the same party as him, that whole loyalty and that whole trust can erode pretty quickly.
Yeah, I always like to use the phrase in the classroom about ongoing political dramas. I actually had somebody ask me, about predictions, and I don't tend to like to make predictions because I don't do them terribly well. And there's a lot of things, that can go in the way. Instead, I like to think of them as dramas. And that's that's what's going on here. It sure would look like Blanche's candidacy is very much in peril right now, but there have been a lot of President Trump's nominees that sure look like they weren't going to pass. And we do have Secretary Hegseth, for example. That there was a real sense that he was not going to be confirmed. And he was. And Pam Bondi, had come under fire as well. So I would never bet against the president getting his party to rally around his candidate. That being said, it is not a done deal, and I think Blanche still has an uphill climb here.
We'll continue to keep our eyes on this story, Professor Becker. Really do appreciate your contributions to us this evening and all week long. And thank you so much for all your wisdom and insight and analysis. And we really do appreciate you.
Yeah, I apologize. I can't give you any insights if you want to put any money on the poly market or anything. I don't know. You could probably do pretty well if you bet against any prediction I would have. I think I told you. I thought, first of all, I never thought USC and Notre Dame would stop playing.
Sure.
And I was pretty sure USC was going to win that game this year.
Yeah, it could. It felt like the tide was turning. Although this is going to be a good day, or this is going to be a season with a lot of high hopes for Notre Dame football. The team in New York this weekend rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange yesterday. Marcus Freeman there amid a chance of "Let's Go Irish." But I really do miss that series, and hopefully we can get the battle for the jeweled shillelagh back on the gridiron.
Yeah, I'll walk over to Heritage Hall, see what I can do. You can talk with with USC, and if nothing else, maybe the two of us can get this done.
I love it. Thank you so much, Professor Becker. I do appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thanks
awesome.
For having me.
All right. That's before we go to commercial break here, that's a good note to end on. We'll go back to that beautiful shot that we're getting there of SC's campus. And we really appreciate Professor Becker for all of his wisdom and insight and analysis that he always provides to us right here on Live Now from Fox. All right. We're going to go to a 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have more. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox, 11:40 p.m. Pacific time. Greetings to all of our viewers out there in Pacific time. If you're out in the Eastern time zone, 2:40 a.m. Eastern time. Happy Friday to all those in Eastern, Central, Mountain time, Pacific time. You're almost there. We're almost to Friday. It's almost the weekend on top of all of that. And on Sunday, we got the World Cup final going down on Fox, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Pacific time at New York, New Jersey Stadium. Let's bring you to a live shot right now of where the World Cup final is going to go down. It's going to go down right there. We're so excited for Spain versus Argentina. Vamos, 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 España. My last name comes from the Catalonia region of Spain. Llorens. We're so excited for El Rojo to get back onto the pitch and try to bring their first World Cup title back to España since 2010. Of course, for the Argentinians, they're looking for their second straight World Cup win, trying to become the third country to ever do it. Italy did it back in 1934 and 38. Brazil did it back in 1958. In 1962, the Argentinians have won it in 1978, 1986, and of course, 4 years ago in 2022. Spain will be the favorite going into that match. Spain, a pretty dominant takedown of France, who was the favorite going into the semifinals. Now Spain has kind of overtaken them, but don't count out the Argentinians. They have made dramatic comebacks in their last 3 games against England on Wednesday. They were down 1-0 with 5 minutes left in regulation, came back, scored 2 goals in regulation, not even needing to get to extra time. So don't count out Lionel Messi and the Argentinians. It'll be good fun right there in East Rutherford, New Jersey on Sunday on Fox at 3 Eastern time. We're so excited to bring you that and more on Fox. Let's do a little whip around, why not, of New York City. Of course, again, the match taking place over in New Jersey, but just right across the Hudson River. There it is, the beautiful New York City skyline. That's the Empire State Building there to the left-hand side of your screen. Not exactly lit up miraculously right now with that spire and everything. 2:42 a.m. in New York City. All right, let's go to another quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll continue bringing you the latest news and information happening from across the United States and around the world right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's send you over out there to Deutschland, to Germany right now. We're getting some live pictures out of there. There we go. We got leaders from France and Germany set to meet this morning. That is the Norwegian Air Base in Kerpen, Germany. We are going to see German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and the French President Emmanuel Macron and ministers from both countries meeting there. This is a Defense and Security Council that is going to be taking place between France and Germany. Let's listen in. Maybe with this a little jet right here. Let's listen in. So again, if you're just joining us, so we are expecting to see German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and French President Emmanuel Macron within the next several minutes. They're going to lead defense talks right there at the Norwegian Air Base in Germany before joining some of their staff members over in Cologne, Germany. The meeting will be Macron's final Franco-German ministerial council before he leaves office next year. So these are annual meetings that take place between France and Germany, and they are we are expecting to see German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and French President Emmanuel Macron within the next several minutes. All right, so we're going to keep our eyes on this situation. We see some unloading of that looks like a pretty big jet there. Let's see if we can see if there's anybody of note there. I don't really see anybody of note, but we'll keep our eyes on this situation, and as it continues to develop, we'll have more for you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get back here inside Live Now from Fox headquarters. We're nearing the top of the hour, nearing the midnight hour on Pacific time. My name's Adam Lorenz. Greetings to all of our viewers across the United States and around the world. Scan that QR code on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Get involved in the conversation. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you want us to cover. Let us know who you're rooting for this upcoming college football season. We'd absolutely love to hear from you. All right, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, just to give you some foot traffic here, we're going to play back President Trump's speech that he delivered in prime time on Thursday night. So we're going to play that back in its totality in case you missed it. And then after that, we'll get to some of our viewer responses, again, from across the United States and around the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. What is up? My name is Adam Lorenz. It's such a pleasure to be with you all here on this Thursday evening as we transition into Friday morning. Let's take you back out real quick. We're just going to do a quick little look there. Again, that's at the an air base in Germany where we are expecting to see French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz any minute now as they continue their Franco-German talks there mostly on defense here this morning. All right, let's bring it out to a live shot right now of the White House, where you see the flag flying half-staff there in honor of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. On Thursday night at 6 p.m. Pacific time, President Trump delivered a primetime address, and he spoke a lot about voting among other different topics. Let's listen back as to what the president had to say. Again, this happening Thursday night. 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific time.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week, it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is zero. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China has signed a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
So that was President Trump last night, a primetime address, 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific time. He delivered that talking about voting and the Save America Act, among other topics as well. We just played that back in its totality right there. Also bringing up the state of California and talking about the mail-in balloting there. He, of course, has recently chimed in on the Los Angeles mayoral election with Spencer Pratt there, who did not make that cut. Nithya Raman advancing on, LA City Council member Nithya Raman advancing on to take on incumbent Mayor Karen Bass. All right, let's step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have more right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Let's send you back out to Germany right now, where German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and French President Emmanuel Macron are meeting to discuss defense strategies. We're getting some live pictures here out of an airbase there in Germany. There you see the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. And let's see if we can see French President. There he is on the left, Emmanuel Macron. Let's listen in. Let's see if we're picking up any audio here.
Ich muss was nebst rein. Das macht doch immer wieder Spaß. Ja, schön, dass Sie das machen. Ihnen auch alles Gute. Nochmal, alles Gute für Sie. Bleiben Sie fröhlich und gesund. Okay, dann reste ich Merci. Oui, bien sûr. Très bien. Also nochmal vielen Dank. Yeah, I think they want to make a photo. Sure. Ups, das war logisch. So kommt ihr dazu. Venez là, les chefs d'état-major. Yeah, it's okay. Haben wir zunächst was bedarf? Okay. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci encore. So, vielen Dank für Ihre Teilnahme. Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, lieber Manuel, Kolleginnen und Kollegen, herzlich willkommen zu unserer gemeinsamen Sitzung. Ich freue mich sehr, dass wir die Gelegenheit haben, uns hier in Dortmund zu treffen. Manuel, vielen Dank für das Treffen gestern, auch für unser Abendessen, das wir hatten. Es ist ein guter Tag heute, dass wir dem französischen Verteidigungsratungstreffen und ich will hier und werde das auch gleich noch einmal tun. Ich will gerne daran erinnern, dass am 4. September 1962 sich Charlie de Gaulle und Konrad Adenauer getroffen haben, dort wo wir gleich sein werden. Und Konrad Adenauer damals den deutschen Bundeskanzler.
All right, so we were just inside this Norwegian air base there in Kerpen, Germany. There were French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz were meeting. And there you see, we call that in television terms a slate, ladies and gentlemen. That means that this feed, for at least the time being, is over, which means it's time for me to get back here on camera and welcome you back here inside Live Now from Fox headquarters. That was cool. We got some live video there of French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, meeting in Germany to discuss, among other topics, defense strategies. If that feed does come back up and we don't see that slate, as we call it anymore, we'll bring that feed back to you. But in the meantime, we're going to go to commercial break. But you know what? Before we go, I'm going to do a little, here's another television term for you all. It's called a call to action, a CTA. That's what this call to action is there on the bottom of your screen. Go to livenowfox.com/connect or scan that QR code. I already got some DMs on Instagram today, people wanting to get involved with the conversation, people saying all sorts of things. Join the conversation. Let me know, what are you thinking about? Where are you watching us from? Who's your college football team? We were talking a little USC and Notre Dame football earlier today with a USC professor, Douglas Becker. Maybe you're a fan of the Cardinal and Gold and the Trojans, or maybe you like the blue and gold of the Fighting Irish, or maybe you're a fan of another team. Anyways, let us know. Get involved in the conversation. We're going to be doing some viewer interaction coming up right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from you coming up in about 2 minutes. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Before we get to some of our viewer interaction, let's take you out to China really quick here. These are live pictures that you're getting there. Yes, this is an AI tech conference going down in Shanghai. And yes, those are robot soccer players that you're looking at right now. That is a robot Lionel Messi, the familiar Argentinian sky blue and white stripes there. Let's see if there's more to this video here. Maybe we can get some Spanish players in the mix, huh? For El Rojo? Let's see if they're on the other side. down in soccer, but again, we're looking at some robots here wearing a Lionel Messi jersey. Looking forward to the Argentina-Spain World Cup Championship match going down Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern time over in New Jersey. You can watch that match right on Fox. Maybe if you're an Argentinian fan and you see the hand up there near the goal, maybe that reminds you of the 1986 World Cup quarterfinal match between Argentina and England, the famous Hand of God goal by Diego Maradona, one of the great Argentinian players in history. A very controversial goal, a handball that was a goal there to tie that game against England 1-1, I believe, and then Argentina, Maradona scoring the go-ahead goal there as well. Maybe that was the go-ahead goal. Regardless, the Hand of God goal, 1986 quarterfinal, Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, one of the great soccer matches in history. Okay, we're continuing to see these robots. There's a looks like a Chinese New Year robot there on the left-hand side of the screen. Let's continue to listen in. Maybe there'll be some more here. Here. This is Robot Messi. Messi's missed a couple penalty kicks this World Cup. Not that one. Right in the back of the net. Again, these are live images that we're getting out of the Shanghai AI Tech Conference, but we just want to have a little fun here. I'm now talking. Why not? We're all about fun. So But let's just go back and let's look at Robot Messi's form just slowed down here. Look at this. Look at this form, folks. Look at it. Check this out. Here we go. All right, the ball is set. Here comes Robot Messi approaching the ball. Look at this form, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Here we go. Come on, Messi. Come on. Come on. Here he goes. All right, here we go. All right, here comes the buildup. And now, yes, look at this. This is a robot. Look at this. And, yep, look at that. Look at that. The posture, the plant foot, back of the net. That is how they teach you. You see, I grew up playing soccer. That is how they teach you to do it there, folks. We're going to get another slow down replay of this. So let's go back live. One more time. Let's look at Messi's form here again. We're slowing this down. We got this down to about 25% speed. All right. The ball is set. Here comes Robot Messi. Now, listen, when you grow up playing soccer, they teach you about that. You want to get the plant foot. You want to almost make it to be like a number 10. And this is a left-footed Messi here, so it's going to be a 0-1 if the ball's the 0. But you want to plant that foot. You want to get your hind leg back and your back posture back to get some elevation on the ball. See, you see that back posture and then the plant foot, you see how the back goes up and then boom, right in the back of the net. I mean, folks, this is some good stuff that we're getting here this morning. This is amazing. All right, here, let's bring it back live. We got Messi about to kick it again. All right, now we've got a goalie in the mix. Okay, let's see. Oh, he's doing a little dance. Doing a little dance before he approaches the ball. Can we find the back of the net? Cinematography. Again, this is live. Okay, so what I think happened here is Messi hit the goaltender, that lady right there. And now I think he just apologized. Having a lot of fun here watching Messi kick around this soccer ball. Look at that! Look at that elevation. Hang on. Before we're gonna break here. Let's just revisit that shot. I mean, that's some severe elevation. Look at this. This is from some distance here. Look at how much elevation he's able to get on the ball here. Look at this. Come on. Come on, Lionel. He's going to approach the ball here. Again, we've got this down to 25% speed. Come on, Lionel. We know you can do it, buddy. He's going to approach the ball. Look at the elevation he's able to get on this kick. Look at this. All right, here we go. He's getting into motion. Look at this. That's how they teach you. The plant foot, body back, boom. Now, that was a save, but that was still wildly impressive from a robot there. I mean, you got to love it. Back in Shanghai. All right, we got a legitimate goaltender. Oh!
Lehigh, Lehigh.
That is the first goal that we've seen Lionel Messi score today. That is amazing. This is amazing. All right, we are going to roll to a quick break, but before we do, we just want to remind you that you can watch the World Cup final on Sunday, 3 Eastern time, from that beautiful stadium right there, MetLife Stadium over in East Rutherford, New Jersey, on Fox. We're so excited to bring you coverage of that event. And don't forget, they call it the consolation third place match. It's not the match you exactly want to be in, but tomorrow, Saturday, 5 p.m. Eastern time from Miami, France versus England. Again, not exactly the match that you want to be in, but I digress. That also is going down on Fox. All right, let's step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll go back to Robot Messi out in Shanghai. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Adam Lorenz. We are marching on to the 1 a.m. Pacific time hour here. Let's bring you back out to Shanghai, China, where the AI Tech Conference has kicked off, and we're continuing to get awesome images of Robot Messi out there ahead of the World Cup. Let's continue to see that. continuing to watch Messi and looks like a Chinese New Year robot and some other robots dressed like losers. All kind of marching around on that soccer pitch over there in Shanghai at the 2026 World Artificial Intelligence Conference kicking off over there, bringing together global technology firms and investors to showcase the latest advances in AI and discuss AI governance. Just a fascinating thing out in Shanghai. Robots. Amazing. And just a reminder, once again, folks, if you want to watch the final match, it's going to go down right there at that stadium, MetLife Stadium, over in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Sunday at 3 Eastern Time on Fox. La Roja, España, going up against Argentina, looking for their second consecutive World Cup win. The third country, they would be the third country to do that. They would follow Italy, that did that in 1934 and 38, and Brazil in 1958 and 62. Argentina trying to become the third ever to go back-to-back. All right, let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. You're looking at live images right now of the 615 downtown Music City, USA, Nashville, Tennessee. Plenty of people out here on this Thursday night as we go into Friday morning, 2:54 a.m. Central Time. Greetings to all of our viewers out in Middle Tennessee, Davidson County, Williamson County. Special shout out to the hometown where I was raised in. Beautiful, historic Franklin, Tennessee. Greetings to all of our viewers out in Middle Tennessee. All right, let's bring you back here inside Live Now from Fox headquarters. My name is Adam Lorenz. It's such a pleasure and honor to be with you all. We've been keeping track of the AI Tech Conference going down over in Shanghai. There's another little sneak peek as to what's going on over there. Look at this guy. This is a tall robot that we've got. He's running all across that soccer pitch. We'll continue to keep our eyes on this. We were showing you earlier today. Look at this. Boom. That was a bow celebration. They're doing full-on celebrations there in Shanghai. That's pretty cool. That's very cool. We showed you the French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. They were meeting earlier today. They're about to take part into a military parade going down there at the Augustusburg Palace out in Germany. Those are live pictures that you're getting of that right now. When we do see those world leaders come, we will be sure to bring that to you. Let's bring it quickly back to the robots because I think they might be starting to do a dance of some sort. Let's listen in here. Let's listen in. This military parade that we're expecting over in Germany between German Chancellor Friedrich Merz and French President Emmanuel Macron. When that starts, we will be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. All right, we've been in, let's see, what do we got here? Okay, we just got a camera shot flipping over there. We've encouraged you all to tell us where you're watching from across the United States and around the world. Again, you can get involved in the conversation by going to livenowfox.com/connect. Let's see maybe where a few of you are watching from right now. Paul from Arkansas, the natural state, the beautiful state of Arkansas. I love Little Rock, great city. Fayetteville, Arkansas, Paul, you know all about Fayetteville. And calling the Hogs in Fayetteville, University of Arkansas, Razorbacks. We'll see if they can redeem their glory. I used to like Darren McFadden and Felix Jones back in the day. Paul, I know you know who those guys are. Go Razorbacks, go Hogs. Thank you, Paul, for joining us from Arkansas. Jason joining us from Denver, Colorado, the Mile High City, the home of the Denver Broncos and the Colorado Rockies, the home of Regis University, and not too far away is beautiful Boulder, Colorado there with the University of Colorado Buffaloes. Jason, we love the Mile High City. We love our viewers from out there. And shout out also to the Denver Nuggets, the Colorado Avalanche. Great sports scene, great sports town, Denver, Colorado. Jason, thanks so much. Appreciate you. Danny from San Antonio. Is anybody going to San Antonio or Phoenix, Arizona? Charlie Pride once sang that back in the 60s, and the San Antonio legacy continues today. Danny, really sorry about your San Antonio Spurs there in the NBA Finals. Coming up, it really wasn't that close because it was only Danny, a 5-game series, but every single game was tight. Seems like the Spurs probably should have performed a little bit better than they did, but no worries. One of the youngest teams in the NBA. I'm sure you all will be back very soon. Love the Riverwalk. Love the Alamo, Danny. Thanks so much for watching us from from beautiful San Antonio. All right, Casey in the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Dad, let's go have a catch. That was, of course, part of the Field of Dreams movie there with Kevin Costner back in, what was that, the 80s or the 90s, all filmed in Dyersville, Iowa, small town Iowa. Love the University of Northern Iowa. I think that's in what, Cedar Falls, right? Cedar Rapids, Cedar Falls. The University of Iowa there in Iowa City. Of course, Des Moines there. Iowa State University, great university. The Cyclones in Ames, Iowa. We love our viewers from Iowa. Thank you so much, Casey, for joining us from Iowa. Phil, watching us from Rochester, New York. We all know and love New York City. So much more to the Empire State than just New York City. So many beautiful cities upstate there, including Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, New York, filled with great cities. We're actually going to be speaking to a person from Fox 5 New York coming up later this hour. Phil, thanks so much for waking up early or staying up late and being with us here this morning. All right, here we go. Aspen down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Red Stick, as they call it there, Aspen. Home of Louisiana State University, the LSU Fighting Tigers. You know, Aspen, one of my favorite restaurants in the entire country is this restaurant in Baton Rouge. It's called Drusilla's. Drusilla's, it's a great place to go get some crawfish etouffee, some gumbo. And if you ask for your oysters to go there, they will pack them on the half shell and put a nice layer of ice there in that to-go box. Drusilla's knows how to do it right. We love Drusilla's. We love Baton Rouge. What's that po' boy? What's that po' boy place in downtown Aspen? Poor Boy Lloyd's? That's it, Aspen. I love Poor Boy Lloyd's. Go get that combo of a shrimp and catfish po' boy. Woo! You cannot beat that. We love Baton Rouge. The home of Raising Cane's. The original Raising Cane's in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, started out as an LSU business school project. The business school professor told them that their idea would never make it. Now Raising Cane's is all nationwide, doing very good business. And it all got started right there in the beautiful city of Baton Rouge, the capital city of the Pelican State. Aspen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. All right. Savion, joining us from Peoria, Arizona. I've heard of Peoria, Illinois, never Peoria, Arizona, but nevertheless, we appreciate you viewing us from out there in the Grand Canyon State. Got lots of great memories in the state of Arizona between Tucson, the home of U of A, and Tempe, of course, the home of Arizona State University, the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. Phoenix, Arizona, beautiful city, one of my favorite movies of all time. Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock, set in Phoenix, Arizona. Savion, thank you so much for watching us. We appreciate it. Okay, Richard, watching us from Galesburg, Illinois. Galesburg, Illinois. Where exactly is that? Knox County, Illinois. Hey, how about that? 45 miles northwest of Peoria. All right, so we got a little Peoria love. First Peoria, Arizona. Now, Galesburg, Illinois. I wonder if they have Portillo's down in Galesburg. Richard, I love Portillo's. You know Portillo's. That's that Chicago street food. Chicago. You want to get yourself a big beef, Chicago-style hot dog, chocolate cake shake, chopped salad, extra dressing. Can't beat it. 3:04 a.m. Central Time. Richard, we appreciate you joining us from the Prairie State of Illinois. All right, we got a couple more here. Michael joining us from Prospect, Ohio. Okay, all right, let's look this one up. Prospect, Ohio. Where exactly is that? It's a little village in Marion County. Population 1,067. Pretty small there. Pretty much in the smack dab in the middle of the state. Seems like, Michael, not too far away from Columbus, Ohio, one of my favorite cities in the world, the home of the Ohio State University Buckeyes. Michael, we appreciate you joining us. OH, thank you so much. All right, Frank. All right. Ask and you shall receive. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door will be opened unto you, Frank. There it is. Beautiful Music City. And you're joining us from Nashville, Tennessee. And there you got it, Frank. A live shot right there from right where you're at. What neighborhood in Nashville do you live in, Frank? Do you live in the Gulch? You live in the Gulch? Do you live in East Nashville? You live in West End, the home of Vanderbilt University and San Antonio Taco Company. They call it SACO. Frank, I know you know what I'm talking about. Open late. Probably can still get it right now. Of course, Pancake Pantry there, the iconic Pancake Pantry. I like my pancakes. Buckwheat there. Fido Bakery in the West End neighborhood as well. West End, such a beautiful neighborhood and one of my favorite cities, not just in the United States, but the entire world. Beautiful Nashville, Tennessee. Thanks so much, Frank, for joining us from BNA. All right. Justin joining us from East Lansing, Michigan. Of course, Lansing is the capital city of Michigan, but East Lansing is the home of Michigan State University. We love Michigan State. Got very fond memories of going to some Notre Dame MSU battles back in the day. Of course, we all remember the Little Giants play back in 2010. I know, Justin, you remember that. The famous fake field goal that Spartan head coach Mark D'Antonio called there on Brian Kelly, getting that win for the Spartans, one of the most devastating losses for Notre Dame this century. Justin, thank you so much. Go green, go white. We appreciate you joining us. All right, time for a few more. Christy from Ruidoso, New Mexico. Red or green, Christy? That is the official state question of the land of enchantment. That's what they call the state of New Mexico. They asked if the question is red or green because, of course, it's all about enchiladas in New Mexico, right? And you either want that rojo sauce, right, or the verde sauce, red or green. Christy, you know that the official answer to that question is Christmas. You get it both red and green, a little bit of both. Right, Christy? That's how I like it, at least. Thank you so much for joining us from the land of enchantment. All right, let's roll on here. Maybe we got another one here. Yeah, Jeff joining us from Crystal, Minnesota. Jeff, I used to live in the land of 10,000 lakes. And Crystal, I think, Jeff, if I remember correctly, that's right. Yeah, not too far from Minneapolis, Hennepin County. I can't say I ever went to Crystal, Minnesota. But, Jeff, we do enjoy you. We do appreciate you joining us. Are you a fan of Juicy Lucy burgers, Jeff? You guys know what a Juicy Lucy burger is out there? It's not a cheeseburger. They put the cheese inside the burger with the Juicy Lucy. It is a Minneapolis tradition. Jeff, I love, there's a number of restaurants in Minneapolis I love. Probably none more so, though, than, what are these steakhouses downtown? Murray's and Manny's. Murray's has a great happy hour there at the bar. We love Minneapolis. Love St. Paul, too. Plenty of restaurants in St. Paul I really love. But we love all of our people joining us from the land of 10,000 lakes. Thank you so much, Jeff. We appreciate it. How about one more? Here we go. Jim joining us from Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina. We love our viewers out there in the Palmetto State. Jim, so many great memories I've made in the state of South Carolina. Great restaurant there in the state capital of Columbia called Saludas, not too far away from the University of South Carolina. And of course, we can't talk about South Carolina without talking about the iconic Hilton Head, Harbortown Golf Links, great place to go play some golf. And of course, if we're going to talk golf in the state of South Carolina, Jim, I know you know it, Jimmy, Kiowa Island. What a beautiful part of our country up there in Kiowa Island, the home of what was that, Jim, the 2022 or 2023 PGA Championship? And the iconic win for Phil Mickelson, the oldest PGA champion, I believe, in history, holding off Brooks Koepka there in the final round. I was there, Jim. What a windy weekend that was in Kiowa, but a beautiful weekend. My first and only time to Kiowa Island. Would love to make it back one day. It really is a gorgeous part of the country. Thank you so much for everybody for chiming in, letting us know where you're watching from. Again, if you want to get involved in the conversation, just go to livenowfox.com/connect, and you too can get involved in the convo. All right, we are going to send it to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we go to break, let's just look at more live pictures there of Music City, USA, Nashville, Tennessee. Still plenty of people out. Maybe a late night out there at Tootsie's Orchard Lounge or another honky-tonk bar there, Acme Feed and Seed. We love all the great spots down there in beautiful downtown Nashville. We're going to be back in 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. You're looking at live pictures right now of beautiful Auburn, Alabama, the loveliest village on the plains, they call it there. Auburn University, one of two great universities in the state of Alabama. Alabama, plenty of great universities there. I shouldn't just say two, but two SEC universities. Of course, there's Auburn, and then there is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Of course, a big rivalry there. War Eagle, Roll Tide. You see, let me take the graphic down there. Now that we know that it's Auburn, you can see Toomer's Corner. Maybe it's somewhere around the corner there. Beautiful shot there. Beautiful Auburn University. Got so many great memories of Auburn hanging out there. Lots of good people, good food, good people, good times, and a great university as well. All right, let's do a little whip around at some of the other live things that we're looking at right now. This is out in Germany, where French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, they are currently meeting right now. And there is expected to be some sort of military parade. We are expecting it within the hour, somewhat, right there at the Augustusburg Palace over in Germany. So we've got our eyes on that. We'll keep you up to speed with that. And then let's bring you out, so that we're in Germany there. Let's bring you out to the continent of... Still underway. We are looking at a robot Messi kicking around the soccer ball. And now we got some other robot concoction going on right now. Lots of robots happening over there. Well, let's continue to listen in here. Looks like a robot. Yeah, some sort of device or a boxer. Well, I guess they don't want us covering the boxers there at the Shanghai AI Tech Conference. We appreciate everybody joining us. We are getting the feedback here momentarily. My name is Adam Lorenz. Thank you so much for either waking up early or staying up late with us. If Thursday night, almost 1:15 p.m. or a.m. Pacific time. We just got the robots back. Look, they're boxing. Here we go. continuing to watch these robots here box and jiu-jitsu and all sorts of different fighting going on over there in Shanghai AI Tech Conference. Let's step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Come back. We'll go back out to the robots right here on LiveNOW. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. It's only fair. It's only fair, Yellowhammer State residents. We just put up the live pictures of Auburn. Now we're bringing you out west to beautiful T-Town, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the home of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. What a gorgeous campus they have there. Rammer, Jammer, Yellowhammer. The great head coach, Bear Bryant, Nick Saban, once patrolling the sidelines there. Bear Bryant, the great quote, "I'd like to be remembered as a winner, because I ain't never been nothing but a winner." You are a winner, Coach Bear. You are a winner indeed. We love the University of Alabama right here on Live Now from Fox. Roll Tide. All right, let's bring it back here inside Live Now from Fox headquarters. My name is Adam Lorenz. Let's bring it back out to the dancing robots now. They were the fighting robots. Now they're the dancing robots. Look at this. Okay, we've been tuning into these dancing robots here out in Shanghai at the AI Tech Conference. We're going to go to a quick two-minute commercial break, and when we come back, it looks like they're talking about some defense mechanisms there with robots. We're going to bring it back here stateside and talk about one of the great rivalries in all of sports that has its roots all the way back in New York City, and it went out west. New York used to have 3 baseball teams. We're going to get into all of that. The Yankees, Giants, and Dodgers. The Dodgers and the Yankees, longtime rivals. They will renew their rivalry tonight. Their game tomorrow night, Saturday night, 8 o'clock on Fox. We're so excited about that. We're going to be talking to some of my colleagues over at Fox 5 New York coming up right after this commercial break. I know we got a lot of Dodger fans that watch us laid out there in beautiful Southern California back home. So some Dodgers-Yankees talks. We can kind of rub it into the Yankee fans a little bit here collectively together right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox, and you're looking at a gorgeous shot right now, looking over beautiful LA County. Look at all that white pollution there. 1:32 a.m. Pacific time. Our camera high atop Mount Wilson in the beautiful San Gabriel Mountains within the Angeles National Forest, high atop there, looking out for over all of LA County. And one of those specks of white somewhere is Dodger Stadium out there in beautiful Chavez Ravine, the home of not just the 2025, the reigning World Series champions. You got to go back to 2024, the back-to-back World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers, and they will renew their rivalry against the Yankees, who they played in the World Series back in 2024. This weekend, Game 1 is tonight, Game 2 tomorrow night on Fox, 8 Eastern time. We're so excited about it. Joining me next are some of my colleagues from over at Fox 5 New York, Jack Forstat and Gabrielle Ortiz, here with a bit of a preview of the sports weekend that's going down in New York. I know there's the World Cup, Jack and Gabby, but we're not forgetting about Dodgers-Yankees, are we?
No way.
No, I mean, this is going to be exciting. Maybe a little nerve-wracking for us. I'm not going to lie. The Dodgers pose a great threat to us.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
there's still a bitter taste in my mouth after that World Series a few years ago. But you know what? You're coming to Yankee Stadium, and we're going to take you guys down.
Oh, okay. That's what I like to hear.
I love the confidence, Jack. I love the confidence there. Well, let's get into some of the history behind the Dodgers and the Yankees. Of course, New York used to have 3 baseball teams: the Yankees, the Giants, and the Dodgers. The Dodgers and the Giants moved out west, and there were a lot of fans. Of course, the Dodgers played in Brooklyn. There were a lot of fans in Brooklyn that were fans of the Dodgers that kind of felt abandoned, and that's how the Mets kind of came to be. I got to ask either one of you, neither one of you are Mets fans, are you?
Oh no, we actually just had this discussion right before we came on. We're like, I can't imagine being Juan Soto right now. I mean, I come into sports and I'm like, thank gosh I'm not a Mets fan, because I cut the no lights for them every day. And I'm like, oh, to be a Mets, I'm like, you live in New York. Why are you choosing the Mets? Like, I get, you're from Queens, but I mean, choose to be put out of your own misery, in my opinion,
Yeah, I was saying we might have bad blood between the two of us, but I think we can all come to a mutual agreement that we're glad we're not Mets fans. Sorry to all the Mets fans. But
Back in 2024, of course, Jack, as you know, the Dodgers beat the Mets in the NLCS in rounds of the World Series. Little fun fact, I'm going to be going to a couple of those Dodgers-Mets games next weekend out at Citi Field. I'm really excited to get back to the city and go to those games. But, Jack, let's go back 2 years ago. This footage, courtesy here of all of our colleagues over at Fox Sports, and we're so excited to bring this back to you. I know I don't want to rub salt in the wounds here, but, Jack, if we can go back to this moment here 2 years ago. This is the Dodgers. You see Kike Hernandez there with the Puerto Rican flag. This was the Dodgers hoisting the World Series trophy in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. Of course, that game, Jack and Gabby, as you know, the Dodgers were up 3-0 in this series. Okay, Game 5, which is what this was at here. The Yankees were up 5-0 in that game, and then the fifth inning happened. Jack and Gabby, go back. What was going through your head during that disastrous fifth inning? One of the worst innings in Yankees baseball history.
I mean, it just felt pretty much consistent with what had been going on so far in that series. I think we were just blowing games after game. I feel like I remember maybe it was Game 1 or Game 2 when we let you guys come back really big in the end there, like with the Freddie Freeman walk-off grand slam.
Sure.
I don't know. The knife had already been in the wound. Someone just turned it a little bit more in that moment.
Fair. Yeah. Go ahead, Gabby. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I exactly what Jack said, because he's a Yankees fan. Like he's born and bred into this stuff. Like,
yes. I remember shortly after that game ended, I didn't go to the game, which is one of my wife's biggest regrets. I remember that day. It was the day before Halloween. It was October 30th, and it was like unseasonably warm that day, so it wasn't even cold outside. But the tickets it was very expensive, and I just couldn't rationalize it. So I watched in my apartment, and I remember after the game, I did my own little victory parade along 2nd Avenue, and you would just see the throes of the Yankee fans getting out of the subway there on the 4 train coming back up on the streets, and it was this dichotomy of just like sheer elation versus like sheer sadness. It was one of the more memorable nights of my life. I will never forget that. But listen, I love Yankee Stadium. The Yankee fans are very passionate there. The scene should be awesome there tonight, and this weekend, of course, is a huge weekend in New York. It's not just Dodgers, Yankees, but of course, Spain, Argentina, the World Cup final. What's the pulse of the city right now? I mean, how are they reacting to the sports world's just kind of going nuts in New York this weekend?
Oh, it's so exciting. It's just amazing because everyone is truly watching the World Cup. I mean, I used to commute in from New Jersey before I moved to New York, and every morning before a game, after a game at 2:30, I'd come in at Port Authority and I'd see people waving their national flags. I mean, it's just been pure excitement. Everyone's bonding. Everyone's either, Spain or Argentina. Everyone's switching their teams. And I mean, it's just a couple weeks ago when Norway was playing Norway and England, and Holland had that loss. It just is so amazing to see everyone kind of come together and choose a side. I mean, me personally, I'm hoping to see Spain win, and there's that big divide of Argentina, Spain. Like, who is going to take it? Is it going to be the better team or the better player? And Messi has really been a strong point for Argentina. So if it weren't for Messi, I would love to see how Argentina would do. But between that, I mean, we've been having tons of watch parties. All the bars in New York City are just totally streaming the game. And there's nothing like sitting in a bar just to watch the game, everyone cheering, and all of our reporters are sent to the watch parties, and just hearing all the fan sounds have been just so fun and interesting. And Jack, you anything to add to that?
I was at a bar in Midtown watching the England Argentina game the other day, and the guy sitting next to me screaming with a British accent the whole time, saying lots of things that we couldn't say on the. That's all I'll add.
I love that. I love that. I miss the energy of New York, and especially during the World Cup, you have all these different international fans kind of all coming together, and the different bars have their different allegiances and whatnot, and it's a really cool thing to kind of all see it all kind of come together. Let's look at a live shot right now where that World Cup final match is going to be played. That's over in East Rutherford, New Jersey, MetLife Stadium, the home of the New York Giants and the New York Jets. Jack and Gabby, I got to say, I don't know if either one of you have roots in New Jersey. I think both of you are New Yorkers, born and bred. How do you feel the New Jersey fans? Oh, Gabby, you're from Jersey?
Oh, yes. And I hold that with pride. I still love New Jersey more than New York, and I make it known.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did the New Jerseyans kind of feel about this World Cup final? If you look at any of the promotion material, and it's all courtesy of our colleagues over here at Fox, you're not going to see a whole lot of views from Hoboken or Jersey City. You're going to see some views from Times Square. But this MetLife, as you know, Gabby, that's an hour away from Times Square. It's not even close to it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Listen, I've been born and bred in New Jersey. I literally I went to college in New York. I work in New York, but they're taking this away from us a little bit. I mean, New Jersey's great. I mean, we're just a little overshadowed by the city, but I'm like, how are you calling this New York, New Jersey Stadium? I mean, it should be like New Jersey, New York Stadium.
Sure.
Like, at least, let's start off that we're in New Jersey. I mean, it's just because New Jersey has come so far. I mean, we've always been the kind of like outcast little sister compared to New York, and the fact that like Spain is staying in Montclair, and a lot of the teams, they chose camp in New Jersey to practice. I mean, it's like, come on, guys. I know we're Fox 5 New York, but let's just remember, like, New York doesn't have that much room to create a stadium like we do in New Jersey. Yes. But I think as a New Jerseyan, I'm excited. I am always so excited to just see New Jersey in the news and it become more popular, because it's just every area of New Jersey is so different, and we're often kind of coined the armpit of the United States. Yeah. And I that was just never my favorite thing. And now everyone from around the world is coming in and enjoying it, and all these stars are now enjoying our stadium. I've been to the stadium to watch New York Giants games, so it's something I'm familiar with, and I couldn't have ever imagined. I mean, the Super Bowl was just recently there, so sure. It's good to see New Jersey get some action, but hopefully it could just be coined maybe New Jersey, New York Stadium. I would like to see in the future.
Jack, where do you fall on this New Jersey, New York debate?
I'm gonna give her a pat on the shoulder. I think
typical.
But I do think most of the people that have come to the United States to go watch these World Cup games, I think for the most part, you'll find that they commute to the game and then go straight back into New York City. So.
How about that,
Gabby? I'll give you a pop here. I have a friend, a very good college friend, who's from Elizabeth, New Jersey, and he's a Portuguese. His parents are from Portugal, and a lot of people don't know this, but the surrounding area around Newark, New Jersey, a lot of Portuguese immigrants live there. There's great Portuguese food, and I'm just blanking on the name of the restaurant right now. Valença Restaurant in Elizabeth, New Jersey. That is one of the best steaks I've ever had in my entire life. And so I've spent a lot of good time in New Jersey. New Jersey also a very diverse state, because it's not just New York, but also you don't want to forget about South Jersey and Philadelphia down there. And so they kind of touch two major metropolitan areas of the United States. And I'm not so sure there's another state that really kind of has that claim. I think New Jersey punches well above its weight class. So I'm on board with New Jersey, but I still think it probably should be named New York, New Jersey Stadium, just for the record. So
I know you had to go in there with that little New York, New Jersey tidbit, didn't you? But I appreciate the kind words of New Jersey.
yes, yes. You know what could be some scenes tonight at the Dodgers Yankee game tonight and tomorrow, I would say. There could be a strong influx of both Spain and Argentina fans that are going to the game. We've seen these international soccer fans enjoying baseball. The Scottish fans, the Tartan Army, they played a lot of their games up in Boston. They did a lot of games at Fenway Park. We saw the Scotland team among some other fans too. I think some English fans enjoying some games down in Miami, where the Marlins play at Lone Depot Park. That'd make for quite the scene as well, I would say, at the Dodgers-Yankees game where there's already going to be great fan engagement anyways. Why not throw on some Spanish and Argentina fans, right?
Yeah, and I have to say, these fans bring a whole new level of energy that I've never seen before. I mean, it's just like looking at the videos of them at the bars interacting and them just taking on the excitement of American sports has just been really amazing. So I look forward to seeing the content of these fans just enjoying their first football game, football game. It's just, I mean, baseball game. It's
Yes.
so early in the morning, but enjoying their first baseball game,
Yeah. I mean, I know my parents were in Mexico City for 2 weeks not that long ago, so they sort of got the flip side of that, where they are like the tourists that are getting super into the World Cup in another city, and then they come back to New York and they get to embrace it as an American as well. So
nice. I love that. You know, my last name comes from Spain, so I've got a deep rooted interest in it. It comes from the Catalonia region of Spain, so I'm all on board for the Spanish team.
Go Spain! That's
Yes.
exactly how I feel.
Yes.
I can't see Messi win again. I'm just saying. I mean, also, my roots in Spain, so just to see them, make it to here, I'm
Sure.
just like so excited. I usually none of my, you never get to see it happen. So
Sure. Yeah. Gabby, maybe you and I are distantly related. Who knows? We'll have to do some
Yeah, we could
Ancestry.com
be.
on that one.
yeah, you may be my third cousin. I think I seen you on there.
Perfect. Jack, you're welcome to join the family too. We'll just need you to get Dodger Blue on if you want to do that.
Not all that. That's all right. I'm with my Yankee over here.
Perfect. Gabby, Jack, really do appreciate you all waking up early out there on the beautiful Upper East Side and joining us. Jack, you said you were an Upper West Sider. Just one last question here for all of our viewers in New York. You think the Upper East Side has any redeeming qualities in the Upper West Side, or no? It's just a place where you go work.
Not that I've seen yet. No, it's really not that bad, but I don't want to go to the Lower East Side, I think is my main thing. Upper East is okay.
Fair. We're speaking about good restaurants or whatever. I've mentioned Valencia restaurant out there in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Pastrami Queen on the Upper East Side. If you haven't been there, you got to get there. That is where you want to go get a pastrami sandwich. Don't bother going to Katz's. That's where all the tourists go. You want to go to Pastrami Queen on the Upper East Side. I think they have a location now on the Upper West Side as well. You have to check me on that one, Jack.
I remember one opening, shortly after COVID.
That's right.
On 72nd in between Amsterdam and Columbus, and I remember trying it once, and it was good, but it's hard to justify ever spending $35 on a sandwich
It's not a cheap sandwich. But you could also go if you're on the Upper West Side, go to the deli counter over at Katz's. You can get an excellent sandwich there for half the price too. So, anyways, Jack, Gabby, really do appreciate you all joining us. Vamos España y vamos los Dodgers. How about that?
Yeah.
No, thanks.
I agree with the first part.
There you go. Perfect. I appreciate you all very much. Awesome. All right, let's go to commercial break here. You're looking at live shots right there of the Midtown Manhattan skyline. Greetings to all of our viewers in New York. The city's so nice, they named it twice. You're looking there at the Empire State Building, the H&M Building, Times Square, not too far from there as well. Of course, you see the bottom of your screen there, Spain, Argentina, Sunday, 3 Eastern on Fox. But don't forget, tomorrow night, Saturday night, Dodgers-Yankees, one of the oldest and most historic rivalries, not just in Major League Baseball, but in all of sports. They will renew their next chapter this weekend. Game 2, Saturday night, 8 Eastern, from Yankee Stadium. The voice of the Dodgers and also the voice of Fox's MLB broadcast. Joe Davis will be on the mic there with John Schmaltz. Really looking forward to watching all of those games. And to all of our Dodger fans that are watching, I'll be locked in tonight. Roki Sasaki pitching tonight. Tomorrow, Emmett Sheehan. And then we got Yamamoto going on Sunday. It's going to be a great series tonight. The Yankees are countering with Garrett Cole. Should be a really great game tonight. All right, let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have more right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining me from across the United States and around the world. We do appreciate you. Let's send you briefly back out there to the robots over in Shanghai. They're doing their thing over there. Let's listen in and let's take in the audio here for a second. All right, so this is the Shanghai AI Tech Conference. We've been watching these dancing robots all morning long. It's been lots of fun, lots of fun. My time here at the desk is almost up, but my colleague Josh Breslow is in the seat and ready to go, and he joins me now. He'll be with you all for the next several hours. Josh, what's going on? How are you?
Bowen is right between us, but I like the fact that I actually get to see you this early in the morning. The energy it's a lot. I don't have that same type of energy, so I apologize in advance because I'm on for the next 3 hours, and I'm either going to wake up very slowly or I'm going to fall right to sleep here. It could go either way. But Adam, I mean, how exactly do you get that enthusiasm? Because you don't even drink coffee, right?
No coffee, no caffeine. No Coca-Cola, no sort of soft drinks at all. I just do water, Josh, and I wake up grateful every single day. And you know what else brings me energy? It's that beautiful background that you got behind you there of Mount Wilson, our camera high atop the San Gabriel Mountains in one of my favorite cities in the entire world, Los Angeles. See, that brings me joy, Josh, your background. How about that?
Well, I mean, that's good because I was actually unclear on what was behind me. So I'm glad you told me, because now if I show that camera, I have some idea of what's happening. Also, maybe I do have the energy because I keep going like this. I don't know. But it's also like almost 5 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know. But apparently that is, did you say it was LA? I promise I was listening to you.
Mount Wilson, that is the highest point in the San Gabriel Mountains of beautiful Angeles National Forest, and all the white pollution there of the city of angels right there. It looks really good behind you right now.
Is that where the Hollywood sign is? I'm totally kidding.
It's not too far from the Hollywood Hills, they call that. Not too far from there. So
I was close. Well, I do want to let everyone know we have a lot going on later on today. We are going to have several events. We know that President Trump is going to be traveling all over the place, so we're going to have all of those live images as always. And if he does make any sort of remarks to members of the media, we're going to make sure to bring that to you in full. That's what we do here. And also, we are following the very latest on his primetime speech last night. You played it a bit earlier, Adam. I'm going to play it coming up this hour here in case folks are just waking up and may have missed it. But also, we have a lot developing there over in the Middle East. We're talking about Iran claiming that it struck a U.S. base, a U.S. site there over in Syria, but it turns out, according to the U.S., that they had actually withdrawn from that site back in February. Still, Iran claiming all of this. So we have a lot going on here on Live Now from Fox, Adam, and everyone watching us here. We'll have you covered around the clock on Live Now, as we always do.
Awesome. And you're gonna do some hand motions too, Josh, while you're on the desk?
Apparently, I'm going to be flailing about like I'm one of those things that you'd see at a car dealership like this. So
I love it. I love it. Thanks, Josh. We appreciate you. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, you'll have more of Josh right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere, folks.
And welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 4:58 on the East Coast and 1:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. A big thank you to my colleague, Adam Lorenz. He has been doing that for you here overnight. A reminder here that we are 24/7 on Live Now from Fox, so you can watch anytime and get your live content. Right now, I do want to get you to the latest coming in on the U.S.-Iran conflict, as of course, over the past several hours, there have been a lot of developments. Right now, I want to pop this up on your screen, a live look at this hour over the Strait of Hormuz provided there by marine traffic as Iran claims to have struck a U.S. Special Operations Command Center in Syria today. And while the U.S. has not yet responded to those claims, it was announced months ago, back in February, that the U.S. was withdrawing from that specific base. Qatar also saying its residents are being told to seek shelter after a barrage of missiles was fired at the country by Iran. Qatar, of course, has been a mediator between the U.S. and Iran amid the months-long conflict. In the meantime, the U.S. has once again expanded its military operation against Iran, striking bridges and collapsing a tower at a key Iranian port. Iran also continuing to say that it controls the Strait of Hormuz, but President Trump disputing that, saying the U.S. is the true, quote-unquote, guardian of that international waterway. As always, a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Adi Schwartz, academic and director of research at Misgov Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And first off, I want to get your take here on all of this. As we have these developments that are taking place, we know that Iran is claiming that it struck this U.S. location, saying even that there are injuries there. So I wanted to ask you kind of your thoughts, as we know that what Iran says isn't always necessarily the truth.
Yes, that is correct. We don't always know what is going on the field. Of course, Iran has this tendency or this past to try to produce propaganda. But I think that the bigger picture should be quite clear by now. I think that from Israeli perspective, but also from Middle Eastern, and in fact from the perspective of the international community, this is a bad regime. We're talking about a fundamentalist, revolutionary regime who's been, causing troubles not only for their own people. Remember that they massacred tens of thousands of people, but all around this region, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, with Hezbollah, in Yemen, and just even in your reporting right now, you mentioned that people in Qatar are going into shelters. So these countries never attacked Iran. We've seen in the last couple of weeks and months that Iran is attacking all of its neighbors, all of its Arab neighbors, without any provocation. So I think by now it should be clear that all this trouble, imagine how many years are we trying, the international community is trying to negotiate with Iran this issue of nuclear weapon. Is it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? By this time, we should understand that the regime is pursuing a nuclear bomb, and I think the international community cannot afford to have Iran with a nuclear weapon. So I think that the bottom line is quite clear.
And I did want to ask you here when we talk about Qatar, because you mentioned that, and we talked about it off the top, but it's important to note that barrage of missiles that was fired by Iran at Qatar. But I also mentioned that Qatar has been a mediator between the U.S. and Iran. So why would you fire there at the mediator? Again, not everything that Iran does makes any sense, but why would you fire at the mediator who's working to kind of make a deal happen?
I completely agree, but I think that from Iranian perspective, okay, so they tell themselves, we don't have a nuclear bomb. What is our best option? What is our nuclear option? And that is the Strait of Hormuz and the energy global market. So by shooting at UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, all these countries, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq, all these countries producing or responsible for the energy market, this is their weapon. So, causing again the rise of oil prices, closing or damaging as much as they can Hormuz. And remember, Qatar is one of the biggest exporters of liquid gas, right? So by attacking this country, it is more important for Iran to gain back the leverage over the energy market than their future relationship with Qatar. They believe that since Qatar will have no other option but to still be in good relationship with them, it is more important for them to damage the energy market.
The U.S. strikes on Iran. Obviously, they're expanding that campaign, talking about the U.S. military. We know that they've now struck those bridges. They've struck and collapsed a key tower, they say, over at a key port in Iran. How significant is all of that when you step back and take a look at the situation that, again, began with the start of Operation Epic Fury months ago?
What I think it is important, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a difference. Until now, the United States and Israel tried not to harm the basic infrastructure of the country, the economy, all the bridges, all the roads, all the train tracks, etc. That there was an attempt not to attack all these, and it was clear that this is a different stage. This is a new stage. By attacking infrastructure, civilian or dual usage army infrastructure, that is a different level. And I think this is still the beginning. But if we will see in the next coming days and weeks more and more attacks over Iranian infrastructure, not only military bases, not only nuclear facilities, then I think it is very important. I think it's a new stage. And we'll have to wait and see what would be the Iranian response. Because until now, the Iranians threatened that if they will be attacked, they will attack the energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, which we have to know is very vulnerable. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But this is indeed, I think, a new stage.
As we look at this photo here, this was provided by Secretary Pete Hegseth showing the collapse of a tower there. Now, it was posted on social media by Hegseth without really any explanation or anything of that nature. Now, of course, we know exactly what's going on there. But as far as where we go from here, do you see the possibility of any kind of peace deal down the road as you're looking at this whole situation unfolding and a lot of differences between the U.S. and Iran right now as everything stands?
Well, I think we have to bear in mind that the term peace deal is understood very differently between people in the United States and indeed in the international community, and how it is being understood in Iran. Iran wants to gain time. They want to reconstruct everything they have. The meaning of a peace deal is not exactly that Iran would become a peaceful country. No, it means the cessation of hostilities, Iran making as little concession as they can, kind of like the MOU, only to regain power and to be again, to reflect their power all over the Middle East. However, I think that people in the United States and elsewhere in the international community understand it as, bringing back Iran to the community of nations, to the family of nations. I don't think that this is where this regime is going. This is not what they want. So I'm sorry to say, but I think that at this point of time, there is no good deal unless, we'll see a total capitulation from the Iranian side. But until now, we don't see it. So I think that at this moment, it is very difficult to see a peace deal in the sense that we would like to see it. Iran going back to be part of the international trade and international diplomacy, etc. I don't see it happening unless something very, very surprising will happen.
And I do want to show you, I don't know if you can see this there on the bottom of your screen, but we always want to hear from the viewers at home and get their take on all of this. So all you have to do is scan that QR code on the bottom right-hand side of your screen if you want to vote, or go to livenowfox.com/connect and go to vote now, and you can actually sound off here. Nothing's showing up just yet because we just posted this, but the question that we are posing to you is, what concerns you most about the U.S.-Iran conflict? And the options there: the war escalating even further, the safety of the U.S. troops, higher gas prices there, or the global economic impact. Now, obviously, all of those important, but if you do want to sound off, we're going to leave that on the bottom of your screen with the QR code. Also, you should bookmark that livenowfox.com/connect page, because that's where you can access all of our different polls and questions in real time. Now, I also wanted to ask you just a little bit about the Strait of Hormuz. As I pop this up on your screen, there has been this question going on, and I also mentioned this off the top, but you have Iran saying we control the Strait of Hormuz. You have the U.S. saying we are the quote-unquote guardians of the strait. Who owns, operates the Strait of Hormuz? It's an international waterway, so I have to imagine overall the answer is really nobody.
Well, you're completely correct. I think that this is a terrible scenario. Leaving Iran with any kind of leverage. By the way, this was the situation before the war erupted. Iran did not have any ability to, put taxes or to have any kind of leverage over the free trade route. I think this is a terrible message. To your question, more specifically, if we want to know who controls it or what's exactly happening, then I think you should follow the prices of oil, because the prices of oil are very vulnerable to this, tankers are being struck there or being stuck without the ability to move there. So I think that we're getting a lot of misinformation, disinformation. There's a lot of, obviously some PR fighting. I think the best option is to simply follow the market and see what's exactly going. But going to the future or going forward, I think we should not have any kind of Iranian leverage. We've seen what they're doing without a nuclear weapon. We've seen their damage. I don't think they should have a say in this very, very crucial trade route.
I want to talk a little bit about Israel and how Israel factors into all of this. We know that Prime Minister Netanyahu was set at some point to travel over to the U.S. He has been here several times since the start of President Trump's second term, but he was slated to arrive here at some point to discuss further not just Iran, but also the situation there with the Iran-backed Hezbollah terror group over in Lebanon. We know that Israel has been striking those locations. You can actually see a live look there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen over Beirut at this hour. Where do things kind of stand at this specific point between the U.S. and Israel as we kind of step back and look at Iran and Hezbollah?
So I think that what we have seen in the last couple of months, but perhaps even more than that, we've seen extraordinary and I think unprecedented cooperation between the United States and Israel. Of course, we've seen that on the battlefield, the things that I've heard, cooperation between pilots. And I think they said that nothing since the World War II, the cooperation between the United States and United Kingdom. So the cooperation is really, really very close, and relationships seem to be very close. Of course, at the end of the day, we have to remember that the United States has its own interest. It's a global power. Israel is a much smaller country with, our own concerns. So from time to time, we are obviously going to have some kind of differences. But as you said, we still have a few open theaters. Just to remind everybody, still Hamas is in Gaza. Hezbollah still terrorizing the state of Lebanon. I think that here, some very important progress happened with the oversight, I think, of Secretary Marco Rubio. There's negotiations between Israel and Lebanon. And what's unprecedented here is that there is understanding, a unanimous understanding between both the government of Israel, that's not new, but the government of Lebanon, which is new, that the problem is Hezbollah. They don't want Hezbollah to terrorize their country. They don't want it to be a proxy of Iran. They don't want Iran to meddle into the, inner politics of Lebanon. And this is something which is unprecedented. We didn't have direct negotiations between Israel and Lebanon for more than 40 years. And it seems that there is an understanding. I don't know how strong is the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army. Are they able? Will they be able to, dismantle and take care of Hezbollah? We still have to wait and see. But this, again, of course, necessitates the cooperation between Israel and the United States. And I assume that this was the purpose, or at least part of it, of the future travel of Benjamin Netanyahu to the United States.
And could it take the end of the Iranian regime, the U.S. Essentially taking them out and maybe leading to new leadership for Hezbollah to kind of stop its attacks on Israel? Because we know that Hezbollah has said that essentially they're going to continue until the U.S., Israel, everyone stops their strikes on Iran. So does it take one to bring an end to the other?
Well, first of all, just to make sure, the fall of the Iranian regime would be a huge blessing for the entire Middle East. That's something that we must understand. As we just said in the beginning of our conversation, many countries in the region are really wishing for this scenario. Now, it is true that Hezbollah, as a proxy of Iran, is very much connected to the fate of the Iranian regime. When the regime is strong, Hezbollah is strong. When they are weak, they are weak. We have seen the attempts of the Iranian regime to protect their proxy. You remember back when they're trying to negotiate that, a ceasefire would include Hezbollah. They were very adamant that this is part of their abilities. So yes, you're right. I think that the downfall of the regime is going to be a death blow to Hezbollah. But unfortunately, we can't wait for that. I mean, Israel has a problem with Hezbollah. They're shooting drones and missiles to the northern part of Israel. They have not stopped that. They are the ones who started this war after October 7th. So it is true that the fall of the Iranian regime would be a death blow for Hezbollah, but I think that Israel has to take action, has to fight them. I don't know if that was reported in the American press, but they have tunnels, miles of tunnels, and by the way, dug into rocks. It's not the same like the Gaza Strip is sand, okay? It is sand by the sea. It's much easier to dig that. But in the case of Lebanon, this is a rocky, hilly area, which is very, very problematic to dig. Imagine the amount of money that the Iranians sent Hezbollah, instead of taking care of the welfare, the healthcare, the education of the Lebanese citizens, all they did was to dig tunnels under the hills in order to invade Israel. Imagine that level of evil. And they found tons of weapons, of ammunition, only ready to operate and basically kill, invade, rape Israelis, just as Hamas did on October 7th. So this is our neighbors. You have to remember that this is what we're dealing with. And therefore, we have to be very vigilant, and we can't, unfortunately, wait until the Iranian regime will fall, but hopefully it will.
And of course, my final question always is going to be, what should we be watching for? What are you going to be watching for in the coming hours, days, weeks here as we see the situation there between the U.S. and Iran, but also Israel and Hezbollah?
So I think that on the Iranian theater, that is very important to see what exactly is being struck. The more we will see civilian infrastructure or dual usage, such as roads and other infrastructure, economic infrastructure, energy sector infrastructure, that would be significant. I would also be following the Iranian response. How are they responding? Are we responding? Are we going into a next level? So this is the most important thing to see. I think that for the time being, it seems, I hope I won't be surprised to the worst, but at this moment, it seems like this is the main theater. And I think that, as you can see, for now, Israel is not even involved in the Iranian theater. So it's mostly Americans. This is, I think, the developments that should be followed.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here, helping to break down all of the developments. There's so much happening there in the Middle East, and we're going to keep a close eye on it. Anything that we maybe missed, anything that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
I think that the bottom line is that whatever we're trying to do, at the end of the day, I think there's only one solution to that. That is the end of the Iranian regime. Of course, we cannot do it ourselves. This is something that the Iranian people will have to decide, but we have to help them as much as we can and to bring about the conditions for that regime to fall. So in that case, I think that no deal is better than a bad deal. And we don't have to give any kind of, centimeter or millimeter to the Iranian regime. It will only backfire and nothing good will come out of it.
All right. Adi Schwartz, academic and director of research there at Misgov Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and helping to break it down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. And I do want to pop this up on your screen as we continue to cover everything related to the U.S.-Iran conflict. This is from Iran International English. It says a senior Iranian official said Friday that any location used to launch attacks against Iran would become a legitimate target for retaliation, warning that if Iranian infrastructure were attacked, quote, no infrastructure would remain elsewhere in the region. Now, a member of Iran's Expediency Council also said that decisions over the Strait of Hormuz rested with Iran and Oman, adding that countries from outside the region could not decide its future. Referring to outside involvement, he said that anyone seeking to do so would have their, quote, hand cut off. Now, he also addressed debate within Iran over diplomacy, saying some opponents of negotiations believed Iran should continue fighting until either it was destroyed or its enemies were defeated. But he said, quote, we cannot fight the world only with missiles, adding that Iran also had to confront what he called the, quote, arrogant world through, quote, logic and negotiation. So a lot of information coming in and a lot of reaction. Also, Bahrain's military saying that its air defense systems intercepted and destroyed a number of Iranian aerial attacks on Friday, accusing Iran of continuing attacks that targeted civilians in the kingdom. The Bahrain Defense Force said that all of its units remained at the highest level of readiness and urged the public to avoid approaching suspicious objects that could be debris from the attacks and report them to authorities. It said targeting civilians and private property with missiles and drones would constitute a violation of international humanitarian law. Again, that is coming in out of Bahrain, but we've also heard from Qatar that they have intercepted some missiles that were fired by Iran. Qatar, a mediator there in the talks between the U.S. and Iran. Iran also claiming to have struck a U.S. Special Operations Command Center in Syria. And while we still have not heard from the U.S. about those claims, it was announced months ago. We're talking all the way back in February at the start there of Operation Epic Fury that the U.S. was withdrawing from that specific base. We also know that the U.S. continues its strikes there on Iran. I want to pop up this photo once again in case you missed it earlier. This is coming in from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, also known, of course, as the Secretary of War, providing the photo of a tower collapsing there after we did see those U.S. military strikes again just hours ago. We'll keep you updated on everything happening there in the Middle East right here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. Right now, you are taking a live look at a very dark White House there, with the flag still flying at half staff in honor of Lindsey Graham, who passed away over the weekend. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live coverage on the other side. Stay with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:23 on the East Coast and 2:23 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next several hours as we continue to follow all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And there, on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over at the White House as we get right back into those top stories. And this is one that a lot of people have been discussing there, including on social media, as President Trump's teleprompter operator is on unpaid leave after reports that he used inside knowledge to make bets about the president's speeches on the online prediction market Kalshi. That's according to the White House. The firm's enforcement chief said that Kalshi contacted federal regulators about bets that were allegedly made about what the president would say in public addresses. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is aware of all of this, and she described the situation as, quote, unfortunate and a disgrace. Leavitt told reporters, quote, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this. ABC News first reporting that teleprompter operator who had been operating the teleprompter since 2016 used his inside knowledge to win more than $100,000 betting on what the president would say in big speeches, and that includes the State of the Union address that took place earlier on this year. Kalshi's lawyer and head of enforcement said on X that the, quote, Kalshi surveillance team promptly flagged, investigated, and referred these trades to the U.S. Commodity Futures Trading Commission that has regulatory authority over matters just like this one. Again, all of this technically under investigation, but the specific teleprompter operator not named in all of this here, especially by the statement from Kalshi. Now, that lawyer went on to say, we have been assisting regulators on this matter and provided all evidence that we collected, as we do with any referral. ABC basing its report on multiple sources who have knowledge of the matter, but spoke on the condition that they could remain anonymous to discuss the details. The ABC report also describes suspicious activity on Kalshi's mentions market, in which users can place bets on what phrases and specific words might be used in those public speeches. Kalshi recently began requiring users to disclose their place of employment, and the platform's policy prohibits betting based on information that users would gain because of their job. Attention on members of the administration profiting from the presidency has reached all the way to President Trump himself. On Thursday, his media company announced that it would charge for special high-speed access to Truth Social posts, including possibly his own, affecting national security and financial markets. In his most recent financial disclosures, Trump reported making $1.2 billion from his crypto business in 2025, raking in profits, while his investors did suffer losses in marketplaces that Trump has sought to shield from any tighter federal regulation. Trump got more than $500 million from his World Liberty financial business, selling new crypto products, including, quote, governance tokens, according to the required annual disclosure report with the Office of Government Ethics. So again, President Trump apparently knows all about this teleprompter situation, according to Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, who returned to her post yesterday, of course, after that weeks-long maternity leave. She is back doing those press briefings, and you can watch all of them here on Live Now from Fox. But Caroline Leavitt saying that the president is aware, and she describes the situation as, quote, unfortunate and a disgrace. The White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines, she said, with respect to issues like this. We'll keep you posted as we get additional information on that ongoing investigation. Right now, we do have to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break, but as I mentioned a bit earlier in the hour, we are going to play President Trump's address to the public here that happened in prime time last night. So if you're just waking up, you may have missed it. Again, that's coming up on the other side of this quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:30 on the dot if you're joining us on the East Coast and 2:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and as I mentioned last night in prime time, President Trump gave that address in which he alleged that China actually interfered in the 2020 election, saying that the